You didn't know how to say, I can live without that whale on my back.
And what happened? I don't have to live with a whale on my back.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Random.
Not even sure if you people still consider the Oscars the gay Super Bowl. Is that a safe assumption, or is that a cliche? Because you know how I understand why Hunter S. Thompson unalived himself, suicided himself at the end. He had the letter, football season is over, when he suicided himself. And I get it. I get it. I feel the melancholy right now. Is it true to assume that the Oscars and any award show, and we all agree, for you people, is that still the Super Bowl for gay people?
I mean, Will Smith bitch slapping Chris Rock maintains some of the gayness, but it's I'm not watching it this year.
Have you been invited to Super Bowl Oscar parties?
Not this year. Are they today? Or what?
No,
I don't even know.
No, because the NFL is on the 5-yard line right now.
Right.
So I'm just curious if I know you obviously you're recording the Pro Bowl, right? I know you're watching the Pro Bowl.
Yes, whatever you said. Yes.
Me too.
Yeah, Banter. Have you been to Oscar parties though? At some point, especially
yeah. Well, they're always obnoxious with people who aren't successful yet, or they're just like they've just arrived in LA, because during anyone's actor speech or something, their acceptance speech, you see everybody in their own
practicing their own speech. Yeah.
Well, and they're in their own little biopic of this is my moment where the camera's dollying up on a close up on my face as I'm listening to another actor give an acceptance speech, and this will be a nice tee up for when I accept my Oscar, and it'll be full circle. Everyone's in their own little full circle.
It's got to be ground zero for haterade, an Oscar party in West Hollywood of people who haven't quote unquote made it yet, right, and they're just eviscerating everything that's on screen. That's got to be.
Yeah, or it's a lot of people who buy in. They're convinced that this is such a great town, and Amy Adams is so great for accepting this Oscar, and I'm in league with Amy Adams, and I'm going to be in her company one day. It's the kiss asses too,
Everyone's Kathy Griffin that night, right?
So everyone's winning their third daytime Emmy that night, right?
Anyway, I have a discovery for the three of us. You talk about lightning. By the way, happy Groundhog Day, everyone. This is let's say hi to Kathy Scott. Welcome, Kathy Scott. We're going to get back to Groundhog Day. I don't want to lose the moment. Hooper, welcome, sir. Good to see you. A. Smith, of course. Thank you. Everyone, help us meet our goal. Mark Harris is saying, well, it's a new month, Vinny. So anyone who can help us meet our quote-unquote goal, that'd be great. Chris Delopoulos, good to see you, sir. Melvin talking fucking boneless chicken, fried chicken breast again. Melvin, I don't know the diagnosis, and I'm an armchair psychologist, pun intended, but you, sir, have OCD. There's the Deppening. You have a man crush on Hoops, I believe. I believe he does. Good. He's such a sweet guy, that A. Smith. We love everyone here. We love the RADIOGUNK Reddit subreddit, right, Bon? I think you dove into that with Sarah at some point. What's your opinion on that?
I did. I didn't even know it existed, and I went there the other day and I wrote a high-pitched mic quote. This is now a party.
Oh, that
And
was.
I just
Oh shit! I didn't. Oh shit! That's right. Okay.
I actually wrote in it a few days ago, and I just started scrolling through years of them absolutely shitting on every. It's just like Shuli's Anonymous and everything. So it's.
I think
shout
it's
out
the
to
tone.
them. I think they'll be watching. I bet you there'll be a clip of this in a few hours on there.
You remember Sarah was talking about the Opie and Anthony subreddit that's no longer around because it was so vicious that it just got, they would SWAT, and what's the other term when you give someone's address out, and
the doxing.
That Opie and Anthony thing would just do all that shit to them, and they started to hate the show that they supposedly started the Reddit for, just like we do with Howard. And it got so vicious they actually shut down their I don't know why they didn't reopen it, but Sarah knew it, and it kind of reminds me of that tone. And I wasn't on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, but it reminds me of what Sarah is talking about with the tone on it. So I mean, props and hello to the RADIOGUNK subreddit, guys. You do some really philanthropic work over there. Welcome, Chubby Pickle, sir. So speaking of Groundhog Day, what's great about Groundhog Day is the RADIOGUNK Modern Day podcast based a whole concept on that day, which is phenomenal. I didn't realize that until about a year ago.
I saw
Bill Murray's got nothing on them.
I saw the Groundhog Day thing on my YouTube, and it's bizarre. Tell us all about it, John. Speaking
Sky Spectre, welcome, fine. The Groundhog Day. What do you mean what'd you have in your YouTube feed? I'm not even sure.
Oh, they had it. It was live, whatever. 15 hours ago, where they bring the thing out, and it's very odd. In fact, it's bizarre.
Autobot, welcome. Fine chug. Jump in my grave, why don't you, Autobot? Frank the Tank, happy birthday! Wow, how did you know the 4th was my birthday, Frank? How did you know that? Who blew up my spot, as the kids say? Holy shit! I happen to have the same birthday as David Brenner. Lucky me, right? Can't have June 9th. I have to have February 4th.
Well, John, your birthday is just a couple of weeks from mine. I just had a birthday.
Are you considered an Aquarius?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's any. I don't believe in the horoscopes too much, but maybe in this case we do, right?
I've never mentioned my birthday, and I never thought you would. I didn't think you were the kind of guy who would. How did they find that out?
I don't know.
Oh well, he says it was revealed in episode 7. You revealed it.
Wow.
So Frank the Tank is going back a long time.
Yeah, wow. That's a lawyer for you, right? He's digging information.
The Deppening archivist, Frank the Tank, yeah.
I bet you he had a paralegal do it for him, guys.
Oh no.
Canadian paralegal.
Oh my god. Someone at Brown Rudnick is going through
Brown Rudnick. God, David, your memory is amazing. You got all the Depp trial stuff like in your fucking head. It's crazy. Your vocabulary is amazing too. Speaking of Aquarius,
I should have known better than to expect a proper challenge from a woman.
I love how you let the clip play a little bit longer after the line is said. It doesn't just like cut right out.
It's so it was fake chauvinism by Aquaman to try to motivate Hawkgirl to get her shit together.
Invited her.
You disgust me.
Right? That voice, the guy voicing him is great. I wish he could do
Yeah.
it every time. So I'm in my travels. Gentlemen, I want to thank gentlemen. Thank you, Frank the Tank. I cannot believe you knew that. Unless Brendan spilled the beans or something. Who knows where it came from? But look, they don't reveal their little secrets. Thank you. Sarah's gifting Deppening memberships, everyone. So anyone who could donate would be really, really appreciative to make our goal. Before I forget, before I get to what I found, what do you guys think about this? I love that I'm coming up with a concept and I don't even ask you until it's like a leading question. Welcome, Fine Chug, by the way, and Sky Spectre. See you in there. Because of the impending Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary, I would like to do a Howard versus Saturday Night Live series.
Totally. That would be great.
That'll be
Going
a lot
back.
of work for
No,
you. Oh,
no,
I'm
I mean it
scared of
is,
that
but
work.
it's a lot of work, but it's just so much available stimulus. Like I think I have in my head so many things that is out that from the past that I can go right to it.
Right.
I was the other day I was in the chat with Christian Blatt, who occasionally is on Who Are These podcasts, but more to the point, he was Dennis Miller's sidekick on his syndicated radio show for like
Oh wow.
I'm trying to remember how many years it was. It was like 7 years.
It was in the 2000s, right? The
Yeah,
late
yeah.
2000s, yeah.
And I want to have him on to ask him Dennis Miller questions because apparently he was in an elevator with him, and that's how it's a weird ass story. So in the chat, I said to him, the first thing I said was 2,000 to 1 odds in Las Vegas that Dennis Miller, agoraphobe Dennis Miller, blows off the SNL 50th anniversary. And he basically said he's not going to go. He's not going because he's so pussy whipped. His wife doesn't want him to go. That's what he said.
Really?
Yes, I swear to God. He
That
said
is
it
not
very
the answer I
tactfully,
expected.
very classy. He said it very tactfully, but I could read between the lines. He said basically his wife doesn't want him to go. And so Miller blew off the one 10 years ago, too.
Right.
It was a big story.
If it, who's the other oh god, what's her name?
I bet Norm Macdonald's going.
the exhumed skeleton of Norm Macdonald's gonna go.
Victoria Jackson.
Victoria Jackson.
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. So
Even
what
she
David's
attempted
saying
to
is
go.
there's a super neocon angle to these guys that they're afraid to go to very left wing Saturday Night Live because they're such pariahs as neocons. As sort of like almost in her case like psychotic Bible thumper too. Dennis Miller was more of a Fox News hand puppet, but she's like a Bible thumper.
Yeah, but the wife, I didn't even know he was still married. I don't know, for some reason I just assumed he was a divorced guy.
Well, I know oddly he met his wife on Saturday Night Live in the late 80s, so you think they'd owe him that, and he's not meeting this. She stars in that when he comes on. I'm going to sing the Kaja Gugu video, Too Shy Shy. So she stars in the video where she's like plays a waitress and she's just walking around the video.
Okay.
And so that's his wife. Her name is Allie Epsley.
Carolyn Espley.
Yes. Is Caroline and Allie the same name? Like Jack and John?
No, I think Allie is derived from Allison.
Okay, I thought he calls her both. Speaking of Dennis Miller, Holden is his son. Here's Holden 190 after William Holden.
Right. She looks. I'm looking her up right now. She looks like Nancy Sirianni Martling.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And he met her at some, really big celebrity haunts called the Columbus Cafe, right across the street from where Howard lives, by the way, in the Millennium Towers. It's like on Columbus. I don't know if it's still there anymore.
Okay.
And it was like a real like who's who of like Mick Jagger and David Bowie would roll in and stuff. And that's where groupie Carolyn was hanging out.
God, John, you're so right. Her IMDb is literally
that, right?
It's just the Kajagoogoo music video.
Could you? Are you talking about like Beth? Right.
Right.
She's one Kajagoogoo video away from Beth.
Every Stern hater podcast that she's mentioned on is on her IMDb at this point.
She was on Howard's show once. Carolyn Espley.
Oh, was she? Okay.
So Dennis, I don't know if you ever heard this. Gilbert Gottfried was in studio, and Dennis called in to promote his syndicated show. It was on for 6 months. And he called like very early in the morning, and he had his son Holden with him, and Gilbert was making like pedo jokes to him.
Holden was like 2 at the time or something. He was like
not even like
okay,
he
was like an infant, right? Yeah.
Carolyn took the phone and talked to Howard at some point.
Oh, interesting.
She seemed to be a fan. It was odd.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, so with that, this is perfect because the Tune Master, welcome. Tune Master knows all. Mons Anonymous. A show that is very much a boondoggle. Current RADIOGUNK, right? The current RADIOGUNK is every bit while that was what that word means. That word basically means, Davyd, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I have it now. A waste of time. A project that's
shots fired.
A waste of time, right?
Yeah, we looked at it because I was relating it to Johnny Depp's music. Like when we were doing a Deppening, I brought it up.
Word. Yes, perfect word.
The music career, yeah.
And it would seem to be a big word in England, which Depp wants to be British so bad, right? So we could, I don't know. It seemed like the Hollywood vampires were kind of a boondoggle. I could see him at some point saying that.
Right.
So anyway, I'm flipping around YouTube, and I'm getting into I'm looking at NBA kind of negativity. I'm looking for people, a lot of raging. So compliments of Ben Mahler, and the Fox Sports telecast. I found this. You talk about lightning striking 3 times. This is like lightning striking 3 times.
Your top players can play 48 minutes. Or 40 minutes, rather, out of a 48-minute game. So they'll play about 40 minutes. And then we've gotten into the period of time where we're Mr. Softies. So now you don't really do that. Load management out of an abundance of caution. And so that's where we are. But if you had a 40-minute game, what are your top players going to play, like 25 minutes of the are we looking at 25 minutes from your top players? Is that where we are? The whole thing is a boondoggle. And the fact that Adam Silver, if I was an NBA owner, I would have a vote to have him removed.
Are you kidding me? Davyd made a brilliant analogy of what this is like, but I do believe this is much rarer than what he's saying. He had the most brilliant analogy I've ever heard. He said it's like when you buy a car, or your parents have a car, or someone you know have a car, you start recognizing that car on the road and in parking lots just because. So he thinks that's what's going on with Boondoggle. It's brilliant. It was brilliant. And I don't know if I agree entirely until I need more evidence than just 3 mentions of this word. Bon, Bon, what was the show that you had that you found it with?
It was that Showtime show.
That was The Agency.
Okay.
And
nobody cares about Oslo, do they? Well, he's not in Europe long. It's a boondoggle.
So that was 3 weeks ago. So is evidence mounting, maybe.
Here's my first one.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of a...
Isn't it crazy that we could find these 3 mentions? Now, I'm telling you, I do believe it is that rare. I do believe I just watch so much TV and media that I happen to find. But we have 3 different venues, right? You have a great sophisticated... By the way, how is that show? I wanted to ask you that. How is that show?
Oh, The Agency's fantastic, and
What's
I highly recommend. It's a spy show, and it's just, I guess it's kind of standard spy stuff. So
is it set in modern day?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's Richard Gere's got a minor role in it, but everybody's great in it. It's very talky though.
Melvin wants to know if Melvin wants, before he says it, because I'm going to say it for him. Melvin wants to know if there's nudity in it.
Has Mr. Skin covered it yet?
Yeah.
There's not really. There's brief nudity. I mean, if that's what you're watching TV shows for, I guess, you know.
Do we see Richard Gere's ass? Is what I
there's no
know.
nudity too small. There's no, right, Richard Gere. Oh my God, that's a good one, Davyd. There's no nudity too small for Melvin, so he really wants to know. Mr. Skin is so ridiculous. On my Twitter, I was too busy today. He tweeted top 10 black nude scenes in homage to Martin Luther King Day.
Jesus Christ.
He's running out of content. He's like Shuli.
He's ridiculous. He is the real deal. Like there's nothing he doesn't get. There's nothing he doesn't catch.
That's like doing like top 10 Jewish actresses on Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Yeah, it is.
Oh
It
my
is.
God,
Like,
that's great.
It is. That's so
He's
funny.
probably done that. Speaking of comedy, have you guys ever watched the American Office TV show?
I've seen the American one. Yeah, I haven't seen the
Yeah,
British. I haven't
not
seen
very
the
much
British one.
either.
We'll have a look at this from the American one.
But he was pretty clear on who he thought truly deserved this boondoggle of a lifetime.
Well, he nailed it.
How did you? Were you planning on not showing that? Did you just? Because I had
just
it.
I didn't want to. I've been
Stage ring.
holding it, but I mean, if we're going to throw all the cards on the table, that's 4.
You have another one?
Well, no, we've just shown 4 examples, haven't we?
Yeah. Let's go over it again. I'll go do it quick. Ready? I'll be quicker.
Is that which is out of an abundance of caution, and so that's where we are. But if you had a 40-minute game, what are your top players going to play? Like 25 minutes of the game? Is that what are we looking at? 25 minutes from your top players? Is that where we are? The whole thing is a boondoggle.
Okay, Bon, you get yours now, and then I'll go with David's MSNBC.
But he was pretty clear on who he thought truly deserved this boondoggle of a lifetime.
Well, he nailed it. What we got was an expensive boondoggle and the makings of a...
So now you got the agency.
Of course, we're throwing them all back in. Okay, so there's.
Nobody cares about Oslo, do they? Well, he's not in Europe long. It's a boondoggle.
Guys, I know we're getting goofy with this, but this is how you learn words. You're never going to forget this word now.
We are the Sesame Street of the Stern hater community.
You people watch Sesame Street, David?
Sure. Bert and Ernie, yeah, gay icons.
Of course.
I
What a
love them.
comeback!
And if we're just blowing our loads, why don't we just blow one more?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Out there floating around like an on-off switch for me that if I ever hear it, I'll just go completely unconscious.
Is it sassafras?
It is sassafras. You're right. That's amazing. Out of all the words in the English language.
Boondoggle.
Yes, that was it.
You're such an ass.
What?
Zach Braff.
What are you doing watching Scrubs? I mean, that's like me watching Charmed at like 11 in the morning on TNT. What?
Oh well, I don't watch it, but I'm ferreting. I'm trying.
I can't believe you
once
found...
more. Just
There's some word out there floating around like an on-off switch for me that if I ever hear it, I'll just go completely unconscious.
Is it sassafras?
It is sassafras. You're right. That's amazing. Out of all the words in the English language.
Boondoggle.
Yes, that was it.
You're such an ass.
That might be the best clip yet.
Yeah, when Arm and I drive off a cliff, Thelma and Louise style, I want that clip played at our joint funeral. Summarizes our friendship.
Oh God! There's
imagine
thank
Sarah
you.
right now. She's probably jumping around, going, "I can't believe it."
Yeah, definitely.
The content.
Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Early happy birthday, Arm. Grab a couple bags of ice on me. Bon, you rock. David Boondoggle, Bockwinkel. Nick Bockwinkel, the wrestler. We got to get clips of him. I got to show you that he's a
John, we're
great
on a roll
champion.
right now. Since you just mentioned Too Shy, I made. I got you to sing a few years ago, John, and I made a song of you singing Too Shy, and we're gonna have to hear
You're
it right
incredible.
now.
How do you fucking have this work?
My heart of medicine falls short of your complaint. Try a little harder. You're moving in circles, won't you dilate? Ooh, baby, try. Hey, girl, move a little closer. 'Cause you're too shy. Hush, hush, as you are. Hush, hush, as you are.
That's the only
You
part
are the
I didn't
Jimi
have it.
Hendrix of auto-tune with that.
Yeah,
That
You
was
can
incredible.
hear it, can't you? It's just burning up the
That was
processor
not
of my
bad though.
computer.
That was fucking pretty good.
The first,
yeah.
I've got one of you singing.
You got to remember that for Christian Bond. You got to play that. It's huge.
But see, you hear how much you auto-tune can't put in the enthusiasm.
No.
And that's what John
Right.
brings to the
It's,
singing. When John's singing, he's like bouncing up and down in the chair. He just goes, his
Yeah, I
heart
was
rate
into
must
that.
go
I don't
up
even
by
remember.
like
I don't even
lot.
remember it. I don't
I remember
that.
I requested it from you in an email and all this stuff, and you sang it. And
Look at Two
and then
Master Bond. He says they all migrated to a forum, the ONA subreddit. I think we should start a new one. He knows everything about that world. Two Master. Okay.
He's old school. He really is.
The sweetest moment of Arm singing. I think there was a chatter on RadioGUNK who died, and you sang a Steely Dan song for him at the end.
Oh yeah, that was Southern Listen was his name. He's from Atlanta, and he committed suicide. It was a really sad story. He's the last guy I would think would do that. Very like stable and like voice of reason. That was like a bit. I'd known him all the way back to Stern Fan Network. It was because that's why you do, like mental health awareness and stuff, because that is truly you never know who's stricken by it. That's
check
crazy.
in with people. Absolutely. Yeah.
Sky Spectre on upon mission. Ice. Welcome, Jose Villataro. Brendan says, I thought you were discovered as a baby in a giant-sized oyster shell. Jesus Christ. Little Aquaman origin that Brendan authored there. There's Tamara Francois. Welcome, Tam Fran. Finally made it to the beginning. Hello. We need her back, and we need Sunflower Dragon back, and Black Morticia Adams. Yeah, she was a one and done. I ask her all the time. She's like I'm just happy listening. I don't that whole thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's kind of like Will Murray's attitude when we get into him.
I'm proud of it. No worries. No worries.
Sunflower Dragon. God, Bon, you were a master at that. We got a little Fred today too, which is good. That you remind me how superior you are to Fred. It's like not even close.
Yeah.
There's no way.
You're even talking to me with. Bond's so good he can talk to you in sound drops. And you leave it for a while.
And it actually
I agree with you.
You recognize that
conversation, right?
Kathy Jones.
Yep.
I mean, we got.
They say when women are together all the time, they end up on the same cycles.
Kathy Scott explaining
women in prisons.
No, Brendan, it was named. Dennis Miller's son is named after Catcher in the Rye. Yes, William Holden. That's exactly right. And his other son, Marlon, after Marlon Wayans. I mean, Marlon Brando.
Right. Yeah, Dennis Miller is one of those depressives who's like, he reminds me, the one Mark Harris aspect of him is he still wishes it was Hollywood in the glamorous 1940s and 50s.
Oh, 100%. He's obsessed with Turner Classic Movies.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks he thinks he's got it all figured out and the world is crazy except for him.
Right.
So I'm going to watch Turner Classic Movies to go back to the time. It's almost like Make America Great Again. So he wants to go back to 1958 and black and white movies. It's like saying what Andy Kindler said. What exactly are you not getting in life? What exactly are you being denied living in fucking Santa Barbara on the ocean with a $25 million mansion? What exactly are you not getting?
I remember seeing him.
Sarah? Is that Sarah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, Bon's.
I remember. I'm sorry. I'll make this quick. I remember seeing Dennis Miller on Larry King's last Aura show.
Oh no! You're talking about Tom Snyder.
No, I'm Larry King. It was 2017 or something, 2016.
Okay, because I think it was on YouTube.
Yeah, but he said exactly what Dennis Miller said. No, I just watch Turner Classic Movies and try to remember a time when, like, he sounded like he was gonna cry. Like he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
sounded so defeated, and yeah, it was.
I don't do anything. I just sit, I get up, I go for a hike, I watch Turner Classic Movies all day.
Right.
The world's insane. I don't want to participate in it anymore. That's exactly Turner
Yeah.
Classic Movies.
He sounded like someone was about to hit him. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
Nancy Martling looks like Sarah Gilbert. That's pretty good, Zersky. I didn't even think of that. That's pretty good. Oh, Gilbert wanted to change Holden's diapers. That's right. Holden commenting on Holden. I love it. I love it. Jose Villataro. Shots fired, says Jose Villataro. Oh, if anyone deserves to shoot a shot, it's moi, right, Bon? Boondoggle buzzer. So happy these guys are on. That's why I'm doing it, Sky Spectre. My NFL, the fucking bye week to the Super Bowl. You don't know how melancholy I am at the impending NFL season. It sucks. It is such ingrained into my ritual. I don't know what. David, what do you people do on Sundays to make up for that?
To make up for.
Yeah, like, well, I'm watching. Obviously, from
We're taking a grilling.
From 1
I
p.m.
would-
Eastern to midnight and watching the NFL. Like, what do you?
Well, I don't know
people
about
do?
David, but I could wash the car, and then I could play guitar.
You're not Italian, Bon. You're
and-
Australian.
David, give us something.
What am I doing on a Sunday? I'm trying. I got it. Oh, see, you caught me where I'm trying to think of a funny answer, and I can't.
No, don't.
I'll continue.
Think about it.
Hold
Get
on.
back to us later. Get back to us later.
Cleaning is big for me. Cleaning.
Yeah.
Like vacuuming, and
I
I'll wash the dog on a Sunday because that's an
Because-
hour. Half an hour process.
Right.
Go, David.
No, I was just because I don't have a real job. I am usually working on
Yeah.
Sundays. So there are events, like especially in the summer, there might be a wedding that I'm playing, or it's kind of a no rest for the wicked situation. But if I had a day off,
I was
don't
thinking
know.
about you the other day, David. I had this really nerdy observation.
Yeah.
Do you realize that you've worked for and with 3 different supervillains? The Penguin, Danny DeVito and the Penguin. Josh Brolin is Thanos.
Right.
And Topher Grace is Venom.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, I never.
Isn't that crazy?
That is wow. I never thought about that. I'm trying to think of like other contexts for them, like sick. Yeah, no, but that's great. I love
That's
that.
so-
Thank you
so
for pointing that out.
You people are obsessed with Barbra Streisand. There's
Right.
no more stressful gig on the face of the earth for a gay man, a musical virtuoso gay man, than having Babs fucking Schnazzola staring at you playing music.
Well,
at
and-
her stepson's wedding.
Right. Yeah. And as someone who is like actually not really a mega fan of hers, I was scared of her because I know she's notoriously difficult.
Yes.
And I didn't want her to throw a glass of wine in my face for. I love Linda Ronstadt. Yeah, I love Linda Ronstadt. Yeah.
Sky
Katie
Spectre.
Aldana is back, John.
Is she in
She's
there?
in the chat right now. And
Katie
I'm
Aldana, welcome. Bon and I
I'm
are obsessed with you.
absolutely losing my mind.
There's nothing better than Aldana infiltration.
Do you want to hear Katie saying hi to us?
She's going to be, by the way, they just cast her on the Housewives of Potomac. She's the new cast member on that.
Wow, here
Yes.
she's saying hi to us.
Good job, guys. Good job.
That's
What?
Katie.
How did you get that recording?
Well, this is going to sound a bit creepy. I was worried about her because she hasn't been around for 6 months or so.
Can I guess?
So I went
Can I
onto her
guess?
Instagram and I left a
yep.
comment, and then I saw a thing of her walking her dogs, and I went, well, she made it public.
Good job, guys.
Isn't that
that's
a
awesome.
cute little Katie voice? And that leads me to finally, I'm sorry, John, but I've been waiting
All right.
such a long time for this. Where did I put it? Is to explain what happened.
Katie Aldana, I'm going to put you on the spot. Katie told us it was a throwaway line, or so she thought. I caught it, and I logged it away. Katie lives a half hour from this place. Everyone.
So back in the day when you were doing the trial, this is where the Aldana infiltration drop came
There's
from.
nothing better than Aldana infiltration.
Katie's just telling us that she lives near there. So this is what happened back then during the trial. This is why. And I thought that after this, I thought that the drop was because she. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember it, and I've had this video sitting here for so long. I thought that she was out driving that day,
Yeah.
and that that's why she said that. That's why John said it was an Aldana infiltration. But now we find out, because I went right back to the source, and I found this.
Let's get Katie to get out there with a Deppening t-shirt. Sarah, send her a Deppening t-shirt and give us, see what she knows. Check back with us. Take some pictures if you would. Katie lives half hour to 40 minutes away from where this is all going down. And I think, guys, you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Guys, we really would love for her to infiltrate this. If she,
Yes, we can hear you, John.
John.
Can you hear us?
John.
I don't think he can hear us.
Oh no, is this gonna be a John has to restart his computer? Sarah's gonna go.
Guys, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We
Guys?
can hear you.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yes. John.
I'm gonna write in the chat. Hang on.
How about now?
John.
How about now?
Yeah,
How about
we can
now?
hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
John.
Can you hear
John.
us?
This is absolutely derailing my bit.
Oh God, help me.
Listen to John. We can listen, everyone. You can just listen to John struggling with his computer right now.
Yeah. It's like when.
Guys.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Guys,
Yeah,
hear me?
maybe
Yes.
that'll. This is great. Listen to.
Should I play some piano music while we?
Listen to him. This is so cute. Is everyone loving this in the chat? Here we go. Here's a bit of
Guys, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. John?
Guys, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
His screen is frozen, I think, because he should see
Oh.
Melvin's comment
Guys?
here.
Oh, you can. I can't hear you.
Can
Melvin says you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Melvin typed
is
that
going
we
on?
can. Someone
Huh.
typed that the hosts can hear.
Let me go back and come in. Well, just play sound drops the whole time and have Davyd
I'll
comment
play
on
some
the
piano if you want.
Yeah, play piano, Davyd. and I'll throw
syncopation
drops
in the year
over top.
2025.
All right, I'll
I'm
play.
a Beatle maniac.
How about now? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
can
what
you hear
is
us?
up with this?
Here we go. Look. Thank you.
There we go.
This is so.
I can't hear anything.
All right, let me see. What song do we want?
Yeah, what have you got, Davyd? Give me something. What about the theme song
Hold
from
on.
Cheers? Can you play? Have you
I
ever-
wish. Yeah, I've never played it.
it. If I just
Yeah.
go down, down, this is testing your skill.
God,
Can
did you say something?
Hold on, I've got my
Yeah.
guitar here as well, Davyd.
All right,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
hearing motherfucker.
I'll find the key.
I'm gonna
for
leave
that.
the studio and come back if
Jeez.
that's all right.
All right,
Okay.
John.
What the hell? It's like a USB port issue.
Here, Davyd, I'm trying to find the key. Hold on, here.
Okay.
Lisa Loeb wants me to stay, but motherfucker. How about now?
Let's say G. I think it's in down.
Yeah. hang on, I
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
have
Might
to
be like
move.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Oh, there we go. I'm going G, C, G, D. Making your
Yep.
way in the world today takes everything you got. I can't remember the words.
Something.
Show you. Then it goes to I think I'd be saying, wouldn't you like to get? No.
Here, I'm looking it up.
I'm going to
Kind
G,
of.
I'm going
Wait, speak
A-
again.
I went to A minor then. John, wouldn't you like it? Might be a D minor. That's it.
There you go.
Wouldn't you like to get away? Is everyone loving this in the chat? I mean, you've got me playing guitar for the first
I
time.
know. I'm looking.
ever.
Hang on. I'm looking up the Cheers theme song so I can actually play it at the piano.
Okay, so I hope it's G. It could be F. We could switch it all down and not making your way in the world today takes everything you got. I'm in F now. Wouldn't it be nice to show you? Everyone listening, is the higher one better? Making your way in the world. That's the higher one. World today takes everything you've got.
So I have it in B flat actually. So hang on a second.
Making your way, making your way, making your way, making your way in the world.
All right. Do you want me to go over to the piano? It's going to be distant sounding, but do you want me to go play it or attempt to play it?
Yeah. Your mic's good. We'll be able to hear it.
All right, cool. Yeah, we can hear you, John.
No,
Yes.
I can't hear him now, though. That's really.
I mean, it's soft, but okay. All right, I'm going over to the piano to entertain everyone with the Cheers theme song.
Yeah. I think it's in F.
Yeah, you won't be able to hear. I won't be able to hear you, so just I'll play it
Okay.
through once
You
and
noodle
entertain.
for like a minute or two,
Yeah,
and then come back
that'll buy the
and
time.
I'll
Okay, bye.
I'll sing along. He's gonna play that. Here we go. A bit of. Oh, I've forgotten how to play alive. Jesus, where's my plectrum? There we go. Let's get a bit of Pearl Jam. Oh my God.
You guys hear me? Anyone? Can't hear you.
Shut up, John. Oh, God. Oh my God, guys. Yeah, I'm still in the background, guys.
Could you hear that?
Oh man, I turned you right up, Davyd. That was absolutely amazing, man. How did you get the dun-dun-dun-dun? You got the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun straight
Yeah.
away. You didn't even fuck that. Oh, you saw the tap, the
I have the sheet music. Yeah.
That was absolutely amazing.
Any
dude.
other requests from the chat?
I'm just muting John's mic for a moment. That was outstanding. You're getting total.
Sorry, there were a couple mistakes, but yeah, that was my first time reading through it, so forgive me.
That was great. Katie's pissed off that I got that drop of her with her dog. See? Listen to this.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, she's freaking out.
Oh my God.
Wow, I've got to go back to everyone's comments while you were playing, Davyd. Here, I'm going to put them all up on the screen. That was beautiful, though. What key did it end up being in? Hold on, wait a sec. No, it was F, wasn't it?
No, it's in B flat.
No. Yeah.
Guys, got me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Kind of.
John, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
You just missed the most amazing
I'm sure I
stuff,
did.
John. Davyd.
Do you want me to play it again?
Yeah, I'm going to crank him up. John, wait, Davyd, before you go,
Yeah.
let me set it up.
Okay.
John, we were talking about Cheers. So I'm playing guitar in the background, and we're trying to work out the Cheers song. And then Davyd gets up the music on the screen, and then he goes, "Oh, I'll just go and try and play it." And he plays the first half verse, the first verse perfectly. So that's to me, as a person who can't read music, that's just mind blowing to see someone. It's like reading from a book
Yeah.
that seems so simple to all of us, but for musicians, reading music's like a pain in the ass. But good musicians can do it really, really well and really easily. So please, Davyd, go back. I'm going to turn up your mic. John, just sit back. I know you're recovering.
Was that a G minor?
Close. There's a G minor chord in the thing. All right, I'm gonna go play the Cheers theme song a second time, and hopefully.
Okay,
I'll
I can't wait.
You know what sucks is that I thought I was really cool grabbing my guitar, John. I was playing like, oh, here we go.
I'm back.
That was incredible.
How depressing are those 80s theme songs?
I know
back
there's
then?
the taxi theme and like
right, all of them. I
love the
know.
taxi theme. I should learn that for next time.
What a great word by Azursky. Mellifluous sound. Saturn dragonfly and the sunflower dragon clashing in the sky.
I'm not even going to finish that Aldana thing because that was so much I'll get to the Aldana infiltration next show. So
Okay.
Katie's reeling, John, from having her voice.
She's never gotten attention like this other than by a dog in the Potomac.
Good job.
She's such a sweet woman. She doesn't need this. Even though I think it's a backward compliment. I think it really is a term of endearment. Welcome, Little Depphead. Little Depphead doesn't know. This is how Little Depphead is such a Depphead. She doesn't know the Cheers theme. Just like the real Johnny Depp claims he's never seen an episode of Cheers.
Right.
Swear to God, I said that once.
I'm just picturing Katie Aldana.
Because Woody Harrelson was in Benny and June, and was supposed to be in Benny and June, and he dropped out, and it went to Aidan Quinn. And Depp in the interview says, "I've never actually seen an episode of Cheers," and I didn't believe him. Like I don't watch, I don't watch TV.
Like I don't watch Seinfeld, so I've never seen the Edward Scissorhands episode of Seinfeld.
Yes, he said that too.
Yeah.
He said that too.
Yeah, I'm picturing Katie Aldana getting a glass of wine thrown in her face by Karen Huger. You know,
we're not picking on you, Katie. Your voice is totally adorable, and you weren't at fault in the Aldana infiltration confusion.
Everybody
when I
loves
show
Katie
up next
Aldana.
show, you didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault, mine. But I love that little voice. Listen
Good job,
to
guys.
Yeah,
Good
it
job.
is. Charisma, right in the pipes. You could tell me that is a
She's
sweet
adorable.
woman, right?
If she wasn't married, I'd be heading over.
Speaking of, Davyd, what is your Cheers, Davyd? Is it Sir or Tom or
Schwartz and Sandy, R.I.P.
Schwartz and Sandy's okay, or Jax's now?
Jax's,
as a matter of fact. All right, guys, you ready? So now this is episode 1. Jason Kaplan, Will Murray, backstabbing radio, and there's no continuity to this meeting. I just got what I thought was good, and we'll play with it. It doesn't make sense to try to go from the first time they overrun. So I want to get the priorities here. Welcome, King, sir. Yeah, it was a weird USB port hookup. I got so excited when Bon again, I jerked the USB port out and I was switching microphones and stuff. You get rattled, right? When you're nervous.
Well, you weren't expecting to get hit with 2 more boondoggles.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
So and Davyd, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to send that through to John, an MP3 of you playing Cheers. And John will be singing the theme song to Cheers. Won't you,
Brilliant.
John? You're going to sing along to that.
Yeah, okay.
Make it the second time I played it. It was a little better.
I will. I loved it. I loved it.
One of my best friends growing up, Jim Verdone, named his son Sam after Sam Malone and Ted Danson.
Oh,
he was
better than Son of Sam.
That dude knows everything about Cheers. The thing about Cheers is too, you watch that show and you think, okay, well, the standout characters are obviously Cliff and Norm.
Right.
You go, well, because so they give the spin-off to Frasier. And Woody Harrelson is the biggest movie star amongst the cast.
Right.
Isn't that weird?
Well, didn't Carla have a very short-lived spin-off as well?
The Tortellis?
The Tortellis.
Yeah. The Jay Thomas, right? Played the goaltender for the Bruins, right?
I think so. Yeah.
No, Katie, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. No drive-bys, no Potomac drive-bys. You got to stay. All right,
Well,
King,
it was
ready?
like with Kramer. You take Norm out and try and give him a show or something, and that's not going to work. Everybody would go Norm when he and start cheering. And same with Kramer, everyone would start applauding when he came in, and that was just because of his presence and the writing on the show. It's always they usually fail, like the one from Friends. Matt LeBlanc tried to do one.
Joey. Yeah.
It was such an oxymoronic fit, like Frasier in Cheers at all. Here's this nerdy psychologist, right, dating, and he just didn't even fit in. And if you did the call sheet, what would you say Kelsey Grammer would be 8th on the call sheet?
Yeah, I mean,
and they gave him a spinoff, a very successful spinoff.
It's him and B.B. Newirth like bringing up the rear of that show. Yeah, so
it's crazy. He would have been the last choice if I had. There's Dr. Sarah. I imagine Arm's setup looks like a cross between Nick Rekieta's house and the grossest episode of Hoarders you've ever seen. Oh, Sarah, you wise ass.
Wow,
you wise ass.
Sarah and I are doing a Golden Girls in a couple weeks.
Oh, I look forward to that. Good. Thank you for being a friend, Davyd. I just wanted to say, and as Sarah reminds me here,
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh,
I've worked a long time on this. This is going to be several episodes. I don't know if anyone knows this. This is a different kind of Jason Kaplan. So Jason Kaplan and Will Murray are now the producers of this show. They are the backstabbing Iagos, especially Jason. For every Will clip is probably 10 Jason clips, but I have my share of Will Murray, and these two now have worked their way up. Some might say, really because of Marci, have probably usurped Gary in a lot of ways, and we'll get to that down the road. But I have so many. I found this from 2006. I think most people have not heard this. They had a series when series first started called Meet the Shrink with Dr. Leslie Armstrong. Dr. Leslie Armstrong has passed away a year after this came out of some strange death in New Orleans at the age of 50.
Jeez.
Bizarre. Really bizarre.
Okay.
I remember that segment, Meet the Shrink. I didn't know that she died. Was it like an accident, or do you even know the details?
I can't imagine it was an accident. I don't know how to. She was basically, her thing was, and I read up on her, she was a drug and alcohol kind of counselor. and a lot of people feel she just slipped back into addiction again and spun out in New Orleans. I don't know. I couldn't find a picture of her. Anyway, she did this series, and Riley Martin was on one, and apparently that was a really big. I can't remember. I heard like half of it, and we'll go to that at some point. I have it. I just got to listen to it again. I think Brent Hatley was on once, and some of the Whack Packers, but Jason Kaplan, amongst the regular cast, volunteered Jason's first tryst with therapy. He had been 2 years on Lexapro at this point, and so Jason does a therapy set. He'll do anything to get in the good graces with Howard to launch his channel. This is like the earliest days of Sirius, and he did a session with her, and it comes to about 20 minutes. And I'll see, it is such a strange tone, and you're gonna be kind of weirded out. I did not listen to the whole thing. I just kind of skimmed through it. And I couldn't believe how monotone he was, and here we go. I just want to hear the intro. I think most people have never heard this.
Meet Dr. Leslie Armstrong. Dr. Armstrong is the Howard 100 resident psychologist and life coach, and she's here to help by evaluating characters from the Howard Stern Show. Now, here's Dr. Leslie Armstrong.
Good evening and welcome to Meet the Shrink. I'm Dr. Leslie Armstrong, and this evening we're sitting in with Jason Kaplan, associate producer of the Howard Stern Show.
Well, I see Pellel here. Pellel, you're the one who went to high school with Jason, right? Did you go to high school with him? It's you, right? Why am I not? I swear to God, it's Pellel.
Okay,
it's got to be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the same year though. It'd be different because we would have known about this big time if he was in the same year as him.
Okay, somebody in our midst.
On the show, wouldn't we?
It's somebody in our midst that went to high school with Jason in North Jersey.
Joe, how are you, Jason?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. What brings you here today?
Well, they had an opening on the show, so I thought, why not sit down, have some free therapy. Sounds good.
Okay. You have never been in therapy before?
No.
Okay. Earlier you told me that you had suffered with some bouts of depression.
Yeah.
And you had self-medicated by taking Lexapro.
Yes.
Not under a doctor's care, but just sort of self-prescribed.
You know, my, what do you call that? My general practitioner.
Okay.
When I explained to her my depression.
That's what I do. My medication comes from my general physician. That's what I do.
By the way, this sounds like Gilbert's offstage voice.
Yeah, that's
Jason
what's crazy about it.
He sounds very not in his
I don't
histrionic
blame him.
Jason character.
Exactly.
Sounds weird though. That's why I think he's weird.
That's why
she's weird.
She prescribed
Okay.
them, but I didn't see it like a psychiatrist or anything
Okay.
while I was taking them, and I decided to end them myself.
How long were you on the Lexapro?
A little bit. Probably a little bit less than a year.
Okay, and then you just went off it abruptly?
Yeah, I kind of just started getting lazy, forgetful taking them. I wasn't, I kind of just petered.
Thank you, PC23. By the way, you've been great in the chat for us. I'd like to have him on. He knows his shit. He really does. My favorite police officer, by the way. My favorite ex-cop besides TJ Hooker. No, Tom Hansen is. You're second, PC23. Yes, this is 2006. I want to say it's March or April of 2006 when they first got to Sirius.
Out.
Okay. It's not advised to just go off medications like that abruptly. You do realize that, right?
Boy, little Depphead, you got some bedside manner with the crazy eyes. We're all crazy. That really made me laugh.
Yeah, I probably knew it wasn't the best idea, but
And how long have you been off it now?
probably about over a year at this point, year and a couple months.
Now, how does your depression usually manifest itself?
I just feel horrible. I guess I start feeling horrible inside. I have a lot of trouble motivating myself to get out of bed in the morning.
Okay.
And then I usually can't sleep at night no matter how tired I am. I'm almost afraid to go to sleep.
Afraid because...
You guys want to do some, I'm going to do some arm assumptions here. You know why he's never been to therapy? With all those problems? Because K-Rock wouldn't cover it.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
You're going to hear why after this. There's not a shot in hell he had benefits at K-Rock.
Right.
They just got to Sirius.
Well,
so
and
this is what...
I'm reminded of Jason's wedding saga, where like the price of his wedding was ballooning up to like $34,000, and Howard and Artie were, they couldn't possibly afford it, and Howard was just berating him.
Yep. We got. That's not this episode. We'll do it next time.
Okay.
Of course, I have that.
Yeah.
Of course, I have that. Jason and Will's wedding, like, run in the same kind of, almost in the same year. These two are so intertwined, it's ridiculous.
Because going to sleep means I'm gonna have to start the day again tomorrow. Like, I feel like as long as I'm still up, tomorrow's not gonna come. Like, I just have a really hard time with just ending the day.
That is very relatable, what he just said. That is very relatable. That is 101 depression. That mood of, you kind of like, you become like a night person because you kind of don't want to restart your day. I completely relate to that.
Yeah.
Is that true, Jose, or is that some crazy rumor Jason separated from his wife? Because I saw a picture of them on his Instagram not too long ago when I bombed it.
They just turn.
Go ahead, Davyd. I'm sorry.
She's a musician, if I remember.
Is she?
I think...
yeah, right. Like a classical musician.
Yeah.
Right. We got to get into her next time.
Turning off the TV and going to bed and laying there in silence.
Now, when you wake up in the morning, what is the first thought that occurs to you? Like, oh, shit, another day? Or is it more like, wow, another day?
No. First of all, it's usually, I feel horrible. That's usually the first thought to go in my head. And I'm exhausted. My head usually hurts. And I don't feel very well rested. And then I just hit snooze. I just don't want to get up and face the day. I want to put off getting up and facing a new day as long as humanly possible.
But you usually do wind up getting up and getting to work and so forth.
On a work day, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I do love my job. Even when I'm depressed, I love my job, and it's important to me. So I would never, or I won't say never, hopefully.
Thank you, Pellel. He's gifted 5 Deppening memberships. Thank you, Pellel. Some tea was being dropped on Gunk. What did Jose say that for? I don't want tea. I was on Lexapro forever. Holden, you know who else was? And he gave me permission to talk about it because he's in here. I actually invited him on, maybe for next. Chauncey Hayden is on Lexapro. And it makes a lot of sense when I show you, because I've said to him, he's almost like overconfident. And he's just like fearless going into that thing. And, whether it's him, going after A-listers or fucking Stepping Out magazine, or just the way he handled Howard. He's been on Lexapro since the early 2000s. It makes a lot of sense because it's almost like a confidence pill.
Yeah, right. I mean, and to do the things that he does in terms of
it's almost like false confidence or overconfident.
Yeah.
But at work, the stuff with the strip clubs and stuff, that's a guy who's fearless.
Seedy underbelly, right?
Yeah.
That takes right.
Never, but I have never just blown off coming into a day at work.
How about on weekends? Do you sleep all weekend? Do you stay in bed?
When I'm alone, a lot of times, yeah.
Okay.
When I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a girlfriend, but on the weekends when I don't see her, it's usually, I usually hole up in my room the whole weekend.
The whole weekend? And don't see anyone?
Nope.
Okay. How long have you been in this relationship?
4 or 5 years at this point.
Okay. And is your depression impacting the relationship?
I think it has. I think, when I'm depressed, I don't usually an outgoing person. I don't want to talk on the phone. I don't want to see anybody.
Does she personalize this?
No, she has her own demons, and she's very
demons. She has her own demons.
I'm sure his girlfriend, now wife, loves that he's talking about this right here.
Yeah, right.
Isn't that some confidentiality thing?
Yeah, he didn't read the no, never mind. Sorry, I was going to make
disclaimer.
Boring though. This is garbage. Like Howard, what the hell is Howard thinking?
He's thinking that he wants them to be so he doesn't have to do this. He's trying to throw enough shit against the wall.
But they didn't even play this on, like, Howard didn't play this on the air, did he? Like, the next week he said,
no, not that I remember, not Jason.
Some clips of Jason talking about how much of a loser he is.
Not Jason.
Nothing.
Not Jason's. He played the other ones. Riley Martin one's supposed to be everyone's favorite. Holden, I've been an Effexor too, Holden. And now I am now on, I'm going to switch too. I'm going to be on, was it Gibraltar? Cymbalta.
Well, that's what I take.
Yeah.
That's what I take.
Because
let me tell. I started off on Zoloft, so let me tell you my depression story real quick. Like when I was
Sure,
20,
Mike Walker, go ahead.
I'd always been depressed, and I remember I went to the doctor and said, "I'm so fucking like I feel like every day I wake up just like what Jason said," and he said, "Here, try Zoloft," and I remember taking it for like a week and nothing. And I was just like, all I'm getting is my mouth is really dry all the time.
Yes.
And then after a week, one day I woke up and I just went, I can't feel any guilt or sadness at all. And I couldn't believe it. And then I was like, wow, these things really, really work.
Chauncey swears by Lexapro. He thinks in 3 days he felt this surge go through him. And this is what Jason does, this overconfidence. Like it's like taking the element of anxiety and fear out of your body.
I used to blush.
Yeah.
All the time. People would say, if someone at work said, "Oh, you, whatever, that's a nice shirt. Where did you get that?" I'd just start blushing. I'd be like, "Oh, just at this place," and then they'd go, "Okay," but I couldn't help myself. It was like anxiety, and it stopped all of that. And then eventually I got into Cymbalta like 15 years ago, and I've been on that ever since, and that's never going to change.
The
But
worst
if you're gonna
thing I've
go
ever
on
heard
that,
is that. Well, so you think Zoloft made you blush?
no, depression made me
Oh, yeah,
blush.
okay,
Like
okay.
all my life, I'd blushed, and it stopped that.
Yeah. So there's
And
that's
people
just
actually, did you know people have surgery for blushing? They blush so much.
I did
because
not
of-
know that.
That's
that you
did not
can
know
have
that.
surgery to stop it. Anyway, just a little factoid.
No, that's great. Says I've heard nothing but good things about Cymbalta. My cousin.
Yeah, that's what
is on it.
Roseanne was
Yeah.
on when she did her Disgrace. So that's
I
not the
didn't know
best
that.
advertisement for it. They were the ones I think who, oh no, she was on that other one. She said she had Ambien or something, and they put out that press statement saying they haven't heard of those effects of racism and stuff from there.
David wants to know if you can get a boner still.
Oh yeah, it's harder.
Okay.
It's harder.
Oh,
but
I mean,
Crystalopolis ones.
I remember immediately. You know that, John. With
Yeah.
antidepressants.
It's
But
always
it's still if the person is just, if you just adore them, there's no problem. It's not
No.
like it's if you
right.
with them, if you just adore them, you're not having an issue getting it. But it can be when you mix alcohol into the situation, it makes it really bad. So you got to be careful. That's why. So I don't drink anymore. So that's not a problem. But
That
that's
makes one
just
of us.
that's a side effect of all antidepressants. It lowers your sex drive. That's why they give it to people who've done nasty things to children and things like that. They put them on these kind of antidepressants to lower their ability
compulsion.
to.
Yeah, right.
Well, have you noticed too? So every drug now has the same side effects. So they cover themselves so you don't sue them. So they write down 50 side effects
Oh, they have
each way,
everything.
both ways. Bon, I'm telling you, the last 3 drugs I've taken, and I said this to my psychologist. He's like, "Yeah, they put it to cover their." I said, "They're trying to cover their ass because if anything happens on this list, oh, we told you, you sweat too much or not enough or you gain weight or lose weight." They have both, and they cover their ass by putting every fucking side effect you could imagine. All of them do.
So
now.
many that I would never read the little user manual because it's like 500 different things. Like you could get
Just
a
so
rash.
you don't sue them.
They'll,
You don't want to get
they'll make
sued.
sure they'll say rashes on your chest, on your arms, itching, everything, hair loss.
Yeah,
They put that
that's a
in
big
them.
one. And or grow hair, right?
Yeah, yes.
There's like opposite reactions listed on the same product. It could do either of these things.
It's all about the legalese, David. Don't sue me. That's what the drug company is saying.
Yeah, I mean, she understands. She's not. She's very empathetic. She understands. She is not the cause of my depression. It's never really caused like an argument or anything. If that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm. So she's not argumentative.
No.
And she understands when.
How great is that? Jason's on his Howard computer while he's doing this, and you could hear his email closing out.
You can hear his Outlook calendar notifying him as to something. Right.
You want to isolate.
Usually, yeah.
And usually, or sometimes she doesn't?
No, well, I don't think she really knows what goes on when she's not around in terms of exactly the state I'm in. When I'm by myself and depressed, like, there's just nothing that can get me out of bed. I don't answer the phone. I don't go outside. I eat a lot.
Is the overeating causing the depression or feeding into it?
I'm sure it's a cycle. The eating makes me feel better for a little bit, and then I feel bad because I ate so much and I'm so overweight.
Are you compulsively eating?
Oh, yeah.
Part of Jason's brand is eating, right? So he had the fast food show and the fat guy show,
Right.
and he sort of owned it. Like, he's just like, no. And he, we're going to get into that next time. He had that big fight with John Hine about being a huckster and a charlatan when it comes to fast food. He's just trying to sell shit. He's just trying to throw stuff. He's an expert, but he doesn't have condiments, and he doesn't eat this, and he doesn't that. And that was a big point of contention to Jason, was like, you don't deserve this. He doesn't deserve. He's right. I agree 100%.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I could see Jason being someone who, like, an overweight stand-up comedian that's like, I can never lose the weight or get better because then my act is gone. Like, what am I gonna do?
Well, that was our thing with Artie, right? I said I have this thing, and Sal went into it, and it was it was really part of what when I was going after the Jason stuff. They went into this with Artie. There's an Artie Jason fight I have. The thing was, Jason was that Artie, Howard is exploiting it. He needs you to be fat, and he needs to fat shame you, and he needs you. This is your brand, and you feed into that. And Howard's enabling you. He wants you to be zonked on heroin. He wants you to be fat. And then Howard heard it. The Sal let it slip on the wrap-up show. This is when the wrap-up show was crazy. The earliest in 06 and 07, the wrap-up show was pretty crazy. Like, they didn't film it. You can't even, like, Mark's friggin' didn't even transcript it. So I go through it. It's fun because I don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
On it.
Right. It is interesting that, like, this is an example of what Howard was talking up at K-Rock. Like, come to Sirius, it's going to be insane. And then you've got, like, a morose Jason Kaplan talking to a not very charismatic psychologist. But
that's right.
But also the wrap-up show, again, I think Howard thought, like, I'm not going to put any effort into, overseeing the wrap-up show or overseeing history of Howard Stern, and they turned out to be the holy grail of transparency that ended up fucking him later on when people go hunting for clips.
Yeah, and I get mad too. Like, I'll say this, I think about this all the time when I go back and I see anything before 06 in the terrestrial days. How I wish there was a wrap-up show for that show.
Right.
All the stuff that had gone on, you wish could have carried over without Howard controlling the narrative.
Yeah.
So much stuff from the, that they would have. I wish.
Well, or even just like on the E show, like when they were still at K-Rock, Mike Ganji just being so inept to not really know how to ask a celebrity who maybe had a contentious interview with Howard, like, the right questions to really get them to be honest about what they thought about Howard. Or, I think Ganji got that job because he wouldn't ruffle feathers, with celebrities.
He was there very early on as an intern.
Right.
He comes from kind of a rich family, and they just didn't know what to do with him, and they just kind of threw him to Howard TV.
Yeah.
He could have taken the other path, I think, and been a Jason or a Will or something, but he wanted to do the Howard TV stuff. It's probably an easier job. I'm sure it was. You're not, you're kind of somewhat free of Howard in a way. And Ganji's a dullard, says Pello. John Hine ate fast food burgers. Plain. That prove you're not an expert on it. 100%. Delopoulos. Villataro Hines, a weirdo with food who eats burgers. Plain. Yeah, they go right to that. There's nothing worse than. I've never heard of that.
You know who does that? 12-year-olds.
12-year-olds.
6-year-old children.
Oh, I'd say 6. Yeah, not even 12. I'd say 6-year-olds.
By 12, you have a palate. Yeah, but 6-year-olds who are like, overreactive to the acidity of pickles or mustard or something. They just want the meat and bun, but you grow up and you acquire taste.
Hold on. Let me speaking of boners, let me jerk off to you saying acidity. Let me just hold on a second. Let me soak you in. Yeah, that's PC23's right, Ganji. A hard-hitting question by Ganji.
How did it go?
Nice, Davyd. Nice.
Yeah. Like when I'm in a really bad state, I'll sit home and order food. We don't have any food in the apartment, so I'll order. I'm so like afraid of running out of food in the apartment, then I'll just order tons of food. You know, just
order tons of food.
like on a Friday night, I'll just order tons of food. That way,
And you'll binge.
You don't have to leave the house.
I'll binge, but also that way I don't need to go out at all. I've no reason to leave the apartment. I've no reason to call anybody. If I just order it all in one shot.
I do that with ice all the time. I do it with ice. I do.
You've cleared out the ice cabinet at the front of CBS.
I've actually asked, what is the? Remember they have the whole ice bin when you walk in, like to a Walmart. Something. What do you want for the whole thing?
Jesus.
And they go, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know.
I'm happy.
Do you ever purge?
Oh yeah.
And how do you purge?
Thank you, Pellel.
I'm not hungry, but I'll eat.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you said, can you pause it? Okay.
But do you vomit afterwards?
Oh no. I didn't know what you meant by purge.
Purging means.
Oh no,
get
I thought you
rid
meant
of
purge
it.
on food. No, I don't throw up afterwards.
Do you exercise?
No.
Okay. Have you ever thought about exercising?
Yeah, I mean I have. I go through once in a blue moon. I go through bouts of going.
If I were Jason, I would have said to her, do I look like I throw up? And they pulled my fucking shirt up or something.
The gym or...
Sorry, I love how the psychiatrist is like, I just picture her with like a choose your own adventure, path for Jason, and it gets less hopeful as he answers more. Like, have you ever thought about exercise? No? Okay, great. Let me, we're one level closer to hell.
That's what it sounds like. She's on the you're right about that. That's a pretty astute observation. Thank you, Holden. I do too, Holden. I could do a whole show on, I should do like a therapy show.
You had mentioned like a year ago, I think it's a really good idea, doing like a Johnny Depp depression, like his depression or his.
Yeah, his mental illness is fascinating because even I knew watching the trial, they were forced to diagnose and list his diagnosis. And a lot of that I didn't realize, some of it was crazy. He had Celexa and shit. I mean, there was like, 10 medications listed, right?
Right.
It's crazy. So yeah, I'd be totally into that. Actually, that's a great idea. Unless you more than welcome to sit in. Look at the Semitic. Look at Dell'Abate. Jews don't exercise. Sorry, it's not true for the majority. Jews don't cook and Jews don't exercise. This is
taking walks or something like that.
No, Brendan. He's a Rutgers graduate. Benji's at Penn State. 10 years at Penn State.
Yeah, but I haven't recently.
What's your relationship like with your mother?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jason's mom's fascinating. He's that Epidus complex or whatever. We'll get into her. Not really this time, but she's all over the place.
Interesting.
What does that mean, interesting? How would I be interested by that? What do you find interesting about your relationship with your mother?
I don't really want to get into,
Is she overbearing?
That's a Jewish stereotype. She was slapping that out. Oh, she's overbearing?
She tries to be very involved in my life. So
look at Zersky with a Doris Burke reference. Doris Burke, Davyd, I don't know. Do you watch the WNBA?
No, it seems like I should, but no.
She's a female analyst. She's actually very good. She's on ESPN, and she's like she really knows her shit. She's excellent. She's an NBA analyst on ESPN. She's from North Babylon, I think, too, Zersky. I think she let that slip once, and I caught on to it.
She doesn't understand the depression, I guess, aspect of this, that depression can be biochemical in nature. It doesn't have to be, you could have the greatest life in the world. I mean, I work with a lot of celebrities in my private practice, and, the picture on the outside.
You see, I'm not as kind as Jason. For the rest of the session, I would be like, who are your clients? I wouldn't stop.
That's you going to have therapy with Allison. You would just turn it into Howard questions immediately.
The rest of the session, I'd be asking her who her clients were. She goes, I cannot reveal. It's confidential. And I wouldn't stop. I would keep. My cousin actually told me that he followed Gary Shandling in his therapist's office every time. And he said that the therapist goes, It was telling him about Shanley. Like, you're not supposed to do that. It's completely a breach of confidentiality. My cousin said the therapist is going. He said that Shanley's exactly like his shtick, that he would come in and stand up and go, "How's my ass? How's my hair?" And then spin around
Performing
and
for
go,
his
"Do women
therapist.
want to have sex with me? I just turned 60."
That's terrible.
I swear to God.
That's a waste of time. That's probably what
Right.
Howard does. You don't.
It's all
you don't
vanity,
go there
right?
if you got a good therapist shrink, they're going to say, "All right, that's entertaining, but can we talk about the issues?"
It's
you
all
know?
vanity, right? It's all that's Gary Shandling. If you know his shtick, and I do believe he probably said, but it was all vanity with Gary. Remember, he had this shtick. He would get it in his old show. He would get up, not the Larry Sanders Show, the Gary Shandling Show. He would look at
I
the camera
still
and go,
have to watch that, John. I have
"Oh,
to
it's
watch
great.
the
It was so funny."
Gary
It's
Shandling.
Davyd and I love it. It's Seinfeld, I believe, knocked off of it because the Gary Shandling Show predates it by a bunch of years, and the
Yeah.
whole premise of the show was the comedian with his wacky friends doing nothing, but it would break the fourth wall. And there's no question. It was in L.A., but it was so good. It's so clever and it's so
Yeah.
original and shit.
By the way, if I was a therapist that had a bunch of celebrity clients, I'd be thinking of clever ways to insinuate who they were. Like, if I had Whitney Houston, it's like, let's just say one of my clients is waiting to exhale, you know?
Oh, I like it. I like it.
It's so funny.
Outside looks great. I mean, they've got it all. You know, the girls, the houses, the money, the fame, and they're miserable. So it's not about what is externally around you. It's what you're feeling internal.
Sometimes I say, are celebrities miserable or overindulged that they just can't get enough and they can't appreciate life? Are you just so
they become
overindulged?
addicted. Yeah.
Yep.
Addicted
To being catered to. Yep.
needing, wanting, and if things don't work out for them, they can't cope with it like we can. We're
Yep.
so used to things not working out that we set a level. That's why hugely successful sports stars must, out of the public eye, must be mentally deranged, because when you lose, it's just agony and it's random. You can't choose, especially if a player on your team is the one who lost it for you. They lost the Super Bowl because they didn't get it, the goal.
And that's the last
and
moment.
You've got to deal with that later, even though you're not angry with them. You're just mentally like, we lost. That must be incredibly difficult.
I think it is. I think it's difficult, but I also think that it's way easier now than it used to be because these guys are so generationally wealthy that all their problems can be taken away. Back in even like in the 80s, they weren't guaranteed many lifetimes over with generational wealth. So they were living on that, and they had the endorphin rush of winning and personal, individual awards and everything else. So you get so used to that attention, they don't want to retire because they don't know what to do with themselves without that attention.
Yeah.
Well, and Howard is a prime example of someone who's gotten every, if you keep getting every toy that you ask for Christmas, every day is Christmas.
Yep.
Eventually you're going to be a bored little child sitting on a pile of toys that you don't want to play with. And then boredom very quickly turns into, I think, like an impending sense of doom, like something like you start inventing reasons to be paranoid and stressed out because you're getting everything you want, and maybe there's part of you that's waiting for the other shoe to drop. But it's just you being overly indulged.
Totally. We had, when we used to have Benjamin on our old show, he had a great, he said that Howard turned his show into every week is Thanksgiving.
Right. Yes, exactly.
We have Thursday and Friday off
through
and
Wednesday,
Black Friday. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. That's we successfully turned the show. That was a great line.
It reminds me, remember when you were a kid, I don't know if you guys did, but I'd say to my mom and dad, we have Mother's Day and Father's Day. Why don't we have Kids Day? And I remember my mum, everyone might remember my mum turned to me and went, "Look, Bonnie, every day is Kids Day."
She called them Bonnie.
And
She called them Bonnie.
Yeah, just the most, they and they're so right, I love
you didn't
those.
buy it at the time, though. You didn't buy it.
Now that I'm, her age when she had me, if I was asked that now, I'd just go,
I had that same conversation with my mom, and because we had a newspaper in Long Island called Newsday, and one of the pullouts was called Kids Day, and I pulled it out and I go, "You see, Newsday gets it. They have a Kids Day. Why can't you?"
I used to say it to her like once a year because it became so funny how annoyed she'd go, every fucking day, these kids yell at her shit.
Another year of tending to you has just been lacquered on, and she's just more and more belligerent about it.
Oh yeah, and raising kids must be hell.
Oh,
I'm
God.
so glad I'm never going through it. And the people that worry me are the ones that aren't making incredible amounts of money, but they have a cousin of mine has got 5 kids, and they can't get divorced because they can't afford it.
Right.
Don't, I heard Davyd say, don't you think I'm letting lacquered get away from me, Davyd?
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
I heard Davyd in the background go, "Oh shit, he's gonna say lacquer. Get me out of this. Get me out of this."
Right. I know.
Bon kept talking, thinking I was gonna forget it. Yes, ESG. I remember Jason. You're gonna get a lot of Lexapro, Jason, this show, I believe. I mean, let me keep going.
Right.
That makes you happy.
I agree with that.
Would you say that you're out of touch with yourself and your feelings?
No, I think I'm overly involved with my own feelings. I'm constantly.
Yeah, hey Zersky, that's a good catch by you. Gary Shandling had a great relationship with Tom Petty. I don't think people realize he was on his show too, Bon, his Fox show. This Gary Shandling show was after Jump Street, by the way. It was on that Fox, the unique shows and Married with Children. That was on, I believe, 9 p.m. It's I highly recommend it.
I know you. I've always heard you. I can't imagine that it could compete with the Larry Sanders Show, which is just the best.
It's different. It's just different. It's just different.
Are you saying it's almost as good as that? Would
you
say?
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, they had to do it every week.
I'm going to check it out because you did the mayor of Armstrong, and that turned into one of my favorite shows of all time now.
I know.
I don't think I didn't see that message you sent the other day where they're filming, they've cast it. And I said, remember in that message, I said, they put out a casting call, and I was wondering why they wanted extras. And I was like, John, why wouldn't you be an extra? Go on and try and be an extra on that show.
Well, it's in Pittsburgh. What they could do is have a house arrest episode and Bob Ostrowski, a senator around him. He does like a medical fraud. He gets arrested for medical fraud, and Bob Ostrowski's on house arrest.
I think Arm is hot. He's a very attractive guy.
No reason.
Sarah.
That's sweet.
Analyzing everything I say, everything I do, everything I feel.
Okay, now analyzing everything
this.
you do and say and feel is different than being in touch with feelings.
That would have been amazing if she said, "Analyze this."
Right. Or the lesser known sequel, Analyze That.
Pat Cooper was in Analyze This.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Feelings.
Okay.
That's more analysis paralysis type thing. Are you in touch with your feelings?
I think so.
ESG, that's really fun, poetic. Actors are like young, retired people with no hobbies.
Yeah.
All you got to do, ESG, is you run around with one of those douche derbies on. I was telling this to Davyd, a white T-shirt and a vest and a douche derby, and somehow that gives you a pass to be unemployed for 8 months as an actor.
Right. Between jobs.
Look, I'm an unemployed actor. I have a douche derby on.
Yeah.
So.
What are you feeling right now?
I'm just thinking of
uneasy,
scripts right now. I'm just reading
nervous. Because I really feel bad talking about my parents.
You ever see the hat, Bon, that actors wear? Like it's like you go into a pool hall. It's like a derby. It's like almost like
a
top
newsies
hat.
cap.
Yeah. Or it's like the top hat where you pull it down. Depp wore it on Jump Street a few times. Douche
You
derby.
mean like a golfer type cap?
No, it's like God, I'm trying to think of someone who wears it all
It has
the
like
time.
a full it has a brim going all the way around the crown.
Yeah,
of the hat.
yeah. And it looks like it's supposed to be like
I'm
a
just
hip
looking.
2:00 in the afternoon going to a pool hall with a white T-shirt on.
All right, we'll move on. Don't worry about it.
That's all right. No, I just wanted to
Sometimes you say fascinating things I've never heard of.
There's
but
so
that's
many.
one of them.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Do you mean a douche derby is DERBY?
I meant douche as in douchebag. I wasn't. That's not a real term.
It's not the real name of the hat.
It's not the real name of it. It's just
John.
a derby. Yeah. It's just like a douche actor. Like, look, I'm an actor. I have a derby on and a vest. Who wears a fucking vest under a white T-shirt? That's like that's actor like 101 at a central cast, at a work actor.
Radio show. honestly.
Well, I mean, we're not out to do this witch
No,
hunt
I know,
sort
but
of thing.
I feel bad. Like
You feel bad? Why? Because it's like
Because I
a
know my-
Jewish guilt thing. I mean, you're supposed to talk about your mother, blah blah blah.
It's just I know my parents are good people, and I don't want to be
We're
one of
not
those
saying
people.
they're
that-
bad people.
I know. Well, maybe. All right.
Are we? Did anybody say
No.
anybody was bad?
No.
We're just trying to get to the root of the problem and see where maybe the depression has its genesis, and try to work on that so that you don't have to
leave Phil
live
Collins out of
the
this.
way that you're living, sort of going to work and running home and locking yourself up in your apartment all weekend and ordering tons of food and escaping through that and not really having a life. And I think you deserve more than that. And I think you should have more than that.
The ultimate, to be a therapist, psychologist, whatever, counselor, you have to say, should be mandatory. You deserve more than that. You must say that phrase in every therapy session. That they'll keep coming back. If you just say that once, they'll keep coming back.
Did the man who killed Richard Jeni really deserve more than that? That's my question.
He's in this, David.
Is he really?
Because you
Oh,
said
God.
that, we're going to do that next.
Okay.
You're going to see Lexapro, Jason. We're going to go right to that next.
Can I also? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're in. Go, David.
I just wanted to say, I think the root of depression or anxiety or anything like that, I think that the best thing you can do is assume that it's biochemical and address it with medication, and then look at the external factors. Just because maybe the medication will, as you both attested, like it will make a night and day difference, and the external things that you could have, attributed your depression to suddenly don't bother you anymore.
That was a very polite way of calling me a mental patient. No, you know what? But there's a
my
whole
goal.
argument, David. It's been going on in mental health. It's is it nature versus nurture, or
Right.
Yes.
what's the other one? Holistic versus regular medicine, where
Right.
a psychologist thinks, oh, you're just not working hard enough. You need to get to the core of this. You can't medicate that person out of this. There's something deeper going on.
Right.
And the medication is a cop out. You're not getting to the root of this. They
that's
argue
true.
to death that that's like
They
a
think
lazy way
that-
out.
And the psychiatrist
I
says no, it's a
disagree.
chemical imbalance.
They always say that,
Two
right?
different
And the
things. The
two argue all the
psychologist is
time.
all about the thoughts and the thinking and the life,
and-
and then
and
the
it is-
psychiatrist is.
It is maybe approaching it from both ends of the telescope, but like I just
I got your telescope, pal.
thank you.
Classic
I don't know how hard I'm willing to defend the point I just made, because maybe
No, it's a great point. It is a massive, the biggest argument in mental health, the biggest debate is psychologists versus psychiatrists, and which is the way to go. They
The
both
problem-
argue to death what they're especially the psychologist. The psychologist hates that the pharmaceutical industry benefits so much off this.
right.
Yeah. Well,
I hate the lack of access to pharmaceuticals that the pharmaceutical companies kind of put up, but I think that, I don't know anyone in my life that doesn't have some kind of like chemical
Everybody does.
splash in their brain
Yeah.
that isn't quote normal,
And
So-
you need
like
something
when
to
we-
trigger it. You need sometimes.
Oh, yeah,
You know
the
how like the
trigger.
money part is like the Great Depression. For some
Right.
people, money is the root of their depression. Like
Absolutely.
if you just threw money at their problems, there is no problems. Like
Right.
but they shield it in other things. Oh, it's this. Like no, if I just had $20,000, all my problems would go away.
Do you-
Whatever that figure is.
Exactly. Do you remember we read, I think it was like a Rolling Stone article with Lily Rose talking about, like, it was around the time The Idol was coming out, and she was talking about how she has depression issues or anxiety issues or something. And part of me was like, anxiety. And I was like, okay, but you have money to address it. Like there is a way to address the biochemical aspect of it if you do have money and you can afford the pharmaceuticals and all this stuff. So
Not
why
just that. They have her because Vanessa Paradis has half his money. Or I think he threw, I'm trying to remember what the figure was. I think I heard, oh my God, it was some crazy $400 million, something like that.
Oh,
It was
no
crazy
way,
figure.
Really?
Crazy
Oh.
figure. Yeah, it was, I forget what it is. But anyway, she has a round the clock bodyguard and assistant. And she hadn't done anything. She hadn't done, fucking yoga hoses was the biggest thing she's ever done.
Right.
And she has a round-the-clock handler that does all the shit. Like if she needs to go back and forth from Paris to Sweets or whatever, the person they book the flights for, they go on the plane with her, they carry the luggage, they pack. So that's even more. That's throwing money at a problem beyond anything that anybody could.
So are you saying that her anxiety levels should be lower because of that factor, that she can feel safe?
Well, I think my opinion is that, as Jason is explaining here, sometimes there is no, even if you have or as the psychiatrist said, like even if you have the greatest life, you could still have depression issues or anxiety issues. It's not that I don't believe her. I just think that you can take your money and address it.
100%.
But I also think there are people that like to talk about their anxiety as like, a thing to show off. They're not trying to make a connection with other people who have mental health issues. They want to show it off like it's something they have that other people don't.
I think you're right. I think what you're saying too is that she's like, well, I'm a nepo, I'm born on third base. Right. I have problems too. Look, I have anxiety.
Yes, she's putting it out there in a way that isn't helpful. It's a defensive thing. It's like, don't attack me for being rich and young and beautiful and having the way, it's like
we all have our issues.
We all have our issues. She's not saying it in a way where it's like, I want me talking about this to raise all boats for other people who have this anxiety issue.
No, I don't like. She's not looking to It's not a it's like you have to cast yourself as a victim of some kind. You're not looking to pull other people out of it. That's not your intention. Your intention is, look, I might be born on third base, but look, you got to feel sorry for me because I have some.
It's such a big subject that we could do a whole show.
I know.
Showing examples of it from Stern.
We got to get to the rage.
Maybe we should look at that in the future. Like we'll move on now, but we should do a whole show on that because you've got everyone on the Stern show using those kinds of things as excuses in
Howard's got a
some
ton of them.
people's
Howard's got
opinions.
Howard's got a ton of them.
And look at Robin. She told all these stories in her book about her family life for a reason.
Yeah, the Stern Show is a pinata of personality disorders, so we could definitely do a whole show on that.
Sociopaths.
Once you start unpacking it, it is incredibly difficult to say.
It's also the Costco of sociopaths.
That too.
Oh yeah. It's
nest of vipers, as Bill Maher said.
Right.
It's one of life's mysteries in one way, without sounding silly, but it's a mystery.
Which is a mystery.
All of this. People, the way they deal with their emotions, it's very foreign to us.
I remember when Robin did the narcissism test, and not Dr. Drew, but the other guy who came in to administer the test. He said something. No, it wasn't Ablo. It was some professor from USC that came in with Dr. Drew. But he said, like, what's interesting about this show, he was talking about the Stern Show, is like all of your different personality disorders like enable and upholds the other. So it's like a house of cards that's barely being held together by these kind of.
I wouldn't be this successful if I didn't have these mental illnesses. Howard's mental illnesses, quote unquote, are a backward compliment to himself, and it always enables him to avoid his kids and avoid responsibility. It's even. Like say, oh, I'm a workaholic. People who claim it, but their mental illnesses are backward compliments or humble bragging. Oh, I'm a workaholic. I don't know when to stop. I work 22 hours a day. Like you're going, should stop.
Right. But also that like Howard and Robin, like we talked about last time, how Robin is a narcissist, where I would categorize, Howard more as a sociopath, but yet they kind of Howard and Robin enable each other for their respective personality disorders.
They're also proud of it. He's also it makes him look like an elitist. Like he wants to be risen above. That you can't do that unless you're a top 1%er, right? He's kind of proud of it.
Right.
Underneath it all, I never feel like he's ashamed of it. He's like, narcissists aren't capable of shame. Really down deep. Brendan says it's pronounced douche-das per Mark Harris. Douche-das.
And, we're certainly not out on some witch hunt or trying to attack somebody or blame them. As a matter of fact, it's...
Tamara's right, too. You're not going to find the primary issue in one session. Yeah.
It's like a sitcom taking care of a character's alcoholism in 23 minutes,
And he doesn't want to do this.
He's taking one for the team. He knows that it goes well with Howard.
When you start taking responsibility for yourself is when you're going to get better. But in order to have a solution, we got to identify the problem, right?
Okay. Well, it makes sense to me.
And if you're not in touch with your feelings, then you can't touch anyone else.
Macy sells douche derby.
That makes sense too.
Right?
Yeah.
We could package those, Benjamin, douche derbies and just call it that.
But
we'll take over for Kate Spade, the passing of Kate Spade, David Spade's. Is that his sister or his?
I think it's a cousin. I think
it's a cousin or a sister. David Spade and Kate Spade. He'll of course be part of the RSNL special and his hair plugs. I'm going to go into a whole hair plug thing. That's a big part of it.
It's a sister-in-law. It's a sister-in-law. Sorry.
Okay, sister-in-law. Thank you.
Just play this back a little bit, John, of what she just said, because I've just moved it back.
In order to have a solution, we got to identify the problem, right?
Okay. Well, it makes sense to me.
And if you're not in touch with your feelings, then you can't touch anyone else.
Right.
So, with her saying that, we are assuming that she is fully in touch with her feelings because so she can understand him. I've got a leaf blower in the background. Can you hear that?
That's fine.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good.
So she's gonna deal with his problems because she is in touch. Is that what she's trying to say? That's what I'm wondering. And
I'm just thinking how Italian you are. Leaf blowers and hosing down the driveway and washing your car. She is saying that, but this woman, her background is she's a mental patient.
Wait,
she
but
is
I
a
didn't
counselor.
say anything. I didn't say anything about hosing down the driveway. That's Dennis. I was washing
I
my
know.
car.
I had that.
I love it.
Washing the car is the same thing. It's the same.
I remember the Dennis. It's just epic. Like I remember. Please continue. I'll just.
It's the same thing.
To this fucking leaf blower.
I was going to say about the therapist. I do think sometimes therapists they throw out bumper stickers like that thing she just said about if we're not in touch with our own feelings, we can't touch others. Just
platitudes.
But platitude, right? And I actually don't trust therapists who use platitudes. In I always tell people there's nothing more depressing than a pep talk.
Yes.
So with that tone of voice of kind of oh, come on, crack a smile. There is that kind of I get defensive when I'm told what to do by a therapist as opposed to them giving me a line of questioning that makes me find it for myself.
Yeah. I had a pep talk once and the person went, this is the worst ever. Well, you're not on drugs and you've never committed a crime. You got that going for you. That was honestly, that was the
lowest.
Yeah, the lowest.
Hanging.
Right. The lowest.
You're supposed to. They actually expect you to jump out of the chair and go, "I'm fucking cured. Goodbye, sir.
You've no felonies, and you're not.
And how much did that guy cost an hour? John? Was that a really good one? Or?
It was a relative.
Oh, well, that's different then. That's
John, you're in the basement, but you're not in the sub basement. Jesus.
That makes sense too.
Right?
Yeah. But I don't know. I always thought I was in touch with my feelings. I still think I'm in touch with my feelings, and
I think you're very cerebral.
Maybe.
Right.
You know this in 5 minutes. He hasn't said. He has not said the word boondoggle. He has not said vicissitudes. Why is
if
he
I didn't
cerebral?
know him, I'd just say he's an introverted young man who seems to have some issues.
Yeah,
if I didn't
maybe
know who
slightly
he was.
above intelligence. I don't think he's cerebral.
What was her qualifications? Do you know anything about?
She was a drug and alcohol counselor. She actually was a mental patient. I think she was institutionalized as well. And so she had a huge bout. She had a drunk driving accident where she fucking crashed. She stumbled onto the windshield. Through the windshield onto another windshield.
Jesus.
Through a drunk driving accident. And she passes away. I'm going to say it's Suicide a year from now. So in 07, she passes. She dies
See,
in New Orleans.
that's strange that she's advising people about mental health. Of course,
Yep.
it is strange.
The reason she was qualified is because she agreed to the $200 a show that Riley Martin agreed to. So
I can't wait
Oh,
to get
that's
to it. We
great.
got to do a Riley Martin show. I think people will love that. We do a Riley Martin show.
Well, have you got all of these, John? That she
Yeah,
did?
I got
Or-
them all. Yes, I do. I got. Yep. I
Yeah,
do.
we should. Let's do all of them because I want to learn more about this woman because she's
Supposedly his
trying
is
to
the best
be-
one. Supposedly Riley's is the best one. She's hitting on him or something, or he's stabbed like.
Oh, I kind of
flirting and
remember
shit.
that. Yeah.
Gosh, really? Do we have? I want to find a picture. Do we have?
Don't
a
get it
name?
now. I couldn't find a picture. I tried
All
like
right.
yesterday. Like I could
All
not
right,
find.
keep going.
Right?
Keep going.
I'm just gonna
Maybe
go
a little
longer.
bit.
I think you're very much in your head,
I'm up completely in my head.
Everybody's in their head.
right?
But I try and
What mental
again,
patient's
I don't know if
not
this is
in
being
their
in touch with your feelings or not, but like in my outside relationships with the people I'm close to, I try and be very empathetic to whatever they're feeling.
So listen, do you think you'll ever get married to this girlfriend?
Yeah, I guess one day.
Yeah?
I don't like thinking about it. We're just about to move
You don't
in.
like thinking about it?
Well, we're about.
Look at the very deep Pal. This is like Jor-El advice. Going,
Wait,
I
did
think
she just
experience.
did she just laugh at him then?
Yeah.
When he said he doesn't think about it, she went, "What is
Yeah,
that?"
it's just a sympathy laugh.
No one would ever do that. No, I think she's laughing at him because she thinks, well, you can't work it out. Like she's being
Yeah, it's almost an arrogant,
idiot.
right? It's almost
She
an.
shouldn't
it's
be
not-
laughing at, and no one would ever do that. A real shrink, they're not going to go, "Oh, okay."
How about
like that.
Pellel's Jor-El advice here? He goes, I think experience cures anxiety. When you're ready for most things, you can get ready for it and not worry about the unknown. Well said, Pellel.
I agree. I agree with that. I have two thoughts.
John, what
Pellel said. I think that the medication is just like a little bit of a light switch to get you into the place where you can go out and seize life experience, and then the life experience kind of helps with the brain chemistry, and that you're reacting to new things and you're engaged. But sometimes you do need that little lever that the medication can provide. The other thing I was going to say was
I got a lever now.
Thank you. The therapist saying, like, so do you think you'll get married to this woman? My reaction is, objection, you're leading the witness.
Yeah.
Like that's a value statement. that
Well,
maybe he
well
doesn't
said.
have, you know.
That's a good point.
That is great, John. What was that accent you were doing? Because it sounds a
There's
little
Marlon
bit-
Brando in Superman.
Oh, a bit of this.
Jews completely run Hollywood. Hollywood
Yes.
is completely run by Jews.
How do you have that? Oh my God, I don't even remember doing that.
Johnny, just get your own island and fuck everybody. Just go on the island.
When did I do
make
that?
your own rules. Jews completely run.
Whoops, I've got the Jews.
Is
in
that
there
like
as
the
well.
first Deppening? When did I do? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
that.
I've been going back. Oh, you were amazing. You're both amazing. I'm doing a tribute to Sarah in the future because I got so much stuff coming through.
All right,
I'm
let me
loving
get up. Let me get through.
Oh,
this.
Move in with each other,
All right.
which is a big step, which is something
Okay.
I'm actually looking very forward to.
All right, but I mean, how do you feel about the possibility of eating the next 10,000 breakfasts with the same person for the rest of your life?
That does not scare me. It
Doesn't?
really doesn't. It's not the commitment issue of it that bothers me.
Okay.
It's actually the whole going through with the wedding that bothers me. It's the telling people that you're getting married. It's the engagement. It's the putting the wedding together.
Are you engaged?
No.
Okay.
But it's the whole process.
Is she looking for an engagement?
Yes.
And you're holding out on that?
Yes.
And she was probably expecting the ring on Valentine's Day?
You almost feel like Leslie Armstrong's gonna go. You're holding out for her? Excuse me. This
I think-
matinee idol. Sorry, ladies, is taken.
I think what I get from this is like Jason's just an insulated antisocial guy that just like, I want to be with this woman. Like, I'm sure he does want to be with her in like an official married way, but just doesn't want the attention. It's this, you have to be kind of vulnerable as the bride or groom at a wedding because people are looking at you and they're having
Right.
emotional feelings about you, and you're not in control of your wedding day. You know, everyone else, you're not in control of other people's perception on your wedding day, and that can be pressure for someone who just wants to be a voyeur, like I assume Jason does. He just kind of lurking and watching.
Zersky goes, taking Lexapro is like it's like a personality in a bottle. It is. Like, drinking is liquid courage. That's what they call alcohol. It doesn't work that way for everybody, but it's true.
And that didn't happen?
Christmas.
Oh, Christmas.
Guys.
Well, you know, love lasts usually about 7 years because that's about how long it takes for the cells of the body to totally replace themselves.
Oh, really? So everything I felt 5 years ago might be gone in 7?
Right, you know, that's what they call the 7-year itch. I mean, not to try to talk you out of the marriage.
Brendan has a great point. What kind of intellectual, quote unquote, doesn't know what fucking purge means after a series of movies with the same name? That's so true. Good line, Brendan.
Concept or anything, but.
You know, again,
do you feel the pressure of that, though? I mean,
she does remind me of Lisa G too. ESG, you're right. This woman. There's a Lisa. We got it. Yeah, Lisa G is going to be in this next time too. Okay. She had that thing where he jumped in front of her in the picture. I love that saga.
On you about this, like, let's get married. Why don't I have the ring? I wanted Christmas. Now it's Valentine's.
You can tell she's divorced, Chris.
Blah, blah, blah.
I feel badly because I feel she takes me not being enthused about getting married to her.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, as an indictment of her.
I see.
And it's not an indictment of her. It's my own issues.
Well, you've made up your own rules, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to go by societal rules.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, if I'd gone by society rules, I would have never gotten anywhere. I mean, that's for sure, right?
Yeah, I mean.
ESG goes, I really thought that was Lisa G. It sounds like her. He's right. It really does sound like it. You would think that was her.
Lisa G.
Yeah.
Am I shrinking? You're wearing fishnet stockings and leather boots?
There
You're
you go.
definitely breaking society
That's
rules.
right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Look at Jason. Fishnets. Now we see Black Canary in that. the superheroine Black Canary, Dinah Lance, is a psychologist on Young
Susie
Justice.
Sue.
In fact.
Yeah,
Thank you, Brendan. If this woman's a therapist, I guess all Piper's pits are therapy sessions as well. What a perfect way to crowbar a wrestling reference in. Piper's
It's like we're
pit.
moving in together, we're happy. Why ruin it by getting married, you know?
Why ruin a good thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think that
Benjamin agrees. She sounds like Lisa G. It's crazy. You would absolutely think that was her. Because this is Lisa G. is like this era, right? She's just all over the channels at this point.
I think that what you probably might want to consider.
Holden goes, I tried to hit on my therapist, but the therapist is the ultimate like porn scenario. You know, the bespeckled therapist, and it's just like that's the biggest like porn.
Is to go to a specialist, not just like, you know, a general practitioner. Go to a psychiatrist, get properly evaluated, see what part of this depression is environmental, what part of this depression is biochemical predisposition.
All right, good enough. Next one, because of Davyd, this is the wrap-up show. I don't know how I found this. This is like one of my favorite, not favorite, but it's just sad. The comedian Richard Jeni committed suicide, and it was really sad. I think he's like Davyd and I talk about all the time how Richard Jeni could be Seinfeld. Like his act is, I think he's a better comedian than Jerry is. He's squeaky clean. He had a show called Platypus Man, and he hit a point in his career where he's like, nobody wants me anymore. Maybe I can get some gigs like in Atlantic City. I might do some talk shows here and there, but the show kept blowing him off. He sat in the Jackie chair very often back in the 01, 02, and he called the Stern Show and they wouldn't have him on anymore. And I think he hit 50 at this point, which is exactly what happened. He said, it's not going to get any better from here. And so he felt that. And I think a lot of comedians go through that. And Richard Jeni, one of the bad things that we talk about all the time, how great would he be if the podcast era were around for him? You know, he got to take part and he could be Rogan. You know what I mean?
Right.
Evan Pollock's chat show is, but he missed that.
That's interesting. He was sort of like caught between two
No man's
eras.
land, purgatory,
Right.
like
And-
comedy
and-
purgatory.
And unlike your Mark Marons or whoever, didn't see that there was a light at the end of that tunnel. You know?
No, well, Mark Maron, that's funny you bring him up. He did that same line of thinking. If you listen to a Mark Maron interview, he said, I thought I was done. He's like, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't get arrested. So I fucking started a podcast because I had no options.
Right.
And it just worked. He thought he was Richard. Seriously, that's a great name you brought up.
Yeah.
So this is the wrap-up show. Gary and Jason basically kind of celebrity bragging about how Richard Jeni doesn't qualify for their show, even though he very much did. The shit guest they had at Sirius,
Right.
he easily should have been on all the time. There's no excuse turning him down.
They really needed that Rachel Hunter interview over Richard Jeni.
The Bloodhound Gang and Brooke Hogan and Greg Fitzsimmons and Bob Levy. That's some guest lineup they had back then. Here we go.
We had a great time. And then one of the things Howard does all the time that kills me.
So there's Richard Jeni's Richard John Colangelo. Is that the last name is actually Colangelo. And like Jerry Colangelo from the Suns. 1957 and died at age 50. It's no coincidence. In 2007. Yeah.
He goes, you got to come back again. He doesn't need to say that because sometimes as he's saying it, I clearly know they'll never come back again. But he makes people feel really comfortable. And then I know that there's people that leave here and they think that they have connected with Howard.
Basically, Gary's telling them Howard's a phony.
Yeah,
and he tells the guests, hey, we'll have you back. It's great. And he's just a huge phony. Thank you, Sweet Lou. Thank you, Xavier's mugshot. Tom, look at that. I bet it's a witch that ratted on me. Jonathan Blitz, Sweet Lou says, I jacked off to Lisa G. Come on, Sweet Lou. That's what, I mean, at that point, it was really good stuff to spank it to. Lisa G. Oh, my God.
Party.
A lot of times, too, it has to do with the fact that Howard's the bigger celebrity.
Yeah.
So if a lesser celebrity connects with a bigger celebrity, you feel a bond there.
Yeah, I'm totally. Like, I get to talk to a lot of celebrity type people, and I remember every word I say to somebody.
That's right.
But you can't.
Now listen how revved up Jason is versus this therapy session we just have now.
Yeah, no,
this
totally
is Lexapro Jason. Yep. Jeremy Harrelson, welcome, sir. Good to see you as well. Kathy Scott's back. Well, welcome, Kathy. Jeni had a history of schizophrenia. I didn't know the extent of that, Sweet Lou. I mean, I think there's a lot of things going on with him, but I vaguely heard that. Yeah, it's really sad. I think he would have really benefited from this podcast explosion.
Assume that they remember it. And the other thing is, he's got a great thing. He comes on the air. He's great on the show. Howard clearly likes him on the air. That's his bond.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Howard.
Now listen to this.
Who are they talking about right now? Before
they're not bringing up names yet. They're trying not to blow up anyone's spot. They're basically talking about guests that don't. I think Greg Fitzsimmons was the guest that.
Okay, got it.
And they're basically talking about how you're beneath the show, and we're going to lie to you and tell you coming back. And they're not bringing up specific names, but they're driving towards Jeni, and then Jason lets it slip.
Howard has told a lot of people, he makes sure everybody leaves here feeling comfortable. And he said to me, dude, you got the hardest job because, he'll meet people in public and he'll go, yeah, sure, yeah, no problem. Call Gary. And then I got to do this, the shitty work.
Yeah, you hand me the message to call him.
But it's.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
So what Jason just said, so Gary's bragging that he has to be Howard's like human shield with celebrities, how they don't come on. Gary has to answer to people who can't come on. He makes excuses, Howard doesn't get shit for it. That Howard can, good cop, bad cop, basically. But Jason has to be the shield for Gary. So Jason's the other what would you call it? Barrier to get through. So if Gary doesn't want to do it, if Gary's afraid of the celebrity, Jason's Lexapro allows him to be the hatchet man or grim reaper of bad news.
Right. And then Gary is promoted to on-air spokesperson of they're around.
That's right. That's what they're around. Right.
It's a testament to Howard.
Are you saying you do the shitty work, Jason? Was that comment?
It depends on the level of the celebrity.
Gary used to call me the angel of death.
Wow, angel of death. I would love to call Jason that in public if I ever met him.
I love. I'm sorry. I love John Hine picking up on Jason's sub-vocalized comments to just like shit stir between the two of them too. You know?
Yes, that's maybe the only thing he's good at. Nice use of sub-vocalized too, by the way. I don't think I didn't catch that.
I should have sub-vocalized
it. That sounds like the lineup at a moderately sized stage right there before the strippers came on. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Those are the guests. I had Colangelo once, some antibiotic cream on it. It was fine. That's so Benjamin. That's so Benjamin. That's such a sophisticated.
But Jason gets to do like people you've never heard of. I'll take
Richard Jeni.
Stop. That was different.
May he rest in peace.
By the way, Richard Jeni was not the lowest celebrity. It got to the point where I couldn't figure out any different ways to say no.
I love this story.
Jason has turned bright red. Your face matches your T-shirt right now.
It's the greatest story.
So, as the story goes, Richard Jeni committed suicide, and a lot of people feel it's because of an irrelevance in show business.
Yeah.
And so, much like Dana Plato that we just did, a lot of people feel the hammer, the final blow, was just getting turned down by Jason Kaplan and laughing at it, and that pushed him over the edge.
What is the date of this wrap-up show?
2010.
Okay, so it's 3 years later. I also think to add insult to injury, Dana Plato did this out during the height of the Stern Show on terrestrial radio.
Yeah.
And Richard Jeni is
99.
probably looking like, Jesus Christ, Howard in his, behind a paywall, no one fucking cares anymore era doesn't even
Totally. I didn't even think of that. Right. It's not as, there was an article how they had a really hard time getting guests, which I bet you Chauncey slipped it in. And it was like and their guest lineup was horrible. So you went there, you thought, oh God, I could get booked on this. It's longer. There's seemingly less commercial breaks. Of course they need me. If I got on terrestrial at the peak of the show, of course I get on. You're so right. That's a great point by you.
It's the greatest story. I killed Richard Jeni. That's how I see it anyway.
Jason said no to Richard Jeni like 2 nights before.
He's bragging and laughing about being I think he means it, and I think he's serious. Let's hear that again.
Right.
We should get that sound drop on. Listen to this.
Yeah, will. It's the greatest story. I killed Richard Jeni. That's how I see it anyway.
Jason said no to Richard Jeni like 2 nights before he took his own life, which was really.
Isn't that crazy, guys?
I will say it's more admirable than trying to bury evidence that you killed.
That's true.
Dana Plato.
It's more noble than a Dana Plato thing, but he's owning it, guys. This is completely applicable to what Jeni did. It has to be. It's just like Dana Plato. It's the next day, or it's the same thing. Do you know how fragile comedians' egos are in that showbiz pecking order?
Yeah, and listen, I've been diagnosing people a lot tonight, and I have no grounds to do so. But I imagine.
Hey, I told you you'd be a great psychologist, a great therapist.
Yeah, you're lovely. You're so relaxing and.
Oh, thanks.
Aren't you a music therapist though?
Yes. I was going to make some gay joke. Never mind. Anyway,
I got a skin flute you could play.
Right, exactly. I was going to say I was a skin flute therapist, but I think that if whatever form schizophrenia takes with Richard Jeni, if outside experience is informing you during a manic episode, then yes, I could see the correlation completely.
He's the way comedians think and celebrities think, and it's all about fame and the next gig and where do I stand and all. When you get turned down by Jason Kaplan on the Sirius show, when you look at, if you're Richard Jeni, you're going, wait a minute. They just had on Brooke Hogan and Greg Fitzsimmons and Bob Levy and the Bloodhound Gang, and they're turning me down. I'm platypus man, motherfucker.
And
right.
To the point that Baba Booey won't even personally turn you down. He had to.
Yeah, I can't even talk to Gary. He can't even get Gary on the phone. That would send someone over the edge. I'm sorry. I'm not being hyperbolic here. I think that absolutely played a part in that. I think Jason's admitting it.
Right.
Sad. Which is really tragic. Jason is dancing on his grave and he's cracking up.
No, I feel bad, obviously, but the whole, when you tell the story, because he pretended not to be him on the phone.
There's a whole thing going on. Jason is.
So you hear what he's saying there. It's hard to let. So Richard Jeni apparently called back and pretended to be somebody else
like a representative
to
of
representative, like Mark
That's
Harris.
not a
did
good
this.
idea.
Yeah, that's so funny. It would be great. I mean, I would love to hear the recording of that.
Derek's over someone who killed himself 2 days later. You're a sick mother,
No,
Jason.
listen, it's sad that he killed himself. He seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah.
But Gary's like, I can't deal with him anymore. You gotta call him back.
I said, Jason, you gotta call because I can't. I've run out of ways to say no without embarrassing both of us.
So the message was from a Mrs. Smith, on behalf of Richard Jeni. So I call back and
Benjamin says, "That's hilarious, Jason. Please follow in Jenny's footsteps."
Oh, Jesus.
Pellel says, "Yeah, how about having empathy for someone with a mental health right at the sample you just heard?" Pellel says, "Seems like comedians, they never grow out of the high school popularity scheme as a way for self-value." Totally, Pellel. It is. It's high school with money, Hollywood. It's whoever said that. I don't know if it was Mark Twain or whatever, but it's such a good comparison.
Well, and comedians are, I hate the era that we're living in now and for the last decade.
The
where,
Rogan sect. I agree.
Well,
I hate
well, and even other comedian sects where comedy is so overanalyzed on every podcast that the actual product of stand-up comedy is like,
you have to meet that. Seinfeld does it all. He does it all the time. You have to do this, and be this. Oh, I don't curse. I'm better than you. These are my rules.
There is something to. I mean, I'm like, I always try to do a lot of for film composer friends. Like we look at old printed movie scores and study them because we want to be better composers. But there is something about stand-up comedy that is so personal. Of course. There is something about stand-up comedy that is so personal where it's like, do we really have to dissect it like it's a...
No, you don't.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's your journey to figure out what works and what doesn't for you,
I think Artie has a problem with that too.
Yeah.
The pretentious comedian who thinks he's making the rules to...
Right.
That's... Artie's feud with Seinfeld is fascinating. I want to delve into that someday.
Yeah.
What the story goes, right, David? They went to the Brooklyn Diner.
And
Artie went with Colin Quinn. Colin Quinn's really good friends with Seinfeld. Seinfeld shows up and then didn't say a word to Artie in the same table, the same booth or something.
I remember like about 15 years ago, like Jerry was producing Colin in a play or something.
He did a bunch of one act, right? Like it's called a one-man show. It's a stand-up comedy special, but he calls it a one-man show.
It has some exactly. I think that was Jerry's attempt to like get a cool factor by being associated with like comedy seller comedians. But then drew the line at someone like Artie because Artie was who knows, maybe he sees Artie as like, you're Mad TV and Colin was on SNL. So
I think like everybody else does, they underestimate Artie's intelligence.
Yeah.
And
Artie's hilarious.
It's just he's just a smart guy too.
Right.
At a script, you really get him in the right. He's really much smarter than anybody realizes. And it takes. I don't say that haphazardly.
Yeah, my favorite demonstration of Artie's intelligence is when he sort of addresses Sal after the fight that they had, and he had my favorite line, which was, I probably make this much on the show, and I probably make 10 times as much as you do, Sal, and I'm underpaid and you're overpaid.
Yeah,
and
yes.
It's the greatest summation of the distinction of talent on that show, where Sal and Richard are there to, placate Howard's sexual proclivities. Artie is there for the fat shaming thing, but unbeknownst to Howard, he got a really funny, sort of side commentary person in Artie,
Oh, someone with charisma who eventually threatened him. Ironically, you're not making those bonuses if he doesn't go to Sirius.
Right.
And now you're threatened by him because he's more popular with the audience than you are. But you got your money, you got yours, and you dispose of everybody. Like everything Howard touches dies.
Yes.
For lack of a better word.
Right.
Pellel says, Jason, help. I'm glad Jason found help in the meds, but without introspection, he'll just turn into an obnoxious asshole and no better human. 100% with that. Did you know? Benjamin says, did you know Sherm was going to write Richard a nice note when he died? Oh, God.
Beth came downstairs and she said, like, Richard Jeni's gone. Like, yeah.
He did talk about it a little bit though on the show. I remember Brendan says Richard Jeni called back and said, "Hinson residents, can I help you?" That was the thing we did when Bartlett called the house and answered the phone and go, "Hinson residents."
Oh my god!
And a guy answers the phone and it goes, "Mrs. Smith there."
Hinson is Roy Hinson, the hybrid forward for the Nets, 76ers, and Cavaliers. Of course.
I was going to say, I'd love to hear Richard Jeni's British accent as he calls back as his agent.
Hello, that's Richard Jeni. Call me Dick Jeni.
And he goes, "No." And I go, "What's this, Jason from the Howard Stern Show? Can I leave a message?" He goes, "From the Stern Show?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "It's Richard. This is Richard Jeni." So then I go, "Oh, well, sorry to say we're passing on you for now. We're overbooked, blah, blah, blah." And he goes, "Wow, Howard's just done with me, isn't he? It's over, right?" And I go, No, it's just, we love you, but we're just, we're full." And then a day later, he shot himself.
And the humor you find in this is Mrs. Smith was a character.
As the years have gone on, I found the humor in this situation.
See, that to me becomes more the weird thing. Like,
that's really morbid. That's really definitive sounding to me. Like, I'm not even remotely questioning that that's the catalyst of his death.
Yeah.
I'm not even questioning it. Now I'm 100% sure.
Well, especially since it was like a 36-hour turnaround and not a... I feel like the turnaround for Dana Plato was maybe at least another 12 hours.
Yeah. G. Canada, you love our Armfeld with No Hugging the Learning with Davyd, because all we do is piss on Jerry. It seems like that's half the show. we could almost do like a Howard thing with Seinfeld now, like here, just switch it to him.
The other podcasts that are sort of on YouTube that do Seinfeld rewatches, like, we have the most innovative one because we hate the star of the show and yet we're going to review it anyway.
And we make sure we shit on him enough each time they're on and then the Penske file segments are really good. We love Jason Alexander and hate Jerry on the opposite end. That's our both agreement. And we love Julie Louis-Dreyfus and Michael Richards. We're kind of like, he's like our third.
Yeah,
but we agree on all of it, actually.
Right.
And our thing is on the show, we say that Richard Jeni easily could be Seinfeld. Like if Larry David had a relationship with Richard Jeni, the show could be called Jeni, because Jerry is no better than Richard Jeni as in fact, I like Jeni better as a stand-up comedian.
Well, and also Seinfeld, when it was picked up, was just like another one of the random scattergun of white guy comedians that went on Johnny Carson that got like a 13-episode sitcom deal. And how many of them did not take off? How many of them didn't have, Rick Ludwin supervising it so they'd get a second season and then a third? They kept getting all these tries, and the other shows didn't have that guardian angel watching over them.
He truly has a deal with the devil, because...
And then Larry's the one who retroactively made it more his approach and not the boring, how does real life inform my stand-up at the club?
And we say all this all the time. I don't think people realize... nothing about Jerry is interesting enough to make a sitcom. That whole Larry David's life, it's not George, it's Jerry's life. Larry David's the one who lived across from Kramer. Anything interesting that happened is from Larry David's life.
Right.
Jerry's life is not at all screen-worthy. He goes home and writes cornball fucking Pop-Tart jokes.
Right.
That's not what you put in a sitcom. So everything that Larry David is interesting about it is Larry David. That whole thing, it's nothing. Jerry he shared an apartment with the comedian George Wallace in real life. That's not his life.
And any reference to cereal or Pop-Tarts in the show is just like the packing peanuts between the really, expensive jokes that you care about,
I'm still obsessed with Scattershot. I'm still
Scattergun.
Scattergun. Yeah. Seinfeld likes them unshaven. Sick. Oh God. Seinfeld's girl is 17, an innocent with double D's.
Remember in the movie The Big Chill, and the guy dies at the beginning, kills himself at the beginning of the movie, and they're in the car and they go, "Oh, he called me, I never called him back," and the guy goes, "Oh, I'm sure that's why he killed himself."
Right.
Everybody who had any contact with that person for a week before is sure they're the catalyst for what happened.
But
now keep throwing excuses out, Gary, just like Dana Plato.
Yeah, right.
But you're completely responsible, because that's what he's thinking about right now in his mind. I hate Seinfeld, says Benjamin. He had a great show, but as a human, he is nothing, absolutely worthless. 100%. I agree with everything you said, Benjamin. I'll never forgive his arrogance over his stupid wife stealing the cookbook. Yeah, that's great. We kind of go over that on
that Letterman
Armfeld,
interview is
that
insane.
Letterman interview. That was really bad. Like, he has that outlet. He can go on any show he wants and do that to the woman, and she can't hit back because she doesn't have the access.
Yeah, after Seinfeld ended, Jerry had horrible appearances on Letterman, because you remember they had Michael Richards on via satellite to apologize.
Yes,
after
he had damage control.
Horrible. And Seinfeld's like scolding the audience for laughing at Michael as he's apologizing, and just it's the cringiest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's horrible.
I know. I can't wait to do it on Armstrong.
I mean, listen, suicide is very serious, and people shouldn't seek help if you're depressed.
If you missed it,
that's the same guy who claims to be a mental health advocate on the fucking. Right. Listen to how sociopathic he sounds, and I don't know if it's the Lexapro talking or he's just an asshole.
If you missed it, here's how responsibly. Here's how Greg and Howard came to it.
That to me becomes more the weird thing. Any contact with that person for a week before is sure they're the catalyst for what happened.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, suicide is very serious, and people shouldn't seek help if you're depressed.
If you missed it,
you hear him giggle after that, and then say, "Go on Lexapro," like me. Wow. They're going to hell. I say it all the time. They are going to hell. David's going to heaven. They're going to hell. It is. If there is another life. Jerry isn't white, bro. I saw Artie at the benefit here in Detroit, says Chris Dell'Abate. He talked about it on the show. It was for a sick kid, so that's cool, right? He was blotto. He loves saying ossified. Ossified, drunk, as he used to say. No one laughed. Well, yeah,
Yeah, I've seen
Bad
some
night.
of Artie's stand-up. It's not... He's better as like I think he's better in the position he was in on the Stern Show. He can just add like color commentary, and it's always.
Well, he could do. He's a good. Like, he just has to go on stage and riff, or just play with the crowd, or he doesn't have to do the. You're drunk when you're driving in the back seat or something. You don't need to do the fucking same that people have heard 1,000 times. His charisma would get him through any situation if he just riffed. Seriously, he's talented enough to sit there and riff.
Right.
I care less. I take questions from the crowd.
I think he's better in conversations. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
that's true too. PC23. He didn't get a boost until they followed Cheers. Right. They're going to get canceled when they go from Wednesday to Thursday. Right. That's very true. Okay. Next one. I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to. I mean, that was a David one. Hold on a second. I'm having that thing where it's delaying, throwing the video up.
No problem.
When I hit present, it gives me that fucking hourglass thing.
Hourglass of death.
That's well said. That's what it should be called. The Windows hourglass of death. Okay, here it comes. It should not have. I deserve better, right, Dr. Armstrong? I deserve better. This is so maybe let's say that. You want to do Will Murray next?
Sure.
Okay. So this is Will Murray. You'll like this. This is Will Murray. His experience. He's new to the show. He's an employee now, but he's kind of nervous and he's not been on the air too often. Let's do, I don't know, save that or Will Murray on his first appearance when he called. This is Will Murray as a kid calling in 1996. This is the video, as a matter of fact. And this is how he gets familiarized on the show's radar. Yeah, Pell, Larry David quit his job. That's a real thing on Saturday Night Live. He did. Yes. He realized he quit the writing job and he said, "Oh, that was a mistake." And then he just went back like nothing happened. And that was a Seinfeld episode.
Of you who say I'm a scumbag. Here's a letter from an 18-year-old kid being treated for cancer.
Now, do people actually say that who listen to the show?
So do the math. That means Will Murray's born in 1978.
Yeah.
This is 96.
Look at the part in Howard's hair.
I know. I know. It looks fake. This is kind of where it started. This is so he's filming private parts right now, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know who you're talking to here.
People have said it. Says here, last week, give me some music, Fred. Come on, huh? Doll it up, will you? This is sympathetic, romantic. Very good. Thank you.
Tamara Francois says that Pop-Tart movie was horrible. God, I can't believe you watched that, Tamara. Seinfeld is really kryptonite for black people too. Like he really is like black kryptonite in a way. He's lucky, Tamara, that you even watched that. I can't believe he does not deserve for you to watch that.
Yeah.
I don't believe Fred has played one sound effect today, Robin.
I've done a couple.
Black don't crack, but Pop-Tarts do, right, David? You said it so well.
Yes, that's one of my famous quotes. I love what Howard just said. Like, I don't think Fred's played one sound effect today. Wow, what a precursor for the 2020s era of the Stern Show.
Meanwhile, Bon Jovial's played like 500 already today.
Right.
Cheryl Hines, yeah, she's married to RF. That's such a weird relationship. She's sitting in the back during his Congress grilling, or Senate grilling.
What are you on vacation?
Yeah, well, you know what? Is this your vacation time?
Matter of fact, it is.
It is, huh? Well, it sure sounds it. Get a little creative. Look for new sounds.
I never watched Surge Your Enthusiasm or Seinfeld.
I've heard a new sound in about 6 months.
Okay, you're absolutely right.
Dear Mr. Stern, I am an 18-year-old kid who is being treated for cancer. Last week, I underwent a bone marrow transplant. I've been an avid fan of your radio show for about 4 years.
He's 18 now.
That's right. But since my admittance to the hospital on February 2nd, I have been unable to listen to the show on a regular basis.
Oh, can you pause it for a
My
second?
days in isolation are long.
Okay, so the music Fred is playing, I guarantee you was not the music when this originally was broadcast on the radio. Howard TV goes in and dubs in new music because they can't get the licensing for whatever Fred played on the radio.
By the way, how would they be busted for that on Howard TV, which is like a pay-per-view? It's almost like going to Patreon. How would you bust them for that?
Well, also the music that Fred plays, like he has that like really in the 90s. I remember he always played that like really dramatic, like theater organ, silent movie music. It's like, who the fuck holds a copyright for that? Like, who cares? You know?
Oh, I know. The precious copyrights. We've had some really dumb copyrights over the years, like that whale thing Bon Jovial played that had that really good episode. We got to repost that. I'm just trying to give it some space. I want to repost. It was really with Chauncey, the Christmas episode.
Yeah.
It was really good. And it was doing well. It was heading towards like 10,000 views and stuff. And it got taken. It's so typical that would be the one. And that stupid whale, like, I'm not even blaming Bon Jovi. It's such a dumb thing to be. It's from the 70s. A whale. How do you, it's the ocean. You don't own the ocean. How do you copyright that? It's from the 70s. Who would give a shit? Is like Chauncey said, isn't there a statute of limitations on that? Why would you put a copyright on that? And why would YouTube agree to it?
Right. But with any of the Stern music that Fred plays, I assumed it was already public domain stuff for the radio. So it's like why they had to dub over it for
grandfathered in or something. How are they able to play it on the radio? Right. I say that all the time. Why is Howard allowed to play pop music? Doesn't the artist? What if the artist goes like the chick from Evanescence who hates Howard? Like, no, you're not playing my song. No, you don't.
Right.
Why does he get to do that? Right, and then you go here, but you're precious about the copy. That's another great point by you.
I think what it is probably K-Rock and Sirius have like
some blanket deal with it.
They have a blanket deal with ASCAP and BMI, where Howard TV is probably so cheap that they wouldn't get that license.
Right.
So they just like put in the free music, like they do with the Jump Street episodes.
Yep. I remember writing a letter to Stephen Cannell when I bought the DVDs. I wish I could find it. I was so livid. It must have been like 10 pages long. I'm just fucking screwed. I didn't even understand. I didn't know what those rules even were. And this is like in 2004 when I wrote this.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you take the music out? That's why the artists had no problem cashing in and selling albums when you promoted them. I was, oh God, it was great. I wish I could find, it's like the old days of the internet when you lose your old email address or something. And
Long and incredibly monotonous, and I have at least 4 weeks to go before my doctor will allow me to step outside.
Why can't he have a radio?
I don't know. Evidently, it would affect the cancer treatment. I would greatly appreciate you calling me during your show or writing me a letter. I'm much too busy to do that, but I just want to show you the kind of letters I get. In other words, I'd cheer this kid up. I know this is a lot to ask from a man of such godlike stature, but it's my humble dream. Good luck with the movie. And then
David, do you know the saxophonist or Herb Alpert?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Doesn't it sound like that? He's playing like a version of that, like a knockoff of Herb Alpert's Rise.
I mean,
Notorious B.I.G.'s song. Use that to sample.
Right. I mean,
Hypnotize.
Herb Alpert was all you heard on Call Waiting in the 90s, you know.
Yep.
Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, you know. So
wow.
Yeah. I mean, and I wonder if that stuff is like, I mean, it's not public domain. I mean, I'm sure Herb Alpert is collecting royalties, but I wonder if like people knock it off and do like free versions of it, you know.
Herb Alpert's almost too old for me. How you know it is crazy.
It's my job.
Great Chubby Pickle says it well. Seinfeld is a cornball to the black community with a corn. Use a cornball. Yes, to the black community, Seinfeld is a cornball. There's no way around.
Quickly get this kid on the phone. Let me make his life. I'll tell him he's going to live and he has
You
something to
know
live
this
for.
will encourage others, though.
No, I won't.
You
This is
realize
it.
that.
No, I got. Here's another letter. Here's a woman who. You think I don't read all these letters on the air.
That part.
But I'm just saying.
We've proven his hair plugs so many times over. And when we have Christian from the Dennis Miller Show on, there's going to be a huge hair plug discussion. Because Dennis actually owns the hair plugs. He's very proud of his 5,000.
I was about to say, I feel like I've heard Dennis refer to his plugs. Yeah.
He used to go on his HBO show and look at the camera and go, oh my God, look at this. Jesus, I'm going to get so many hair plugs over this vacation. And he would take his hand and like show the hairline. I mean, he's obsessed with hair like Howard is, like Kilborn or Gary Shandling.
Right.
It's crazy.
You're going to respond to this one. Everybody doesn't know you throw most of these out.
Well, yeah. Here's a woman. Her husband died of cancer. I sent her a picture of myself, and it's turned her whole life around. Here you go, Gary. Get this kid on the phone quickly. It'll be good for my image.
Mario Joyner, Brendan, and George Wallace are Seinfeld's only black friends. I refuse to believe he's friends with Chris Rock.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Tell the kid to cry when he says he loves me. Coach him. Don't put him on cold. Get him started.
Kathy Scott, who's not even like she's sort of she's a Depp fan. I can't stand Howard. His voice gives me the creep. I love hearing from non-Howard listeners about him.
It is funny, like when we switch gears between the two topics the show covers, how the non-fans of the one thing, you know, react to the other thing they're subjected to.
Interweaving, I mean, and the uncanny ability we both have to interweave Depp with how you can kind of like crowbar him into any situation and bring it home.
And call AJ Benza and the guy from Page 6.
Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson and Chauncey and AJ Benza. God, Richard Johnson is a trove of dirt on him. I'm gonna try to, through Chauncey, I'm gonna give him my hour. You're obviously the Dana Plato episode, and I want, because we have it proved so many times in this, and maybe we'll give him the Richard Jeni one with it.
Tell them to listen so they can write up a story on it. Tell them to make it, you know, how good a guy I am.
You're finally willing to admit that you didn't give that McDonald's thing to St. Jude's, aren't you?
No, not at all. I absolutely did.
Benjamin,
no one's proved me wrong.
Arm owns the copyright to the Voyager gold disc from the 70s. my thing is on here is like, no matter what it is, especially if it's like the Rolling Stones or the Beatles, like I own all the copyrights and rights to the Beatles and Rolling. You just say that and hope.
Hey, you're on the air. I'll just take some.
Oh, you caught that, Brendan. Davyd working blue with the F word. Very risky.
Yes.
You caught that. Davyd curses so infrequently that you know it's effective when he does it. Like it's just he does it. He's the opposite of Ronnie Mund. Like when Davyd curses, it means something.
I'm really worked up.
Hi, you're on the air. Hello.
Howard?
Yes.
Yes, this is Big John calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, Big John. What can I do for
And I
you?
used to listen to you. I lived in Orlando. Yeah, out of Chicago.
Show.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's right, Will.
Here he is.
What?
He's flipping out. He can't believe that his favorite person, his name is Will.
Will.
Hello?
Hey, dude.
Oh, my God.
Huh?
Wow.
Look at Will's high school picture.
Oh, my God.
So Howard TV goes back and remasters this from '96,
right?
Just because it's Will, and they put, which leads you to believe that everything they did has been recorded on videotape. The entire show, like Richie Wilson or DePace had the entire show on videotape from those years.
Right, and from because we've talked about this before, but every camera is going at every time because they recut it too. Where it's like on the E show, this moment is seen from this camera angle, but on Howard TV, it's seen from this camera angle. So,
and they have other angles, right? I didn't even think of that. They have like multiple angles and stuff.
Right.
They can go through. Like, I was amazed that they never showed the Johnny Depp call-in interview on either E or Howard TV. This massive A-list movie star,
right?
And the only time, and they didn't show it, and I couldn't believe it. And then meanwhile, McCarthy was on McCartneyism was on the day before, and that's videoed. Ozzy Osbourne was on like the day before that. So they obviously had the cameras going. So the Depp thing is somewhere. I know it is. I was going to ask when we were talking, like, Monique, if you want to give me a Christmas present or some kind of stipend that we don't get paid, ask Richie Wilson to get me the video of Depp calling in, which was never shown on E or something like that.
Howard Stern on the phone.
That's right, Will.
He's doing that Philly accent he has, Davyd.
Yeah.
Or is it Delaware?
What's the vowel that people from Pittsburgh can't pronounce?
The phone. The phone.
Right.
Oh. It's like Pittsburgh. Dennis Miller, who's from Pittsburgh.
L's. They can't say
L's.
L's.
Can't say L's. He goes,
right.
I had my kids on a private jet and we were watching Wolfman movies.
I remember Beth in that her high school video says like building. She
Yes. They can't pronounce L's in Pittsburgh.
Howard Stern on the phone.
That's right, Will.
Are you still in isolation?
No. I went home a couple days ago.
Oh, you did go home.
I was like.
It's really pronounced. Wow, he had a bad Philly accent. Tina Fey does a good. She's from Philadelphia.
She does,
yeah.
Wild kid. I was like, I don't know. I was so quick at a transfer.
No, we talked about that before, Tamara. Tamfran wants to know: are you people taping the Grammys?
No, I don't really listen to me. No, I'm turning into a Philly person. I am not taping the Grammys. I have some friends who are playing on it, but I really don't watch award shows. They stress me out, and just I don't enjoy
It got deleted. This comment, she follows it up with, I thought you people loved the Grammys and lived for it, and the Tonys. That surprises me.
Now the Tonys I'll be there for. My goodness.
I was one of the quickest they ever had.
So let me get this straight, kid. You have cancer?
Yeah.
And they put some new bone marrow in?
Yeah, I had Hodgkin's disease.
And now you're cured?
Well, I don't know. Supposedly.
Because if you're cured, then forget it. I'm going to hang up on you right now.
Wait. No.
Chris Rock is whiter than Ed Duckfield, says Brendan at this point. Not Kevin Duckworth, Ed Duckfield, who's a kid in our high school who had was he crippled, Brendan? Or he had some kind of like weird issues with his legs? I don't know. He had to have some disease, but nice kid, really nice kid, sweet kid, not super popular, but he had some kind of like inverted legs, or I wouldn't say he was crippled, but he had something going on.
I don't know. Suppose
gym class was like a nightmare for a kid like that.
I love how Brendan like inadvertently gets you to just reveal more about your life.
These kids are like really obscure. This is like number 305 in the graduating class of like notoriety or whatever. Like this is really obscure.
Because if you're cured, then forget it. I'm going to hang up on you right now.
Wait. No, they don't know that.
Wait a minute. You don't want him to get sick again just so he can stay on the phone.
No, I thought I was calling someone who was dying. You're telling me you're all better?
You're better than that, Davyd. Don't sink to that level.
All right. I'll watch my mouth.
Speaking of like what Murray's doing, I've actually had the idea to fake a cancer for the Make-A-Wish Foundation to get like Depp on our show or something. I could easily fake it.
No, I thought
I deserve a wish. I deserve a wish.
I unironically agree. I unironically agree. You need to meet Johnny Depp in your lifetime.
The closest I can come right now is I have a correspondence going with Josh Richman on Instagram.
Okay.
Who is with him all the time. And I'm trying
I gotta hit up,
to...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. And I'm kind of just not being abrasive or obnoxious. And I'm just trying to like lay out. I talk like sports to him a lot of times too. So I'll find my way in.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do with my Depp connection too. I'm trying not to bug him too much. I think I told you about that guy.
The old me wouldn't have cared at all. I would have been just plowing forward.
Calling someone who was dying. You're telling me you're all better?
Close enough.
No, the kid's all
You
better.
even missed the hospital, Howard. How long are you holding on to that letter?
Oh, man. Well, I couldn't get to it right away. I'm a great... tell the world why I'm a great guy. Because why? You wrote me a letter.
Yes, you were such an inspiration through my hard time.
Of course. You see, this is what the world doesn't understand about me. When you were down and out, who made you laugh?
Howard Stern.
When you thought your...
The answer is Jackie Martling.
Right.
That's the real
Billy
answer.
West, right.
Billy West.
Life was ending. Because there was a point where your life was going to end, right?
Most definitely.
If you didn't get that bone marrow transplant, you would have been dead.
Definitely.
That's right. And who did you think about when you were going through that?
Howard Stern.
Right.
Every tough time.
That's right.
Rip Kevin Duckworth, Ersky, you're right.
People don't realize it.
Award shows
That's
are
right, I'm your
dead,
God.
It's true.
Oh, my God. You hear him? Did you hear what he just said?
I would like to see the ratings for award shows now versus, I don't know, 2003 or something.
They're just, no one's watching. Yeah.
It used to be, I knew everybody. I knew every award. And now I'm like, what? Shows, it's so much out there that you couldn't possibly know the actors that, it's just like, they're not household names. And that's the problem. Like, you're just not really tuning in for anybody specific.
There's a great SNL sketch about that from a couple years ago. Like, it's a fake game show where, you're supposed to identify celebrities. And the first, it's like Julia Roberts, Tom Hanks, and all that stuff. And then they go to these pictures of people where it's like, I have no idea who that is. And it's like, really? They're nominated for an Oscar this year,
And then no one's applauding. And I know.
Right. Yeah. It's great.
I heard him, Howard.
It's so true.
So you see that I'm a good man.
Definitely.
And tell the people, this is something people don't know. Who arranged for your bone marrow transplant and who donated the bone marrow?
Howard Stern.
Right. That's the secret.
Straight from Howard to me.
He wouldn't donate to his own daughters.
His own cousin.
Came to that. He wouldn't. Right. His cousin Stacy. We got to do a randarm on that.
Yeah.
That's a randarm. Cousin Stacy. Because it
Definitely.
doesn't really constitute like a full series or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then you obviously have to be on it because you people know you
Right.
people. And this
Exactly. I've seen him at the meetings. Right.
Howard wouldn't jump in the pool to save Bianca because of his hair plugs.
He had to unlace his boots. Right.
Howard wouldn't part with any of his part.
I would.
Robin's right. Look at Robin all
Yeah.
over. Proud of you, Robin. Proud of you.
Secret.
Howard wouldn't part with any of his part.
I would. Tell him the truth, didn't I?
Definitely.
Right.
You know how they get that? To get the bone marrow, they have to take a needle and they stick it in your butt 100 times.
Right.
On both sides of your hips.
It was painful, but I did it for you, kid.
I know.
But Howard sacrificed for me.
And who paid your entire hospital bill?
Howard Stern.
Right.
What am I going to say?
Yeah, just ask Scott the engineer about that. His wife.
You're right.
Howard's big up. Look at his fucking teeth. Look at what a goblin he is. Look at that. Look at that.
Lord.
That's why he got the veneers. Look at that shot. We got to get this shot. Where is this? This is at the 6 minute and 39 second mark. Look
Mr.
at
Teeth.
that. Oh my God.
Now you're going too far. It was believable for a while.
Right.
But
the
you
point
definitely
is,
wouldn't part with money.
Yeah. The point is, though, that when the kid was down and out, I kept him laughing.
Sure.
Definitely. Right.
That's good enough.
All right, good enough. You're right, Robin. So that's Will Murray's first appearance on the show. He then becomes an intern. And so that was and he's 18 years old there. Yeah. And that's the first, I can't believe there's a video of it. That's, like I said, it just proves that they have everything on videotape.
Definitely.
The next thing, what do you think, Davyd, about, people were asking me for Scott DePace. And Jason and Scott DePace is a long time feud. There's so many different fights. This is the first one we'll watch for our purposes. This is one I hadn't really seen, and I think it's somewhat obscure. And this is Jason against Scott DePace. This is not a political argument, I don't think. This is just Jason saying you suck at your job. This is a Lexapro lace Jason saying you suck at your job to Scott DePace. This is November 11th, 2006.
Okay.
I've got a blind executive producer.
I don't have bug eyes.
Jose Villataro, believe me, it pains me to not fixate on his hair, but that's for another show with our hair experts. I mean, I know I want to sit there, I can analyze it for 4 hours, but I got to move. I got so much stuff with Jason. I can't. I gotta just
put that.
I'm dying to hear Jason's feedback.
Yeah, Mr. No Nothing.
Doug Goodstein says to me, "Bring me in when Barat's here." He goes, "Because he'll never guess I'm Jewish."
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, I said, "Are you kidding? You're as Jewy as they come. Please, get out of here."
I don't look Jewish. I never get taken for a Jew.
Doug Goodstein's a very interesting guy in all this with the Howard TV firing. He has a decent set of balls. I think I'd get along with him. He really pushed back a lot over time.
I like
he stands
Doug,
up for himself. Yeah, he's in a lot of this. He's in
I knew you were a Jew the second I spotted.
Do you
him.
wear that as a badge?
I don't even have a
He lives in Rockville Center too, where Howard's from now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I have no nose.
You've got horns.
I don't
on
have a
your
big
head.
nose. You see my nose? Look at that.
What is
There's
it?
no bone.
We can see your claws.
The problem with Scott is that he really doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to directing a television show.
What?
Jason, shut the fuck up.
Good thing I'm here.
And you know what, dude?
You know who teaches him?
You hear them, they went, "Whoa!" Like,
Yeah,
it's just,
right.
like,
That's a.
this is Lexapro shit. This is just like going for it.
But
When
that's
you hear
Jason.
Sean-
He's,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you
I
go.
was
You
just
go.
gonna say, like, Jason is someone who's other people would try to, massage their criticism into like a funny one-liner, and Jason knows that the way to get Howard's attention is to just be direct.
Just direct.
Right. Because I think
Howard that's
doesn't
not. They're not
appreciate
used to that, right?
cleverness.
He's just not even playing around, right? Just look at what Jeremy Spoke says, David. It looks like Jason has actually
that
been
clip
slapped
somewhere.
a yarmulke.
You got slapped a yarmulke.
I did.
Jesus Christ.
And you know what, dude?
You know who teaches
I'm not
him
going to
how to
take
use
this
his camera?
piece of fat.
He
piece
has
of
no
shit.
experience
Shut-
directing a
You know
television
what?
show
I'll
before
take it
this.
from Howard, not from you. You
He got
fuckers.
no lessons on how to direct the show.
You're
he
a
never directed
douchebag.
anything before this, and he probably got that camera shot at K-Rock lucky. He probably just fell upon
No, I
it, and
had
now
to
you don't
work
know how
on
to
it.
recreate
Jason.
it.
Wow, he's just taking it to another level. This is almost like the Ross Zapin fight, where he's just like, a lot of people don't like going, you don't even deserve your job. You just fell into it at K-Rock like Ganji did. That really describes all of them, really. This is a pretty brutal. His fight with Artie's pretty brutal. It's not long, but Artie eviscerates him. It's on the level of anger as Artie versus like Sal or the Bro fight.
Teddy,
it's really, or Teddy.
And you're so disinteresting. Get out of here, you fucker.
Dude, don't
out
get
of
upset with me because you can't do your job, man.
so
We've been here for 9 months. You can't get it right.
Dude.
Wow.
You got to get it
This
right.
is just like the Ross Zapin fight.
Yeah.
Which everyone knows that. I mean,
I love that
That's
fight.
amazing. That's
That's a great
amazing. We're of course gonna do that, but I know a lot of people have seen that, so I'm kind of saving it for down the road.
And they were filming the wrap-up show at that time on like a shitty, like handheld
They
camera.
just started filming it. Yep.
And to
that's right.
see like Ross Zapin looks like Cuomo when he's like upset on CNN. Like he just has this like I don't know
turning
what
red.
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great comparison. Mike McN says Jason is the worst. Jay Pello says Jason is not used to being outspoken. He has no finesse. Right. So when the Lexapro, you're just going from 0 to 10. Like there is no finessing it. There's no, you just boom, just what? You just throwing a haymaker. It's like having a fight with someone. And you throw a haymaker on the first punch. This is you're not rope-a-doping. You're not.
You're gonna let him do that to me? I'll take it from you. You're gonna let him say that?
What? Now I censor him?
Cut off his mic.
Cut off his mic.
How long have you felt this way, Jason?
Who teaches? Wait. Who teaches Jason? Who teaches you how to take pictures?
Who taught you? Teaching me how to take pictures?
Who's teaching? Who's
No,
teaching you?
Scott's a good guy and he's knowledgeable about
Oh,
certain
thank
things.
you.
But I mean,
Exactly.
look, you can't get the
Direct
camera
the show.
shot right.
Go direct the show.
What can you do?
What's your
Type?
problem, man?
What can
You
you
know
do?
how to
Type?
do it. You know
You're a
everything.
typer. That's all
I'm a
you
better
do.
typer than you're a director.
Well, good. I'll take a class for an hour and I'll be as good as you.
You
The fuck
Go
is that?
for it,
Do
dude.
you
You're a
want
typer,
Jason
dude.
to direct a program to show you how?
I still peck. I still look at the keys when I type. I still do it.
Hunt and peck, right?
Yep. I'm fast, but I still stare at the keyboard. One time, my younger cousin Mark, he's probably really great guy. He's a teacher in Connecticut. He had been indoctrined into the computer age. He's like probably 8 years younger than me. So he was, when you're of that generation and your generation, you're 260 years old.
Yes.
The computers, that's part of the curriculum. We had to chase it. we weren't given, we had to like maybe take the class, or so Generation X kind of missed it, right? So my cousin Mark was such a naturally good, both his parents are teachers.
Right.
I'm on the first, one of my first times being on a PC. He's standing behind me and he couldn't take how slow I was. He couldn't. You ever see that Jimmy Fallon sketch where Nick Burns, the company computer guy, goes, move? Like, he's such a nice guy. He just couldn't watch me anymore. And he shoved me off the chair and started typing for me because I was so slow.
I had to take a typing class like my senior year of high school, but by then, you know, there's a whole thing of like you put your fingers on the home keys and you do like it, which is so stupid because I was like, I'm faster the way, like I'm pretty fast, so I can do it without looking, but it was like, if I already know how to type quickly and speed is the goal, who cares if
who cares if you're looking, right,
exactly, or that I'm got my fingers on the home keys, you know.
What's the home key? QWERTY. Who would win in a fight, QWERTY or Roy G. Biv?
Or Mavis Bacon, or Bacon, whatever her name was.
Scott got his job when like someone got sick and he was like the janitor and filled in or something like that.
God. No, that's the camera guy for
who makes more money, me or you? Maybe that might be a little bit of a proof.
That is too.
What am I doing? Why am I arguing with you? I hate
Scott
you.
Scott, you do a very
Pell is like line of the night. Didn't Davyd invent the typewriter?
I invented the printing press. Is what I did.
What's that dude's name again?
Oh God!
Now I forget too. I used to know this.
Gutenberg.
Gutenberg. That's one of the Steve Gutenberg from the Millennium Towers and Police Academy.
Notice how Jason keeps looking at Howard as he's ripping into
his
Scott.
approval.
Right,
Yep.
It's the approval thing. Right.
He's always glaring over for his approval. Hope, did I get it? Mr. Dangle says, you got to love some Roy G. Biv. Jason turned down his mother's bar mitzvah with the nose job. Is that true, Sky Spectre? I don't know if I heard that. His mom wanted to get a nose job? I'm going to have to delve
13? Jesus.
I believe you.
good job.
Jason hates Scott.
Now he's pissed.
Clearly, he must hate him.
Did he just quit?
Who put you up to that?
You know, I didn't know you.
That's irreparable damage.
No,
right
no
there.
one made me do it.
I didn't know you were going to be that harsh.
I don't know you get under Scott's skin so easily.
Scott's a good director.
No, he's a good guy.
I just want him to get the shot. And Doug, everyone back there has to work on making me look handsome, and that's the job. That's the job description. And I know it's not.
Could you imagine polishing that turd? And he's not even kidding. That's the mandate. Look at the Streisand shot here, David. Look at this. To the right side. It's always the right side. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's the way that they
good
have
side.
to shoot it like this. Could you imagine having the ugliest goblin, Marfan piece of shit, genetic, friggin' horrible genetic hand, and you have to polish that turd every day? And all this guy thinks about is vanity, and he's on the radio. It's on the radio.
It's strange that he admitted that he just loves that side. It was a big mistake for him for what we do, like finding that out. It's just it's very strange. He doesn't look good there though either. Look at that.
No, that's the best. This is a good angle. That's the good angle.
That's the good side. Do you remember on an Armfeld we watched part of the video from Jason Alexander's 2015 interview, and Howard's face is behind like two walls and a microphone, and you can just see the top of his hair, and like they probably were just like, we can't get you handsome, so let's just hide you.
No doubt, everything is calculated. Every follicle is manufactured, and don't think for a second that's some like organic shot. That's very calculated. He goes, Bellel says, if they filmed him with the lens on, he still looks ugly. That's a good joke. But Jeremy Spoke says, Nosferatu. It's perfect because Nosferatu is out right now with Lily Rose Depp and Willem Dafoe.
Thank you for the cross promotion.
Willem Dafoe and Spider-Man goes, you want to make it on your own steam, Peter. I respect that.
Good director.
No, he's a good guy.
I just want him to get the shot. And Doug, everyone back there has
Benjamin
to
goes, how do you make Howard look human without a goddamn wand? That's funny.
work on making me
Good
look
jokes,
handsome. And that's the
guys.
job. That's the job description. And I know it's not easy. I see what I look like.
Well, yeah, the
You don't have
template
to
is
point
tough.
out my problems.
Took one for the
That's not your
semester.
job. Just hide them. And there are ways to hide what is wrong with me.
Howard, that lip smacking is annoying me already. This is like 06.
Yeah.
There's nothing where we talked about eating on the air. Groundhog's Day is eating on the air all the time, and it's
there is something about the microphone at Sirius when he went there that really accentuated like the lip smacking that I feel like the mics at K-Rock
I didn't hear it
did
at K-Rock. I agree. I didn't hear it too much at K-Rock. You're right.
Can I just put a bag over your head every morning?
You want to be funny, or you want to get to work? Just give me what we had on the old E show.
Okay, we're gonna work on it.
All right.
So you know who came up with the nickname for Howard, right? Crazy Eyes?
Was it Scott DePace?
Goodstein.
Oh, Goodstein. Okay, got it.
Because this is the conversation he has to have with him all the time about this vanity for this guy, trying to polish this turd. He has the same conversation. So they call him Crazy Eyes because that's where he wears the sunglasses and he's tilted to the right.
Right.
I have faith in my team.
You should.
I do. I have faith in Scott.
We'll get there. I think we're getting very.
God, could you imagine the group text these guys have with each other about him? Oh my
I
God!
would kill for those screenshots.
I would kill for those.
Speaking of Crazy Eyes, I sometimes think like, what were Betty Thomas and Ivan Reitman's experience with his crazy eyes? Like, when they were making Private Parts, could they control it? Were there times where it's like, oh, his eyes have seemed to settle, so let's get a take?
What a great question! What a great question!
Yeah.
How would we even
like a lot of them have trouble. They can't help but look into the lens of the camera, and then they got to go cut, stop looking into the camera, and all of those kinds of things. That real actors are just excellent at avoiding all of that. Howard must have had been hopeless.
Yeah, no, and even if Howard has a scene with Mary McCormick and he's focusing on her, even if the camera is off to an angle, you still see his eyes going back and forth. I just wonder if that was an issue.
Oh, it is. You know who we could ask on that? I know you don't want to hear this, but Grillo. Because he was around him as his assistant the whole time, and I guarantee he has some insight about vanity on that film. I guarantee it.
Close.
Good. All right.
God bless you.
Yeah. Did they have it yesterday when you?
I don't know. You know what? I'm so tired. I just said,
he goes, this is after the nose job, right? This is the reveal. His fucking reveal on the whatchamacallit, the what is the name of that show? The
cliffhanger.
Yeah, the cliffhanger.
I forget the name.
Yeah,
Revelations.
The Revelation show was he had a nose job, and they're like, we kind of knew that.
With it.
Well, what is it, Ralphie? Do you know? Can you shed some light on this?
Here's the toxic that we were missing.
Yeah, I can. Your shot in the old E show, I was involved with your lighting and your shot, and
thank you.
Scott sort of refuses to involve me here.
How many cooks working on to polish this turd? There's Ralph, there's Tony Coburn, there's Howard TV to try. Like, good Lord, the vanity, right? Like, he's on the radio. And this is insane how much this is why he has 70 employees. The high maintenance production that goes into his look, who gives a
like
shit.
This image on the screen. This is he puts the headphones on.
That's his
10 minutes before the show starts, and he's not going to take them off for the whole show because
the jutting chin.
They've got to come in and do that hair all around that headphone. The bar that goes over the top. Someone's got to come in and tweak all the hair
every
around
time,
it.
right?
So
every break.
He can't remove the headphones for 3.5 hours or whatever. That's how mental it is.
And that's all he's thinking about during a radio show. Like, the only thing he's thinking about is his fucking hair.
Because if he took them off, that'd be all flat where the headphone bar is. That'd be unacceptable in his mind. He'd be like, that looks wrong.
It would be like a dent in a beanbag, right? Yeah, that's so true.
I got you beanbag, pal.
That might be something.
Would you do me? Would you do me a favor?
I even called him the other day and said, Scott, let me know. I'll help however he can. And Scott's like, well, that's sort of like saying, how do you know? I said, Scott, I'm just trying to help. I'll give you some input.
Yeah, he's defensive. Do me a favor.
Defensive.
Would you have a meeting with them and give them your thoughts?
Could you imagine having a meeting with Ralph about Howard's look? If you're Goodstein and DePace, you're going, oh my God, I can't believe we're still talking about this. Is a radio show. I would love for that to have been. Could you imagine watching that meeting?
It'd be insane.
To watch Scott like seethe at Ralph having any say in anything that they do would be delightful. Yes,
it's got to be. It drives them crazy. The fights, and then Ralph knows he has power. Ralph knows that he has access and he can say whatever he wants, and they can't. You know what I mean? Like, he has final say so. And
I have a theory that everyone who's still kind of involved in the Stern Show today felt a weight lifted off of them when Ralph died.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They don't have to pretend to like him anymore or think that ultimately he's a good guy, or, you know, and I think that Ralph probably scared a lot of them too, because, you know, like Doug Goodstein, like, you know, Ralph attacked his child, you know, and all this. Like, Ralph is not afraid to sort of go for really,
Because he has no
low blows.
accountability. There's nothing. There's no repercussions at all.
Right.
Anyone would be fearless if you had no right. You had no consequences.
Yeah.
Of course you would. PC23 says I never liked Doug. He's the only employee that dished it back to Howard, though. 100%. Yes. He didn't even tolerate the Hurricane Sandy ribbing. There's a ton of Doug going after Howard. And I think it only exacerbated when Howard TV got fired.
Whatever you want.
Doug, I am demanding a meeting between you, Ralph, and Scott, and let him look at some of the footage and give his recommendation.
Like, what kind of input would you have, Ralph?
He does, though. He's good.
No,
he knows,
I'm just wondering.
He would just suggest lighting.
I don't know. The shot Howard showed me that didn't look good. It just looked like it was like a spotlight was on him.
Yeah, it was big, bright light, right?
Yeah.
And what does that do for you? Who has complimented you? What does it do? Because you two are having anal sex every night on Monday when you have your underwear parties. Who has complimented you? What feedback are you getting? What you talk about, like Emperor's clothes? And who's telling him this looks good besides Ralph?
Well,
remember when Sal's wife called in and said you look ridiculous in your skater outfit?
You look like a middle schooler.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a good point. Where it's like, is Howard getting feedback of any kind? Like, why did he even think of the camera angle where it's like, is he getting letters when he was a K-Rock how handsome he was? I doubt it.
And if they're doing that, they're kissing your ass. Nobody means it.
And by the way, they'll continue to kiss your ass here at Sirius.
Of course. Even worse. Benjamin says, for the entirety of Private Parts, Howard's eyes were blue screened in. They're Sal Minio's eyes.
Sal Minio. That's from
And Scott's talking about lighting a set. Who gives a fuck about the set? Light you.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck about the set.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's lit the set, because I noticed it's
wallpaper.
It really is crazy. Yeah, it really is crazy. Ralph passed away.
It's nice and bright.
It's awfully bright in here.
Everyone in show business knows light is not my friend.
And I explained to Scott when we do photo shoots. You know,
why are you anti-Ralph being in on this?
Dude, first of all,
he's my guy.
No problem. That's not the point. Ralph doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He has no idea.
What was the exact diagnosis of Ralph's death? What exactly was
it leukemia?
Is it leukemia officially, or they're making up lies that it's actually something else that they're covering it? I just don't trust it.
I mean, it was some kind of like terminal illness. I just don't know.
Was it a botched surgery too of some kind where he was supposed to get something? And I don't believe anything they say. I don't believe anything the show says.
Yeah, the quote was his heart gave out due to battling a curable but rare form of lymphoma.
And then they tried to shield it in something else, and it's like, I don't believe anything the show says, especially something like that.
And Howard said Ralph didn't take care of himself.
Yeah, right. He doesn't eat rice cakes and 6 ounces of salmon, and has a mercury test every 5 minutes and a colonoscopy every 10 minutes. And G Canada goes, when you're the one pegging the boss, who cares what people think or say? That's what I say. There you go.
He said the other day, if Howard looks bright, bring his light down. That's 1 out of 25 things I could do to make you look darker. He doesn't understand.
I understand. But what do you mean?
DePace is genuinely enraged here.
Oh, he's rattled.
That's great. That's a shutdown. Usually that would, if DePace was saying that to me, I'd be like, I don't have a comeback to that. But I wonder how Ralph gets around this. This is the beauty of Ralph.
And Jason triggered this.
You're an idiot, Ralph.
Okay, well, see, that's the problem. You have that attitude.
You know, you tell me, we had an hour and a half long phone conversation the other day. Everything was cool. I said, Ralph, let me try to deal with it, and we'll get you in there later in the week. He was going to come in Thursday. That's what we were talking about.
Why are you waiting till later in the week? If you had a meeting about this on Tuesday, why didn't you tell me to come in Tuesday?
Ralph.
Why do you wanted
prolapse colon is the official autopsy, I guess. I don't believe anything they say. I don't know if you can.
I think
documentation proves it.
Yeah, I think Ralph is proof that there is karma. Is my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But Howard though, this is the.
Dangles goes. Some people tell Howard he's getting good at playing guitar at the age of 71. It's stupid. It's the stupidest.
Do it on your own,
dude. Who the hell are you?
I was saying the world had enough guitarists before Howard got into this, right, with Depp, and I'm like, now I'm going, geez, if ever there's an interest, and I'm not taking anything away from how good you are, Bon. I know you've been playing since you were a little kid, and Davyd plays, more instruments than Prince and Beck combined. But
later in the week, if you had a meeting about this on Tuesday, why didn't you tell me to come in Tuesday?
Ralph.
Why do you want to do it on your own?
Dude, who the hell are you? Why am I going to sit there? He's your guy. What's his title?
He's a stylist.
All right, DePace giving it back. I love this. I don't even remember hearing this.
Who are you? Why am I going to sit there? He's your guy. What's his title?
He's a stylist.
What do I need a title for, Scott?
What Scott's saying is, and I say this all the time, how much bullshit fashion is, or anything of the sort. It is subjective. It is opinion. It is bullshit. And what he's saying is like, who are you to decide what looks good? And like we said, there's no metrics for it. There's nobody telling him this but Ralph. So I would be enraged. Could you imagine having to take this from Ralph? Like, what does it even mean?
But what I'm learning from this show is that if I'm producing a movie and I need someone to help set up the lights, I should call a makeup artist, is what I should do.
Yes. Because he says it because you like him. Because you have anal sex with him on Monday night.
Well, why don't I have Jason back there and Will?
Hermes.
Hermes.
Bring Gary in too.
No,
it's my job.
He's got a good eye for this. I bring him to all my shoots when I do.
Like Howard's getting nervous too. Like he has to qualify Ralph now. He has to justify what his position is. He has to, and Howard, his vanity is the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth thing on his mind at all times.
Do various shoots. He comes and he
which is like for you people, Davyd, like is a direct admission to coming out of the closet, right? If you're that obsessed with vanity in your,
I'm not even that obsessed with vanity.
Right. I trust your gaydar implicitly. I really do.
He makes suggestions. He's good. He's got a good eye. He's artistic.
I have an eye for this shit, Scott. I mean, I don't. What?
It's the same guy picking out your clothes that half the times look like shit too, right?
Can we get a WNBC clap for DePace's line?
Absolutely. Very nice.
Wow. That would get you fired on the spot. I don't remember hearing this. I really don't.
Clothes that half the times look
good. He's got a good eye. He's artistic.
I have an eye for this shit, Scott. I mean, I don't. What?
It's the same guy picking out your clothes that half the times look like shit too, right?
Wow.
Right, Ralph?
Look at Artie.
I'm happy with the clothes he picks.
Yeah, well, that's not what he told me. He said you guys had a conversation. You didn't like some of the clothes.
Some I don't.
I've been asking you for fucking 6 months to give me tape, and you're
why don't you show up every once in a while? We've got him in the computer.
Finally, I had to call you yesterday or a couple days ago and said this is ridiculous already. Just give me some.
Dude, why not?
Yeah,
hey,
everyone's talking about like the medical. How could Ralph be in the 112 plan, and how would he? We said that he got so cocky with like that he canceled his insurance and like took the money or something, and then he wasn't on. But Howard, so does it really matter with someone like Howard who's a fucking billionaire? And it's so bizarre that he didn't have. I don't know. I don't know what to believe with them.
I mean, if Ralph had evidence with Howard and their extracurricular activities, I could see Howard being like, okay, this cutting you off financially is a way to pull the plug on you, if you are terminally ill.
Or Ralph saw what he spends on insurance or whatever, and he says, okay, cancel it, just give me the money. Yeah. And it ended up not, or he just was so lazy. Some people just don't go to the doctor. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know I don't believe anything they say. They're serial liars. So I don't know what to speculate is like, so unless we have documentation with them, you're speculating on a gaggle of serial liars, right? So I don't know what to believe with him and the insurance and shit.
You know what, dude? You're here once a week. You easily could ask me to look at shows, and I could show you about 20 of them right there. But no, you've never once done that. So don't.
Tamara's right, too. Here's a point we always make about Howard. The guy who's getting all the money, the guys who show this guy whose name's over the brand, why isn't he coming in to correct the lighting?
Right.
Howard. Well, Tamara's saying, why is he not? This is what DePace should be saying. Why are you not coming in? You get all the money. You make all this is for you and your vanity. Why are you not coming in to test the microphones, the lighting, blah, blah, blah?
Right.
It's never that.
Howard is, Scott is sort of playing three-dimensional chess where he's like yelling at Howard through Ralph, like you never show up,
Yes.
You should be saying that to Howard.
Sweet Lou Cineas says Howard's worth $500 million. No health insurance, really, for his best friend and employee. Paging Luigi.
Put that shit on me.
Stand in the control room. You need to put it on DVD and send it to me.
Oh, I need to do everything for you. You know what? Make it happen yourself.
All right, so I'll take over the control room, too.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure you know what the hell you're doing in there. I think you've been in a control room twice in your life.
Guy just wants to help.
Sweaty pits.
Wants to help you.
Yeah.
Delopoulos goes, Ralph never made Howard look decent, let alone pause full-length leather coats. Yeah, I mean, Howard's whole thing is hiding. So turn the mic. You don't belong on TV in any way, shape, or form. Get rid of Howard TV. You're a radio host. Just get the cameras out. And this is a guy who's trying to hide everything, but insists on being filmed. It's so oxymoronic.
Well, that's the battle in Howard's brain, where it's like he is someone who wants to hide, whether it's behind sunglasses or in a dark purple studio. But at the same time, he thinks he's going to live forever, and someday he's going to get that Brad Pitt circa 1994 body.
At 71, yes, he's going to get a genetic hand dealt to him at 71.
Right. Or he's going to find the motivation to work out and eat in the way that he would need to in order to get that kind of body, even though his metabolism is shot.
He's lying about his height. He's lying about like a chick would, like, with high heels and.
That's all.
Oh, geez, guy's having a bad day.
Man, I swear to God, if there was a block of wood here, I'd fucking smash it.
Bring in a block of wood.
Bring in a block of wood.
And that's your problem. If Jason has a suggestion, you should
shut the fuck up, Jason. I'm not going to take a suggestion from Jason. I'm not.
Why? What's
wrong
with Jason?
Because Jason doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Jason's a very hard worker.
Why don't we just get called? Take some calls. Maybe I'll take some suggestions.
You got to remember too, Jason is in cahoots with Ralph at this time too.
Right.
So Ralph is the whole Geek Time thing, and Ralph was involved in a lot of the shows on the early days of Sirius. A ton of stuff. He even hosted the Superfan Roundtable a few times.
Jason is more. Jason takes a page from Ralph a little bit more in terms of his way of needling people on the staff. Because
he's definitely influenced by him.
It's the directness. Like Ralph and Jason are not trying to be clever in how they insult people. They just say it.
That's
plainly,
a great comparison. You're right. There's a lot of similarities. You're right.
Suggestion from them.
Jason didn't offer a suggestion. Ralph did, and Ralph has a track record of working on the E! Show. He's an employee.
Fine.
Of them.
So we'll get him in, and he can fix it.
All right. Good.
All right,
now
good,
you're talking.
Then I can be on the golf course more.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Golf. He doesn't pronounce the L's either. Golf.
Golf.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. I haven't put enough time here. Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, it is the problem.
It is not the problem.
You just said it's the problem that you're on the golf
course. I said maybe that is.
If that's the problem, let's straighten that out.
The theory is that, Howard had Ralph like an Epstein kind of thing where he knows all the secrets and shit. That's why he had Beth go to and clean out all this embarrassing shit that he has.
At 5 in the morning.
At 5 in the morning.
All right.
So you got to dump either the Xbox or the golfing. Man.
Dude, shut up with the Xbox. It's a joke that's went on too long. I play the thing once every 3 months.
Sure.
With the headset?
I haven't done that in a year.
Thank you, Ralph.
Take camera 4.
Oh my goodness, poor Scott's gonna commit suicide.
No, he's fine. He's just
That's too much of a beat now for him. He can't take it.
I'm going to make Ralph his boss.
You just told him that everybody can tell him how to do his job.
Sometimes it's fun to go.
Okay.
Jason.
This is interesting. They have a wrap-up show recorded on video, and they weren't doing it yet. So they clearly had cameras in the wrap-up show at the time when they weren't doing it. They didn't start showing that until later on Howard TV, unless they really needed it. So somehow they have footage of the wrap-up show here.
Someone had a BlackBerry that had a video component to it.
That's exactly the phone that was there on it, or a T-Mobile Sidekick.
Ralph on the wrap-up show.
You really do believe that Scott doesn't have the talent to do Scott directs the show.
Hey, let's look in the background a little bit, guys. What do we got in the background?
We got
No, I'm just trying to. He looks familiar. This guy. Who is that?
I think Scott carried himself.
Great.
Is that security?
Might be security, and I don't know who the guy on the left is.
Yeah, he's got something on his arm there. Look at the top of his arm.
Yeah, like a
shoulder. Sorry.
A little bit of confidence, with a little bit of self-importance,
and
sometimes sometimes fun to go.
See, that's just it, dude.
Like a lot of us here.
Piano.
Look at behind Scott.
Oh,
so is that the fishbowl thing they had with it?
Yeah.
We never see this shot.
Wow.
Also, it's a little booth. See on the right, they've just built a little booth type thing.
Didn't they switch wrap-up show studios at a certain point? This is the original one that we never got to see.
Yeah.
That must be that fishbowl thing, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I feel like behind is that where that infamous like Howard and Ronnie walking in the morning video, like they walk past some glass doors? Is that
maybe? I gotta like look at that again and like compare that. That's a good question.
You know nothing.
Listen.
You know nothing. You're sitting there listening to Howard. You know nothing. What
How do
goes
you
into
know
my
what
job?
I know? What I, listen, you don't know
I
anything.
know you're an idiot.
Dude, every day you leave here at noon. I'm here till 5, 6
Bullshit.
working. You don't know anything.
You don't know what time.
Now, do you know why Ganji took the Howard TV job in E? You hear what he just said? Every day you leave here at noon.
Right.
And Jason says, I'm here till 6, 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So he's there. I mean, I can't wait to show you the salary he got at K-Rock, which I don't think it got too much better.
I leave. I don't leave here at noon.
Look, one of the great things
And
about
just because
this
I
place
leave here doesn't mean I'm done my work. I do plenty of work from home.
is that a lot of us came from not a lot of experience. Even Gary wasn't a producer.
Look at these computers here. I want to, God, Bon, if we could somehow get a zoom on that. I'm so obsessed with this little shit in the background. Damn it. I wish we could somehow, if it was clear enough.
Well, that's Lotus Notes on the right. That computer.
Oh,
on
that's
the right.
Lotus Notes, right? Good catch, Bon.
Oh, very good.
That's why we're called Lotus Notes, guys, if you're wondering. This is why.
That one.
We should use that half cut off screen as the logo for the show.
Guys,
Why
straight
not?
ahead, under the microphone. What is that hallway? Like I guess you go like a corridor, like straight through.
That looks bizarre. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what is that? Where's that going? Is that Howard's way in?
I think it's this is so obscure, but there's a clip from the 2006 era where Howard is like consoling a crying Penny Crone in the hallway.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I think that's the hallway where they did it.
I think you're right.
Because I remember there was like a black wall
yeah,
or something.
Jose Villataro's. It actually looks unfinished.
It could be that too.
Yeah, it's a kind of serious. I think was around. It's longer than I thought. It was like early 2000s. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, who the hell had that at that time?
Yeah.
The fishbowl looks different.
He turned into a great producer, and you turned into an okay director. So I don't understand what the problem is.
I swear to God, guys, I can't do this. I'm done. I gotta.
Really?
I got real work to do.
No, I got you.
I'm about. Dude, at another point in my life, I would have taken you and fucking kicked the shit out of you.
Oh,
So
why me? What, everyone's goofing on you?
Wow, this is just like Ross Apin.
Yeah.
And you gotta come and take this shit out of me?
This is like torture. I'm sitting there in a fucking glass booth, and I gotta listen to this fat fuck tell me shit.
Oh, sorry.
My dream. I've been doing this, and I'm not working hard enough at it. Is I want to get the last days of Howard TV, and I desperately want to look in the background and see if we could spot Marci Turk, like just scurrying off in the background. I got to find something. I'm not going to stop
that
until I know
one,
we can
don't
find
we?
it. What's that?
There's one though. Where you
No,
can
not
see
that.
her.
Not the birthday show. Like during Howard TV.
No,
that
no, no,
she's
no. I
in
mean,
the background.
No, I mean, there's one where she's.
Oh, you're talking about
standing-
Gary's office when
I
she.
can't
like, he kept-
remember. No, I
yeah.
think she's standing down the hallway talking to someone. I think, but I might just be.
You might be right.
Because I want it so much.
Yeah, you might be right, but
I
that's
think there's
definitely
a
something.
screen grab, but it probably. That's
gonna,
how
like,
hidden
go-
she is.
Like all of like 2013, 2012. That's when she would pop up, and I want to go through and just look in the background exclusively.
Hey, Skinny. Scott, if you don't really care.
Would have taken you and fucking kicked the shit out of you.
Oh,
So
why
I don't-
me? What,
I don't
everyone's
wanna
goofing on
sit
you,
here.
and you gotta come and
Dude,
take this shit out of me?
This is like torture. I'm sitting there in a fucking glass booth, and I gotta listen to this fat fuck tell me shit.
Oh, sorry, Skinny. Scott, if you don't really care.
I'm certainly, dude. Listen, I'll take my shape over yours any day.
Oh, please, you fat thighs.
I would love to see John Hine and Gary have to break up a fight in this booth, and everything goes flying, and the microphone would be so great.
The amount of man boob that would be flying around that room would be
Villataro says Howard TV's office was moved to a different floor. Well, I'm just talking about the wrap-up show.
Yeah.
Howard TV had an office, I remember, downtown in like Tribeca or something.
Really?
Would you read the address at the end of Howard TV? They might have had, they might have been. I know Scott, the engineer, was moved. Howard TV, I think, was. I do know they had an office downtown. So he leaves there and goes downtown to edit the shit.
They weren't even in the McGraw-Hill building.
No,
crazy that they couldn't.
Their
do
main
that.
offices was like where. So I think they would leave. He leaves there at noon, and they all go to edit the shit in like Soho or Tribeca.
Dude, you got fat everything. You've got 8 chins. You've got no hair. You've got no life. You make no money. You've got no fucking future.
Oh my
what
God.
do you do? You're nothing.
No life.
Piece of shit.
Psychotic.
Listen, you're very lucky. You have a wife who
piece
makes a
of
lot of
shit.
money because
You know what?
your youth has all went away. So don't worry about it.
Oh man!
Wow. He
Jason.
was brutal.
Jason.
I have that whole fight thanks to our buddy Boff, I think. Who this is Boff's dream, by the way. He's been begging me, to do this really since, and so this is the thing I could not get RADIOGUNK to do. I was so in every week. I'd be like, why are we not doing these theme shows anymore? And this was the thing, and this is like really, really, really.
I've got a question
irritating.
about that because all the times you interviewed Grillo with RADIOGUNK, how come you were saying much earlier tonight about private parts, you didn't talk to him about being on the set? That's not
We did.
in any.
Yes, we did. It was really early on. It was the first year. We did. I said to him during. I would go, like, how could you promote? How could a show? I talked about how little money it made. I'm like, how could you claim to have 20-something million listeners, and none of them bought a ticket? If they all bought one ticket, it would make $100 million. So how is it?
I mean more on set stories.
No, he
like
had a ton of
day
stories.
by
No, he
day
had a ton.
on set.
He did. He did.
I would have heard.
We
them.
got more of them.
Maybe it's 2016. Maybe it's then.
He's a good arguer.
Jason did sound like a chick when he went, "You have fat thighs."
Scott fell for it.
Then DePace walked out of the wrap-up
Yeah,
show.
that's when he walked out. And then all of a sudden I heard this thunderous, thing. And he was running down the hall to get back there.
I don't need to know how an engine works, but if the car doesn't start, you got to.
Yeah, but if I go to the mechanic and say
my car's not starting.
If I go to the mechanic and say, "Oh, I bet it's because you didn't put gas in it," isn't he going to be fucking a little offended?
No.
Yes.
That's a good analogy.
Why are you
piece
so
of
fucking
shit.
defensive? That's your problem, Scott.
No, your problem
he's insecure.
Jason's right. It is insecurity.
So Scott ran out of the studio, and here he is. I think it was the noise from his thunderous thighs as he ran down the hall to get back in.
Do you respect Ralph's opinion?
No.
This is really. I mean, this is the best part of this. Because I'm trying to, and I know we're going to do really obvious stuff. I can't not do the Ross Zapin fight. I know everyone's seen it. I know it 100 times, whatever. It's totally, I'm going back to it, believe me. I just wanted the stuff I feel people haven't seen. It's not like a distinct order to this, but I know people haven't seen this. I mean, this is from the wrap-up show that wasn't labeled, and that's a video. I'm sure somebody's seen it, but I'm saying this is obscure.
Yeah.
And people will be able to actually hear what you're saying as well,
right,
John.
Yeah. I think that
these versions,
Scott is kind of a boob in a way where it's like the way to defeat Jason or Ralph is to either not come back at them or join them in a joke about be self-deprecating. It's kind of like what Artie did. Like Artie was clever on that show because he would always kind of be self-deprecating, and then people, I think, it sort of throws people off the trail that are looking.
No, I know what you're saying. It's the way to win in any argument. Chauncey does this.
Yeah.
The way to win any argument is you make fun of yourself before they can.
Exactly.
Your Achilles heels, you out your own Achilles heels, so they have nothing to play with. They can't go after anything. And Jason's really good at that. Yeah, I'm fat, I'm ugly, whatever. That's all you got. And
right.
that's
and
once you go to that,
right.
Right. You can't beat anyone once they own their peccadillos.
Right.
And that's the problem. Howard does, and Howard's the boss. And you.
But no, wait. Let me quantify
He's the
that.
boss of you.
I don't respect your opinion any more than anyone else.
No, Pellel, you're not. I went 4 times. Donnie Brasco, I would see it back to back with Donnie Brasco. I went at least, and I knew every scene in the movie. They gave, it was all the promotion he got on MTV and E. It's crazy that movie only made $41 million.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. How's that sound?
Yeah, you don't respect other people's opinion.
No way.
What makes you more
everyone's
qualified
on
than Ralph?
Welcome, Steve Rohn. I don't believe I've seen you in here. Or is it Roni, like Bobby Brown? The truth about Roni, she's a sweet little girl.
I don't think Ralph's got some sort
What
of
makes
vote
you
on
more
him.
qualified than Ralph?
I don't think Ralph has any big secret that he knows how to do this sort of thing.
Look at Benji with the fucking skull cap, with the fucking winter hat. I want to just pummel him so bad. He's so like Benji's got a vanity thing too. So he's wearing a fucking ski cap, and it's probably like I think it's May or something.
Yeah, this sort of thing, and no one else
What
does.
makes you more qualified?
I don't think I do either, Scott.
Scott,
Well, absolutely you do. Every conversation I've had with you says, well, if you want me to come in and fix it, let me know.
Rone.
Scott, whose opinion?
Yes, if you in the Screen Actors Guild, Steve Rohn, you would call yourself Rone.
Demi
Whose
Moore.
opinion do you respect?
I mean, please, listen, John, I want to meet with you later, and I want to go over how the wrap-up show should start happening. Gary, with you, I've got ideas for guests, and I'm going to tell you what I think we should do.
I agree 100% with Scott. What he's saying. Like, this is a great analogy about, like, what happens if you guys get this? How good is that going to roll?
And, Jason, I've got ideas how we need a new type keyboard for you.
By the way,
That's all you
giving
do.
me photography advice, and I've taken it, and I thank you for it.
No, you didn't. You got real defensive, and I told you you did. Didn't you?
No.
I love the fighting. I love fighting. It's like a symphony.
I love fighting when you're at the other end of it. That's my favorite fight.
He was on fire.
He's the best.
There was no calming him yesterday.
Ralph said he got a call for over an hour of yelling.
Howard does this thing with his stupid, when he looks up and his jutting teeth come out, and he tries to look cool, and he does this like fake smile, and he kind of stares into the air.
Well, my theory is
Yep.
he juts his chin because I think he's trying to do this gulping thing where he's trying to create an air bubble in his throat so his voice will sound lower.
Yeah.
So that's what I think he's
I
doing.
could see that. He's done way worse than that.
Yelling.
That's why he's always
At home.
swallowing.
Off the air.
Off the air. Never, ever fight off the air.
That move.
That's the rule on this show.
Well, I mean,
you're
you're-
fired if you fight off the air.
You're telling a guy that's been doing a job for 12 years that he doesn't know what he's doing.
No.
I mean, someone's going to take offense to that.
All I said to him is that I want my lighting and my camera angle improved. Then everybody jumped on the fucking guy.
Yeah, which is fair enough. I think he could have dealt with that, but it was, I think.
Right.
He didn't like the piling on. That came
was so
out
uncharacteristic of
nowhere.
Jason.
Yeah.
Speaking of Artie, we'll go to this next. This is a great fight. Short fight, but a great fight. And as angry as I've ever heard Artie. Right in the line with Teddy and Sal and the bro fight. And Jason is at the other end of it. We say, give it a chance, girl. Oh, yeah, give it a chance. Okay, thank you, Spiel. Give it a chance, girl. You'll find romance. And if we find a tenderoni that is right for you, I get a special. Give me your love, yeah. My heart, it helps to Aroni. She's my only love. She's my only love. Yeah, so G Canada goes, middle, like you don't know the Ghostbusters theme. Come on, G Canada. Are we supposed to believe a man with testicular providence doesn't know the Bobby Brown playlist? Come on, G Canada.
Yeah, the number one song on the top of the charts the day I was born was My Prerogative, actually.
Yeah, but right. Who doesn't at least know that title?
Right.
The problem is no one had any type of training to advise people. Tamara's right. It's just a Wild West, right? There's Sunflower Dragon hit me to something I'll never forget, which was a great education and kind of that I was naive to. And I'm a very cynical person. Human resources is not, we were fooled into believing that it's to protect the little guy and the employee to give them rights to make sure they're not getting abused. No. Sunflower Dragon pointed out it is to protect the bottom line, the money, and to get rid of any troublemaker that's going to affect that. They're the last thing they're worried about. A CEO is worried about is the employee's rights or justify. Yeah. They want to get rid of the troublemaker. That's what the human resources number one bottom line is, to preserve the money, to follow the money.
I also think that there's an aspect of this where like Scott could have handled this. Jason's an asshole and Ralph is an asshole, but it's like you can handle it like an Artie handles it most of the. I know we're about to watch an Artie explosion, but like Artie, I think probably got. I remember seeing an interview with Artie from like 2015 where he said like, I'm really proud of how I handled myself on that show in the sense that I never pointed out that there was like a stain on someone's shirt. You know, that he could get laughs in much more dignified ways or get attention in much more dignified ways, you know.
This is that's a good point. Howard's baritone is that he wants to be a bass. Yes. Darth Kermit, by the way. So speaking of Artie, here we go with Artie. Artie versus Jason. Artie. Okay, this is number 8. Okay, here. The genesis of this fight is Artie is now, by the way, the bro fight happens a couple of weeks right after this. So Artie is on the verge. He's really had it with his persona, the way they treat him, the way they look at him, Howard exploiting him. I think Artie at this point knows how much money Howard makes and how responsible Artie is for a lot of the people coming over to Sirius. And he's losing. The bro fight's about to happen a month from here, but he loses it first on Jason. And this fight is over. They try to do a very similar thing with Tabitha Stevens and Artie, and he's not having it. He knows it's fake. He's not into it. And Tabitha Stevens is in there. She gets nude and she tries to give a lap dance to Artie, and he's not having it.
And that's what I mean about like Jason is Scott DePace's Tabitha Stevens. You know, it's like Jason's doing this to egg you on. He probably doesn't believe half the shit he's saying. Neither does Ralph. And if you keep reacting like it, it's just going to feed that fire, you know? So there is a way for Scott to have like minimized the amount of piling on that he was getting, you know?
I was going to show you.
He knew he had to kill 45 minutes in there. He wasn't.
That could be it too. Scott could be as performative
They
as
wouldn't let
Jason.
him leave.
And at the same time, you see the picture I made here, this collage.
Yeah.
In the top right, that's French toast.
Okay.
So Howard is now getting ridiculous material out of
He's
obsessing
nibbling.
over what Artie's eating. It was the worst conversation. I listened to this before. He goes to Artie, he's like, why don't you have, this is how anorexic, this is what an anorexic broad he is. This is what a fairy Nancy boy. He goes to Artie, who does this? He goes, why don't you eat the French toast without syrup? Who eats French toast without syrup?
That sounds like a John
Who would
Hines
even
suggestion.
consider that? Right. And Artie's like, what? I'm not going to eat French toast without. Who would even recommend? So he's doing like, have it without the da da da. He's like, no, I'm not going to eat French. So he's just eating what he likes. And Howard's obsessed with fixating on. So they filmed Artie eating French toast. And this is all getting to him. This fat guy, you know, exploitation thing. And, you know.
Well, and also it's food porn for how, like, I remember a time at Sirius where like Artie had like a bacon, egg, and cheese croissant sandwich from Burger King, and Howard was like, "Oh, let me watch you eat it. I can't."
Like, the McGriddle. You talk about the McGriddle from
maybe
McDonald's.
the McGriddle, right? And like I just remember like Artie took a bite of it, and Howard was like, "Oh, look, he took a big bite." Like he was getting off to it.
Yeah, like he's like vicariously living through Artie's food. Like he's like an anorexic. He should just be bulimic because he really wants to eat like that. And he's 6'8", right? He easily could. And who gives a shit what he looks like? Who gives a shit if you gain? He comes in and he's saying like, "Oh, looks like Gary gained 3 pounds over the weekend." Who talks like that?
Right. And Howard has, I think, unbelievable impulse control. And so it does kill him a little bit, like almost physically. Like there's this kind of pang of like, oh my God, watching someone eat something that he craves is, I think the cravings do become like a physical pain at some point.
No doubt.
No, here's what
They
happened.
said they brought
Dominic goes, I'll pay $100 if you bring him a double order of risotto.
I didn't order anymore.
And he always does it.
I see.
He had to embarrass Artie.
Because the guy said they brought out
in front of his date.
the biggest bowl they never seen.
Benjamin says, "Look at Bond playing with the volume." Like Colin Quinn goes, Scott the engineer's idea of a wild time is messing with the volume control on a soundboard. Kill yourself. You remember that in the roast or one of the roasts?
You don't know how loud it is, though.
Not for me. I think my headphones like level it out so it's never that loud.
That's bad. That's a bad thing then.
Benjamin. Artie, what do you think Artie weighs in that shot? I don't like talking about
that
weight.
is I know, but that's probably the apex of how much
I think
weight
so
on the
too. He's
show.
got to be over 400. Benjamin asks.
You and all the little bitches back there yell at me for eating Dominic.
I wish.
Bitches, what are you talking
Why are
about?
you calling us bitches?
No, he meant me and Will and Jason.
Believe me, I wish Dominic would have ordered me a double portion of
I know, that was risotto. Was
Jason.
During this saga, I guess you'd call it. I had this as a 2-hour saga, and I cut it down just a few minutes, just the Jason versus Artie stuff.
Yeah.
Sal calls Howard an enabler during this, and it really got it late, and means it.
Jason's on a wrap-up show saying he thought I was on drugs because I fell asleep after the show while talking to him. Let me tell Jason, you're not exactly like talking to a young Tony Robbins. All right? I don't know. Everybody else in your life, Jason, does cartwheels after a 5-hour radio show while talking to your exciting fat ass. But
they keep their eyes open.
I'm not one of them. All of a sudden, Jason's Mr. Cool. This nerdy virgin, this nerdy, hairy virgin that we hired is Fonzie on the wrap-up show thinking I'm on drugs. Right. All your drug-related past faggot friends from wherever you grew up in Southern California, you hairy faggot.
Are you mad at that?
Wow. I mean, that's something, Bon. That's like sound drops you get from that. That's like a crazy rant that a lot of people don't talk about. This was not on Howard TV, by the way. I looked for, they would not, somehow they decided this isn't film worthy, or maybe they're worried about a lawsuit or whatever, but this is not filmed. I don't know why.
The Artie's stock, a young fill in the blank.
Yes, he loves saying a young Mark Hamill, right, a young Tony Robbins.
Related past faggot friends from wherever you grew up in Southern California, you hairy faggot.
Are you mad at that wrap-up show stuff?
Yeah, I'm mad at what Jason said. I think Artie's on drugs. He was falling asleep while he was talking to me. No one falls asleep when I'm talking. You nerdy virgin hairy fag.
Wow. Jose, I found this out. I don't know why I didn't know this officially. Because I thought he went up and down. Artie's routine was during these years, he would go home, sleep, wake up at 9 p.m., and then stay up all night and do the show.
So this would be the last thing you did all day, right?
Yeah, that's right. He went home immediately, went to sleep, and then woke up 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, and then stayed up all night because he didn't want to get up. It's just like, you might as well just like go through. I might do the same thing. That'd be the way I would handle it.
Right.
Rude little pig.
I hate him.
I know my jokes were terrible, but when Artie's, when that lady said about the two fat guys not married yet,
Sheila, yes.
Engaged,
yeah, she was funny.
These are like Dominic Barber's last days too.
Yeah, right.
It was funny.
She was hysterical. Leslie had the best line of all. She said, "And I'm marrying the fat, sweaty guy."
Well, I don't
know if that was the best line of all.
What is it, Jason? Listen, first of all, I didn't say you were falling asleep. I said that you looked out of it, and you did, and I'm not the only one who said it. Gary said it, and a bunch of other people said it. So if you want to come down on me, I'm
coming down on you.
Go ahead.
Because you said, well, I think I just did.
Yeah, I mean, all I said was, dude, you looked out of it. You didn't look the same as before when you left the studio mysteriously for a half hour, and I was worried about you. And
you weren't worried about me. You want to be
really?
You want to be interesting on the wrap-up show.
Yes, I'm always running down on the wrap-up show to be interesting.
Is Artie wrong there?
No, he's not. I mean, that's my point, is that Scott could have, like Artie is pointing out the scaffolding of how fake this fucking show is, and Scott is playing into it. I don't think that Scott wants attention necessarily. I think that he's just like easily triggered, and he thinks that Jason is being sincere, and he thinks that Ralph and Jason are being sincere with their criticism, and that's all he can recognize. He doesn't see the bigger picture that, like, you are turning into content as a result of this,
Yep. And Artie does see the picture, and when he's pushed and needled, he will let that out. Like the bro fight was a large percentage, of this argument and narrative. And it's once it gets into his head, that Artie's thinking on those terms, right? He can throw it in your face anytime. He's a loose cannon with that. He's gonna say, okay, anytime you push me, I'm gonna reveal the fourth wall.
Right. And I think he saw that fourth wall the day he joined that show. I think that, he discovered, like, oh shit, like,
you remember the famous clip, David, what Artie said about the phone callers with Chris Rock, where he's looking at the monitor and he says, call Chris the N-word. And then Howard puts the caller through. And then he's saying oh, I have nothing. Oh, it's Daniel Carver doing it. And we all know much better than that.
We're shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
I also think that Artie joined like at an interesting transition point too, where like the other Scott was leaving for Survivor. Scott Einziger was leaving, and
can we get a Survive chant going, guys, before Davyd continues? Ready? At the same time, ready? Survive, 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 survive for the Survivor series. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Davyd.
No.
You're right. Brendan.
I think that, you know, after those people that had been there since like the mid to late 90s were leaving is when you get the Sals and Richards and the Jasons and the Wills and the JDs where, you know, they're like kiss-ass fans. And I think Artie's like, what are we doing here? Like having these people on the air.
And then he's like, well, what am I working on a gay show? I'm like, what is this? I'm coming back from Super Bowl Sunday and Howard's talking about Dancing with the Stars.
Right.
But what show do I work on? What did I sign up for? What did I? Yeah. And I enabled his bonus. Look at G Canada, speaking of which. Must have been scarred of the conversation too. Davyd commented on man boobs before. I wondered what his people thought of man boobs. Good, bad, or indifferent.
I mean, every pot. There's a lid for every pot, G Canada.
That's a great answer.
That's all I hear is every one of you motherfuckers around like little wolves over there.
All right, so you know what? Fuck it, then. I don't care. Come in any state you want. I don't give a shit. I saw you look. I mean, I saw you. I was worried. Sorry.
I agree with G Canada and Sky Spectre. It makes you miss Artie when you hear this. Like it's just takes you back to like, you know, oh wow, this is of course this is what's missing. This horrible show. I mean, the show is so bad now. Even I don't think an Artie would save it, but he just wouldn't. He wouldn't last on it. It's just, there's no place for him on that type of show. But you just miss those gaps and that energy and charisma. Someone you actually like. For Christ's sake.
And Artie is smart to also point out that it's not just Jason. It's that whole pack. It's that whole pack of wolves. That whole den of vipers. That is the back office staff. You know. Again, Artie sees the bigger picture of what's going on because he's a really intelligent guy, and he also wants to distance himself from any kind of hacky goings on the show. So whether it's a fake fight with Jason and Scott or Howard being fake mad at Scott and Ronnie for, you know, sending in Steve Langford or any of that stuff, he wants to distance himself from that stuff.
He's also got to report to his cool comedian friends and say, I have nothing to do with that. That's not, I would never have, when they go, oh, what was that? You know, what was that? Fruit basket bit you got what are you working on? It's like I got nothing to do with it. Meth is great. That Artie joke, PC23 goes, meth is a great drug if you want to walk to St. Louis any given weekend.
Dude, you know, whatever. So fuck it, do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Take your nerdy virgin ass back to the computer and type like a broad.
Okay. Shove another fucking cupcake down your mouth, you fat fuck.
Whoa!
All right. And why don't you come down on Gary said the same freaking thing. What? It's not him.
I didn't hear that part, but I didn't hear the whole thing.
Okay. All right, call him a rude little pig again. That's the Alec Baldwin line.
You're a rude little pig.
Jason's saying, like, why are you picking on me? They all said the same thing I said. I'm just like the lowest hanging fruit on the totem pole that you come after. Go after them. Go after, you know, like, he's kind of right about that in a way. Like,
and he's coming to straighten.
But Artie does, though. Artie goes after Gary all the time. There's a great fight with those two.
Oh, yeah.
There's a few good fights with those two.
What's the? I think it's not the paycheck one. It's where Gary. It's where Artie says that Gary kind of bullied his way to go to Iraq or Afghanistan with them.
Yeah, that's part of that. That's a great.
He wasn't wanted on the. Yeah, right.
Yep. Well, Davyd, sexy bear. Brendan says Artie claiming everything was gay, and was awkward in real time. I know he did say that too much, and it certainly hasn't aged well. I wouldn't call him a one-trick pony, but he does go to that well one too many times to use Gorilla Monsoon nomenclature.
I think that's the influence of his dad.
Yep. She's playing to his Jersey friends, you know,
right?
The Jimmy Palombos of the world. Thank you, Tamara Francois, going on hour 10, doing a great job. We cannot wait to have you back as well. You did a great job the first time. I don't know if you like this as a theme, if you're into this. Jason and Will stuff, but you know, certainly could work in something SNL. Survive, Brendan. Survive. Period 8 pig. That's right.
Listen, I'm going to defend Artie for one thing here. You know, I walk out of here after a 5-hour show. I'm unconscious. You would think I was on heroin when I leave here. I'm
and then when Jason talks to you, perk right up, though, right?
No, as a matter of fact,
Have
I've
you
made a
ever
rule.
fallen asleep on Jason?
Absolutely.
Howard goes, oh, now he's playing the victim, like you're supposed to feel sorry for him. I walk out of here, I want to go, I'm in a coma. You have, how about the radio host like Ben Mahler, who we just watched, that has one producer, no sidekicks, nobody making bits for him. Could you imagine if he didn't have those people working, if he had to like just sit there and talk and take calls? He's the easiest, honestly. There's so many radios, like a Christopher Russo. He does his show. He just takes sports phone calls the whole time. Could you imagine if Howard had to do that without these 70 people dotting his I's?
Oh, he couldn't. Yeah. And I think he's siding with Artie because he senses Artie is going in. Like, Artie rarely gets this genuinely mad. And I think he's afraid that Artie's going to reveal the scaffolding of the show. Right. Exactly. Trying to call him down.
And then Howard's biggest nightmare is Artie going, oh, you know what, dude? You really think you're making that $230 million bonus if I don't come to Sirius with you? Could you imagine if he said that to him?
I wish.
I know he was thinking it. I know he was thinking it.
Yeah.
That's why the first thing I said to him was like, you're not making that bonus.
A rule. I literally.
And then they have the audacity. He doesn't get residuals.
Right.
So they're playing his shit on Howard 101, you know, all day long. And he doesn't see a dime of that. How about Howard TV? His likeness, his visual, his video. He doesn't make a dime off Howard TV. Imagine that shit.
I'm shocked Artie's agent or manager at the time didn't sort of look that over in the Howard TV contract.
They were intermingled with Buchwald for a while.
One
of his agents was. And so that was a conflict. You know, it's almost like the Clutch Sports.
Right.
Where he's going, all right, I can't, because I think that probably hurt that there was any Buchwald affiliation that he couldn't, but that's ridiculous. I mean, they're selling not just Sirius. Howard TV is a lot based on Artie's videos.
Right.
The bro fight, whatever it is, you're tuning in to watch him. And Howard gets all the money. Whatever, we were trying to figure out what Howard TV got him. We tried to ballpark it. Someone said 20-something million, just because it's on, like, it's his own cable thing on a channel. It's almost like the equivalent of like a smaller version of like what Peacock is.
Right.
Or back then when it was on like your cable system and you could get it as a pay-per-view, and what the wrestling channel right now is.
Yeah. The most exciting camera work that Scott DePace and team ever got to do was when Artie whipped a CD at Teddy and then went after him. Like,
do you know how many people bought Howard TV to watch that?
Yeah. Oh, I believe it.
Oh,
yeah.
Crazy. And he didn't see a dime.
This little nerd who can't throw a ball tries to talk to me about the Yankees. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
As soon as the show is over, I go meditate. I got to go pass out for a few minutes because I'm so.
But it wasn't, dude. It wasn't that. Everyone heard it in the office when he came back. Look, I'm sure he's fine, but I'm not the only one saying it. It had nothing to do. It didn't have totally to do with the conversation I had with Artie off the air.
Artie loves the build a deck and construction comments. You're right, Zersky.
You're so worried. Don't tell it on the radio.
I did. I said I was a pussy. It didn't have totally to do with the conversation I had with Artie off the air.
Tell it to me in person if you're so worried. Don't tell it on the radio.
I did. I said I was a pussy for not saying something to you in person.
Okay, so you're making my point. An idiot.
Dominic, thank you.
Whatever.
Listen, we're going to let me listen to the.
Go win an argument with Scott DePace. You're outnumbered here.
Here's what happened on the.
So Jose Villataro is saying that he still listens to Sirius somehow, and why, Jose? If you have any, I'll give you this stuff. Don't listen to them. Shit, I mean, honestly, why would you listen to their set? So he's saying that Artie's voice now is cut off. They go back and they chisel him off.
Yeah.
A lot of it had to do with Stuttering John, right? Who wanted to sue them.
Yeah. Well, even like the Stern YouTube, the official Stern YouTube page will post clips from 2003, and they'll cut around Artie talking.
It's crazy.
But I know what Jose Villataro is saying, where it's like you hear Artie laughing at something, and it's almost, it is creepy now the way they edit it, where it's like, wait, is that a ghost? Like, who is that? Who's that third?
Well, wouldn't you love to be in the
you
room
know?
with them editing it and trying to go around his laugh and all the little things?
Yeah.
It would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
The wrap-up show. This is what the guys
Thank
are
you,
arguing.
Sky Spectre.
And I was called an enabler, by the way, which I think.
Well, no, Sal said you act like an enabler, but when we tried to get him to say that you were one, he could never say anything negative.
You just
about
act like one. You may not be one.
No,
but you
Howard
act
doesn't do
like
anything
one.
wrong.
All right, here's an Artie speculation.
What was the deal during the gossip?
Gary agrees.
Yeah, I mean, Sal backed it up. He didn't really walk it back. He just got a little meek at the end, but he's like, no, he's like, no, he needs him to be on drugs. He needs him to eat. He needs to fat shame him. And Sal was kind of owning it. And then they tried to he's like, oh, I better reel it in a little bit, but he never walked it back.
Right.
Melvin says that's on Artie's management arm. Whomever represented Artie is strong. Well, I think you're right, Melvin, but also Howard plays on the fact that Artie considers himself a super fan. So he's sort of enamored by being on the show, and he can get away with it. I wouldn't dare ask my hero for a raise.
Yeah, I think the Artie Howard relationship is so interesting because
It is.
I think that the two of them oddly wanted each other's approval in different ways. I think Artie was working out like father issues through Howard, but I think Howard wanted Artie's approval for being hip comedically.
Well, I mean, like you always say, like, who's relatable on that show? If you take Artie out of that studio, who on earth are you relating to on that show? Think about the narcissists and sociopaths in there who've been rich since the 80s. Even Fred, you relate to Fred?
Yeah,
Does anybody- So you got to bring in Artie, who's really a I mean, Artie. I say this all the time. He would have been fine if he didn't be on the Stern Show. He would have gotten the same gigs as the fat sidekick and whatever else. He would have been fine. I said to you on one of our shows, my Armfeld, that I think King of Queens would have been better if Artie was the lead instead of Kevin James.
By far,
he's way more likable.
He's way
and
more
his
likable.
dynamic with Leah Remini is better too.
It is, yeah. They have real tension, right?
Yep.
Like unbelievably funny. Jace, how you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I don't want to bore your audience to death, so I won't talk too much today.
Well, we won't let you.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Are you and Artie on speaking terms?
Yeah, I mean, Artie apologized for having an outburst on the air, and I apologize for. I understand where he's coming from in the sense that, listen, I'm the last person in the world who wants my mother calling me crying and saying she heard I was on drugs. So I didn't think of how it would impact his life off the air by saying what I said and not saying it to his face off the air. But he was clearly mad at me, and I think he clearly is still mad at me. And I get it on one point, and on another point, I don't know. I really think he doesn't like me. Like, I feel like I'm always quick to make him.
It's funny. They live in the same area. Like, Jason lived in Hoboken, and so did Artie. Like, right at the same time. Like, that's kind of like really close to him.
Yeah. You can tell Artie scared Jason a little bit. Like he's
he's trembling.
Right.
Yep. That's the one guy, right, who just is not you can't possibly Artie knows how much leverage he has besides the whole money thing, whatever, but he's definitely afraid of him. Look at Marci Turk here and then start wrapping it up. Dr. Sarah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, David.
I hate even doing this show.
Nice. That was good, Mom.
I also think that everybody on staff knows how much wittier Artie is than them. And even though all of them would probably say like, well, I'm not a comedian, they all think they're comedians. Jason thinks he's a comedian. Will thinks he's a comedian. Doug Goods, they all think that
they all harbor some kind of like inner performance thing, and they're all attention whores too.
Right, exactly. So I think same with like the Shuli Artie fight with the Hack Pack fight, where like Shuli couldn't really go at Artie. I remember Shuli just kept saying like whatever whenever Artie came back at him with a good
because he knows it's true.
Right.
Because he knows it's true, and he knows like my big point with Shuli all the time is you just don't got it. You don't have the je ne sais quoi. You don't have the Riz. You don't belong out there. People just hate you. It doesn't matter how much bad you want it. It doesn't matter how bad your Jewish vaudeville parents think you want it. It doesn't matter what you do. People just hate you. You're icky. You just don't belong. We have to like you. We have to root for you, and nobody's doing either. And I don't give a shit how much material you have. I don't care how many gigs you do. I don't care. No, people just are repulsed by you. Get off the fucking stage. It ain't working.
My favorite quote, my favorite ARM quote is about Shuli. It was like, your dreams, we want them to die. You should have never had them in the
fuck
first
your dreams.
place.
We want your dreams. I don't care about your dreams. Fuck your dreams. We want them to die. Oh, nobody wants them but you.
That's how comedy works.
Fuck him. He's in deep trouble, though.
He paid his dues. Come on, he paid his dues.
He's in a lot of trouble because he's run out of stuttering John. Because
I know. I was
a few
waiting
months
for that day.
He's stringing it all out on his show. He's going over everything again
But he
because
paid his
they've got nothing.
dues.
They're in deep trouble. Like if John doesn't come back in a few months,
He's going to be doing this. He's going to be pivoting to
deep.
this.
I think John is my neighbor, actually.
Is he really?
I think does he live in Chatsworth?
No, I think he's in Florida now. Isn't he like? I'm trying to
okay.
ignore the whole dabble.
Yeah,
thing.
whatever. I don't care. I don't want to get into it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm angry where other people aren't.
What do you mean?
There's just been other things that have happened where Artie seems to get really mad at me and yell at me, and then not, other people like I'm saying, like, I mean, I am far from
Benjamin. That's really funny. So Benjamin goes on the current shows. You never have to edit any laughter because there is none. that's really good. Benjamin says Sirius costs him. I'm sorry, G Canada says it costs him $5 Canadian per month with fees and taxes at $6.60, which is less than it includes premium channels. I can't believe people could pay. I know. I don't know. Could you imagine seeing that on your bill?
More embarrassing than some, really kinky porn video that you rented in a hotel room.
Well, at least you get something out of
private
that.
resort.
Yeah, if you got porn out of it, you'd be happy. But
right.
Serious, what do you get?
See that bill right there in black and white. Teenage tit freaks.
the only person that I think Artie was doing drugs in the air, and yet I was.
That's a
the
Dennis
complete
Miller joke from his late '80s stand-up.
Because of his attention this morning.
Well, he said to me that you were the one that he heard. You know what I mean? Like he heard a brief snippet, I guess, of you saying what you said, and that's what set him off.
Right, but I have a feeling if Gary said the exact same thing, he wouldn't have gotten the tirade that I got.
You think that's true, Gary?
Yeah, to some degree. I think he might have been angry with me.
Well, I take credit for that, Jose. My goal is to get everybody to stop listening to the current Stern show. So much so that I said I'll give you the show in a download if you stop listening.
One of your channels, I think it was like I think it was like Bon Duckwald, is how I discovered the whole hater community, of the show.
And that might be the greatest thing that channel brought us is Davyd. I might add. Seriously, that's quite a find. That's quite a find.
It is, yeah. It is funny.
But I don't think it would have manifested itself in the same way that it did to Jason. It was a complete, it was one of those things that starts out as a joke where, listen, you fucking nerd, never got laid, virgin, boring asshole. And then all of a sudden,
JJ Thrash, welcome, sir. By the way, you played your great, the Boys in the Hamptons. You did a death metal version of it. And that was so good. It's good to see you, JJ.
When you get to the ninth adjective, you're just like, wow, he's mad.
Yeah.
And I don't think he would have done that to me. And, and what I said on the show, on the wrap-up show, wasn't as definitive as what Jason said. So I think that's like Jason was definitively, this is what I think, and that's what Artie's mother heard, and that's what Artie heard, and that's what pissed.
So Artie's mom heard this, and it turned into this. That's when he really gets enraged, when his sister and mom are dragged into it.
Oh yeah, when they brought in the guy who allegedly had sex with his sister.
Yeah. Yes. That's really bad. Did we ever play that on here? I don't think so. We're gonna have to go to that some other time. It might be a one and done.
Is Artie's mom still alive? Do we know?
Yeah,
I know
she is.
She is. Okay.
She's probably in good shape. I mean, I saw a picture. She looked really good for. I think she's in her early 80s now.
Okay.
And she's really looks good for her age. Like she's not 80.
Right.
And I'm sure she needs to take care of herself. So she can
good for her.
Her nervous system is probably shocked.
Yep. I think it was Marta that said she thinks they're in the Orlando area.
Hmm.
I used to listen to Stern, but I come up with thank you, Benjamin. That's my goal, is to get you to quit it. In any way. Bon, do you have any old angry? What do you mean old? I'm always angry, Melvin. I'm like Bruce Banner.
I could show you. I could show you right now what it takes to piss John off, and this is
all right.
John goes to a lot of trouble to set up a whole thing about Cuomo. This is cleaning out the computer from, say, 2020. John juxtaposes what Howard was saying in 2020 about Cuomo.
Governor Cuomo? Or Chris Cuomo? Okay.
The governor, and this is what it takes to piss him off.
John, you're killing me. What?
It's long.
What?
This is the same guy. This is the same guy. I'm juxtaposing his opinion on him, his real opinion on him, versus what just happened. Do I have to spell that out for you? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Is your attention span that shitty?
Oh, wow.
That I gotta fucking. Did you just hear him lathering him up?
And when you get angry at me,
you know how much time I spent on this?
Wow.
That makes me so happy when you get actually upset. You know, it takes so much to fucking rattle you, John. And that just made me tickle with glee inside that you got pissed at me.
Wow.
That's a great. I barely remember that. It must have been when Cuomo did the show during COVID.
Yeah, 2020.
Okay.
So
that's an interesting time.
See, that's what it takes. So who asked for that? Well, that was for whoever
Jose
just asked for.
That was
Okay,
that was
Jose,
Melvin. That was Melvin.
It was Melvin. I'm sorry.
Melvin loves Angry Arm.
That's rare. That's what I said when I did the Donnie Brasco tribute. It takes so much to get John to explode. You could really push John.
Yeah,
but
Brasco is fighting
doing that there, his hard work, just saying, "What is this shit? Turn it off." That'll do it. And she did it. And then she laughs at you like Robin would do. She just laughs over the top of you.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it.
Well, you're probably like that effeminate, nerdy, hairy virgin that picked on Artie all his life.
Totally.
Well, I mean, we're not here and we shouldn't speculate on that, but here's a clip of what he said to Jason.
All of a sudden, Jason's Mr. Cool. This nerdy virgin, this nerdy, hairy virgin that we hired is Fonzie on the wrap-up show, thinking I'm on drugs. All your drug-related past faggot friends from wherever you grew up in Southern California, you hairy faggot.
Are you mad at that wrap-up show stuff?
I'm mad at what Jason said.
I think Artie's on drugs. He was falling asleep while he was talking.
Tamara stopped listening during COVID. That seems to be a sticking point for a lot of people. Dues payer, shit weigher, right? That's John nomenclature, right?
To me.
No one falls asleep when I'm talking. You nerdy.
Well, Shuli's really going to hell, like exploiting the whack pack people and the mentally disabled. And he's really going to hell.
Did you hear about the guy who used to be on his show?
Yeah, apparently he's a pedo.
Yeah, and he's going to 5 years in jail now, and
we're supposed to believe that Shuli wasn't aware of this while he's working with him.
Apparently, that's what the new rumor is.
Right, like Dan Schneider wasn't aware of what's his name, Brian Peck. I'm sure.
And they were like best friends. There's this on not Devils on the Shuli Notes. They play the video of him hanging with this guy, gaming, and like telling him he loves him. And they put some sad song to it.
Didn't he and Levy have a falling out?
Yeah, Levy left, and now it's just
you knew that was going to happen, right? Oh my God, I can't believe the Miserable Men band broke up. What do we do? Man. Life was so perfect with the reuniting of Miserable Men. Now what do we do? The reuniting nobody asked for. Peaches and Herb wouldn't ask for that.
The clue was in the name.
He was falling asleep while he was talking to me.
No one falls asleep when I'm talking.
Melvin says, F. Shuli, the fact that he won't speak about his ISO producer went to jail for speaks volumes. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That's what I just said about Dan Schneider, Melvin. You're right. I agree.
He's had to over the last week. He made a little speech, and he's in trouble now because everybody's messing with him in his live chats. They're all asking him.
You're all over this, Bon, huh?
Yeah, well, I've been looking at it. I can't help it. Like, man, you go onto the Reddit, and I think I'll look at it for 3 minutes, and then 30 minutes later, I'm just scrolling from each story, just going, this is crazy
I know.
shit. And then I've got to forcibly just go, I got to stop. It's just getting ridiculous.
4 more hours. We're going to have one more clip and that's it. It's going to be short. We'll get out of very soon. 4 more hours.
Sarah?
4 more hours.
Oh, Sarah's writing
Dirty
game
virgin,
over,
hairy
game
fag.
over.
Call him a rude little pig.
I hate him.
See, that's rough, man. I mean, that's real anger there, and it's you know what? It's shit he's been thinking about. Like, I mean, he's insane. I don't know what his California thing. I lived in California a few years.
I love he threw in that. That's like a reference that nobody knows. Like Jason lived in Southern California for a small period of time.
4 years. Artie's lived in California longer than I have. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you. Look, there was something I wrote like when the website first started. And I was just doing a weekly comment about observations about what was going on in the show. And one of the things I wrote was that Scott, DePace, and Artie like to bounce this rubber ball down the hall during the commercial breaks. I wrote a line that in retrospect did come off kind of snooty, I guess, but I wrote a line, they seem to amuse themselves bouncing the ball up and down the hall. Artie got so mad at me. I mean, he was furious. He wouldn't talk to me for like weeks. He was rude. He was mean. He was very angry and not nice to me for, I would say, a good part of a year, if not longer.
Really?
And I still think I think that was early on when I got to meet him. And somewhere now he's got a set that I'm just this snooty, snobby, nerdy, look down on him kind of person, which is totally not true. I mean,
do you think it's a little bit of who the fuck are you to talk about me? Like what have you ever done?
No.
Or do you think what do you think it is?
This is extended from the wrap-up show, too. This is great. This is, again, this is not written out, and Mark Friggin, I have to kind of ferret this on my own with nothing to go on, which is much harder. You can't, no control F here. Zersky goes, Zersky says Artie's evidently ambulatory and not wheelchair. What does that mean, not wheelchair?
I don't know what that means.
No. I really get the impression that he thinks that I kind of look my nose down at him. That's the impression I get, which is totally not true. I mean, and I've said this before many times. I think Artie's obviously one of the funniest people on the show. I think he's incredibly smart and talented, obviously.
I agree.
I mean, he's lived a completely different lifestyle than I've led, but I don't look down on him for that. But I swear to you, ever since that comment, I remember one time...
there was like a...
Yeah, and it was just like, it was so weird, and then, but that was years ago, and I felt things got better, but I guess it just opened up the dam, or maybe I'm perceiving things completely wrong. I'm sure Artie...
Okay, this is the last one, and it's very short. It's me. Remember Cuomo was like oh God, he was so poised to be the next president, and that whole Me Too thing was crazy. And he's trying to like kind of he's trying to show up on someone Bill Maher's show, and it's Andrew Cuomo we're talking about, the governor, and it's just like he's kind of like, I saw him at was it Woody Allen's birthday party, which is a great place to go when you're trying to get Me Too. Bill O'Reilly was there too, by the way.
Oh my God, was Matt Lauer there?
No, but Matt Lauer was at Don Lemon's.
Don Lemon's wedding.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it. I was so. Did we play that on here?
Yeah, you did. I remember.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Even though this is connected to, this is back office radio, which a lot of people realized was great, and it was them trying to do what the Howard Stern show couldn't do anymore and just be really honest. And so it was Jason and Will throwing everybody under the bus. And because this is so short, a lot of people have theories as to why this show was canceled. I'm going to go back to back office radio in the next show and the shows after that. There's tons from there, but I just want to play this because it's short, and we're going to end this here. This is me calling back office radio on its last show. Some people feel this is why the show got whacked.
No,
obviously it would have gotten whacked anyway. But because I insulted Howard, and how ridiculous he is about vanity and this new persona and brand he's trying to start, there was a rule when back office radio started, and that was no talking about Howard. That you can't bring him up, you can't. And they had an award called Douche of the Week, where the callers would name. By the way, back office radio air. So the schedule was, it was 2 p.m. It's a weird schedule on Thursday. That was and I think there's I want to say they did about 15 of them. And the last one is this one. And it's what comes after this. This is March of 2013. What comes directly after this, you ask? The Pelican Brief.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Directly after this, where he whacks and says, this show is about me and I don't want to. And so some feel that this played a part, and I'm not proud of back office radio getting canceled. It was great. Not my intention if this is what it was. But of
Imagine
course,
if it was you who caused it to be axed.
they used to think that back then, and it might have played a part. So another part was in this same episode is that I feel, this is me putting 2 and 2 together. Steve Brandano was getting shit on by them all the time. Steve Brandano was banging Marci Turk at the time, so he could easily tell her to kill it, and she got in Howard's ear, and they kill it. So they're going after all these. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we needed to get rid of back office radio so we can make Billy Corgan more relatable to his audience.
Yes,
that's right.
Jeremy spoke. Thank you, PC23. Happy birthday to you as well, sir. It's Tuesday.
Play tape of me on the air talking about Eddie and singing along to Jeremy Spoke.
Happy Groundhog Day, Boondoggle, RADIOGUNK. You base your whole concept on as well. This is me, so I have to go to the end of this. And before this is Jason and Will having this crazy argument with Steve Brandano and JD. There's like Hines in there. This is great. So this is for next time. But let's just go to my call, which is I name my douche of the week. And so the douche of the week is you name a Stern person, and you can't name. You're not allowed to name Howard. That was their rule. And I don't think you can name Robin either. And let me go to all right, let's see if I find it.
And you're very nice to me on the air, and I appreciate it. But if you cracked a fat joke during the John Hein TV show about me, I'm not going to fucking go to you and be pissed at you and angry. You know,
I will tell you that I don't because it's too easy.
But there you go. So
I'm saying it's.
We'll take the cheap joke.
Yeah. But I wouldn't.
My name, for some reason, is Goliath from Chicago. I don't know why. I couldn't use Arm because I've been banned at this point. So they had my number, and
because I call you the Juggernaut a lot, so Goliath works.
I don't know why I wasn't like being. I don't know. It was like a cool name. I don't know why it said.
Cracking a fat joke about you doesn't do anything.
What I'm saying is, if I came on here, I was like, "Fuck Gary, I don't like Gary." Here's a bunch of horrible things. But I mean, come on, it's an entertaining show. It's supposed.
So this they go at it with Gary. They go at it with Brandano. They go at it with John Hein. It's crazy. The whole show is this.
To entertain people. To me, entertainment is honesty, and if I turn on something, and if you get pissed, fine, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think anything I've said about anybody on the show is that bad.
I'm not passing judgment at all, but I am surprised at how surprised you are that people get.
Like, I'm on hold here, and I think I'm going to talk to Gary, but somehow he slips out of there. This is the Thursday afternoon, too, so Howard's gone, long gone, probably in the Hamptons, and Gary's on. I'm on hold, and somehow I don't get to talk to Gary.
Irritated.
No, I'm not. I'm surprised by the level of irritation.
The thing that we keep getting compared to Howard, and we're trying to be Howard, and we're just insulting people to insult people.
Yeah.
And my thought is this was supposed to be a group of friends that are in the back office, and they're busting balls over their stupid douchey shit that they say to each other, and it's on the air.
But you understand when everybody's in the back office busting balls. In other words, if John's busting JD's balls,
in other words, God, he loves in other words, and he hasn't made the first point.
Right there. Yeah. When you're busting JD's balls and he's down the hall, he can't.
He can. I think the bigger issue is that it's on the air and that people want to protect whatever image they have of themselves.
No, look at Ballbuster Sarah. Look at Marci Turk speaking of the intro is longer than the clip.
You can come in. Anyone can come in. JD can come in and defend him.
I wanted to give people a taste of back office radio before I just pompously went right to me.
Himself anytime he wants.
I told you this when I was here a couple of weeks ago. I was really mad. And then when I walked in and I looked you guys in the eyes, it seemed a lot more like busting balls. But when you're sitting out there and I can't see you, it comes across as very evil and harsh.
But bottom line, well, I don't know about that. But bottom line is everybody, unless they're all just blatantly lying to us, and I don't think they are, because people have had no problem being honest with me on and off the air about how they feel about me.
I mean, that's the problem. Steve is saying one thing and we're hearing another. So I don't know somewhere the truth lies.
Right. But you know, Steve is a sensitive guy. And
not as sensitive as me, but sensitive.
No, he's very sensitive, and I don't think he understands. Having fun, people do have an open door policy. They could come, even though we say we lock the doors, we don't actually lock the doors.
You did one day, didn't
you?
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, that is anything. You know what? This is the first time you've got to do it to my face, behind my back.
In North Carolina, welcome
Teddy,
to
you're still here?
Teddy's like, this is the greatest show ever. I haven't had to do anything.
It's getting hot in here.
Joe in North Carolina, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys. I like Brandiana.
Me too.
What a hypocrite.
I'm coming right here, guys. Hold on.
Okay.
Right here. Come on. I can't.
Supposed to be a group of friends.
To say about you or anybody. But 2 weeks ago, or when I. So I think.
I know. Hey, Will.
Pass out. Some areas, and they've towards it anyway, have been going on for. I really meant it when I said, like, I'm just not going to talk about Fangirl. Happy birthday to Stern Fangirl on. That comes from August. Feelings, but a lot.
The apartment like.
And then at some point you decide never true.
Oh, Charlie in Pittsburgh, welcome to Back Office Radio. That's
front of me.
Wait, why is Gary here? We haven't even mentioned him today.
Guys, and thinks that you guys.
He's no longer speaking about.
You there, buddy? Pass out. Pass out.
Conversations
Right.
that we
towards it anyway.
Yeah. And it's just because.
Good,
and where do we leave things?
A very happy birthday shout out to Stern Nation chick. See, that comes from Iago.
Holy
What
cow!
on earth is going on here? I have no idea, John.
It somehow got lost in a thing. I want to
Bring it
save
back.
it for next time. I'll save it for
okay.
next time. Anything really quick to end us with? All right, screw it. Everyone, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. We are going to continue this next time. If I have anything quick that would. Oh, how about this? Okay, this is quick. This is very quick. This is Jason. This is great. This is Jason talking about his salary at K-Rock in the last days about Tom Chiusano. Listen to this. And this is on the wrap-up show.
I mean, really, Tom is an asshole. When and I tell that story. Two stories real quick about a raise. When I got hired, I was making $19,000 a year. And Gary from day one said, listen, we're going to try and pump you up some more. It's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. And we got to about the 8-month mark, and there was a time at K-Rock where you went to go ask for a raise. It was raise time. So I made an appointment with Tom to go talk about a raise, and he pulled some management bullshit on me. I sat there for like 20 minutes. He didn't talk. He played on his computer. He made a phone call. He checked some email. Made another phone call. Then he asked me why I made the meeting. I had to tell him it was for a raise, even though I knew that's what it was. So he calls HR, and he has my file sent up. It's this whole fucking bullshit. So, long story short, the big raise was a 3% raise on top of my $19,000 a year. But the bonus was that it would start right away when it should really start at the 12-month mark. I was devastated. I did the math in my head. I'm like, boy, it's about $20 a week. I'm getting extra. I go, okay. Thank you. I start walking across his office. I get to the front door, and he goes, Jason, it's customary to shake someone's hand after they give you a raise. And I had to walk back across his office and shake his fucking hand for my fucking $20 a week raise. Fuck you. Fuck what you said to Gary. I mean, that's just...
come on.
That's not how you treat people, man. That's not right.
You're being harsh, Jason. You're being a little harsh.
I'm being harsh?
Right.
A little bit. I understand how you feel.
I don't care.
Can I say I love
Wow.
shake their hand? Wow. Yeah,
Jason was getting $19,000 a year in the last years of K-Rock going into Sirius. So was Will, right? The two of them somehow share an apartment together in Harlem.
That's gay.
Well, it's $38,000 a year combined with no appearances. They're working longer than Howard is, and they're living in Harlem together in an apartment. And they can't do appearances because they're working all the time to even help to aid that along. 19 grand a year with no benefits. And that's what Tom did to him. That's a lot like the Johnson. That's a very obscure clip from the 2006 wrap-up show.
Yeah, I would have never found that. That's crazy.
Steve Brandano said he had to borrow clothes from John Hine at Sirius, that he was getting paid so little.
Oh my God.
He was buying food for him and clothes. He couldn't afford food or clothes living in Brooklyn.
Yeah, the Howard Stern show in this era really was like a flop house. Like,
And you say to him like, "Well, that's your decision. You elected to stay there, and but they know that. They know that. Chiusano knows that. Howard knows that. So Howard gets anything he wants. All he's got to do is say to Chiusano, give Jason a 10 grand raise.
Right.
$20 a week was the raise.
Jesus.
And Tom's just like Mr. Religious and, try to abide by the commandments. Like that's the opposite of what Jesus would do.
Well, he's still a company man at the end. He's such a,
Kathy Scott goes, Arm likes to talk, huh? He said it. Anyway.
She was going to bed earlier.
I know, right? She's not. That's a great
She
point.
got a full
Bob.
night's sleep and woke up and we're still on the stream.
You know, you know what this is, though? This is... It's an arm. Armageddon.
All right, you two.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. You're both fantastic during this in every way, shape, and form.
Good night,
Next
everyone.
time, I'm going to play my my back office radio close.
Yeah, can't wait to hear that.
Somehow it just got lost in this. Like, I don't know. I don't want to waste time looking for it anymore. I wanted to play that because it was short, but that's what Jason got. 19
Sarah.
grand a year. Wrap it up, Chipotle. Look at that. Look at that.
I don't even know what it means,
Oh,
but
she's
I
so
love
insane.
it.
Thank you, Dangles. Thank
Get
you,
her
Sky
on this
Spectre.
show next time. Everyone wants to hear her. Sarah, come on the show next time for a bit.
With Chauncey too.
Whatever, whatever
Yeah.
she can just come on for half
Everyone,
an hour because it's...
Look at Melvin. He goes,
Yeah.
One time I was on a Delta flight with Arm. He had a 14-hour flight. He talked the entire time, even while I was sleeping during the meal service. That's the job.
Sarah and I will be doing Golden Girls watch through on Patreon.
Yes.
So head over to the Patreon and
I'm
check
looking forward
out
to that.
more stuff there. It's gonna be fun.
Thank you, guys. Anyone who can donate to the cause, please do. Happy birthday to Arm. Happy
birthday,
Groundhog
Arm,
Day to Radio Gunk, especially the boondoggle of a show. Thank you, everyone. I love you